And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a live look from New York City right there. We're going to go into our next story, which is concerning a lot of farmers across the country. Bird flu cases keep surging nationwide with more than 30 states affected. The CDC reporting that the disease spread is high among birds. However, the public health risk is low. The agency said more than 27 million birds have been affected since January, but no human cases have been reported. The increasing number of cases threatens to surge the price of eggs even further, and other poultry items may also be affected. We want to bring in our own expert on this, Andrew Bowman. He's an OSU assistant professor and vet here. Andrew, there's a lot of people who are concerned about this because they don't really know much about it. So what is the bird flu?
Yeah, so as we look at what we're calling bird flu, or this highly pathogenic avian influenza virus, we have to remember that all influenza viruses, type A influenza viruses, we're talking about the same base virus that causes seasonal flu in humans. It causes influenza in pigs and horses, dogs. In this case, we're talking about a strain that's adapted to birds. And so this virus really has found a foothold in wild waterfowl, and so that virus is able to then spread through the waterfowl, really not causing much disease in those host species. So we're talking about dabbling ducks, and so as it's able to spread through those birds, then it's occasionally being introduced into the domestic bird populations. And so whether they're talking about chickens, turkeys, domestic ducks, those sorts of species. What we know about the virus is that it's similar and very related to a virus that's been circulating in Europe for a while. It looks like we've had a couple introductions of that virus into North America, probably via wild birds across the North Atlantic. And then it's spread down the Atlantic flyway along the eastern seaboard, and now we're seeing it spread west across the country, affecting poultry populations in many states.
So it's clearly very contagious. Just how contagious is it? How fast does it spread?
Yeah, we're seeing it spread quite rapidly. I mean, this is a short time span of the first introductions a few months ago, and now we're looking at it in 30 states, introductions into multiple poultry operations, and this is distinctly different than what we saw with 2015, which was probably one of our more recent introductions of high path avian influenza. In that case, we didn't have the geographic spread. We didn't have the widespread that we're seeing in the various poultry species affected. This time we're seeing layers, broilers, turkeys, domestic ducks, and we're seeing that those introductions occur in everything from large commercial facilities down to small backyard flocks. So not only is the geographic spread different this time, we also have a wider species affected this time as well.
Well, there's obviously an economic aspect of this. I mean, it was just Easter this weekend, and people maybe couldn't find those turkeys at the stores. They were paying a lot higher prices for eggs. You know, how fatal is this, and do you think it could end anytime soon or just get worse?
Yeah, so it's certainly right. We certainly have fewer birds in production today due to this. It certainly can cause severe disease in some species, especially our domestic birds. And the primary method of controlling it is eliminating infected flocks. And so that's going to decrease how many birds we have in production across the country. When's it going to come to an end is a really great question that we really don't know at this point. This is a novel virus to North America, and so as it's spreading through the wild bird population, we're going to have to wait and see how it plays out. Does it burn out within the wild bird population, or will it stay endemic, potentially change, and then be a continued threat? At this point, we don't know. Obviously, it's still spreading through wild birds today, but as we head into summer, we may see a change in that disease transmission.
What can they do to help this? Any of these farmers, can they give certain medicines? You know, what's the next step for them to prohibit?
Yeah, right now it really isn't a treatable disease. We try to control spread once it's been introduced. We're urging all poultry producers, and that's everything from commercial flocks down to folks with a few chickens in their backyard, to really intensify their biosecurity practices. Think about those introduction points, and we're really thinking about where might it come from infected wild birds. And so we have to think about if we've got outdoor production systems, how are we going to keep wild birds out? Everything from feed, water, visitors, right, are all things we have to consider at this point. So it's really a blanket wide urge to all poultry producers to increase their biosecurity practices and stay vigilant, so that if we do get signs of disease, we can try to control it as soon as possible and not spread it to other flocks.
Right. Well, we're obviously concerned about all of the animals out there, but what is the transmissibility to humans? Can humans also get it?
Yeah, to date, that's been a very low risk. As we look, this viruses or similar virus has been in Europe for a while with very, very low amount of transmission to humans. Likewise, in the U.S., we haven't seen any bird to human transmission of this virus, and so we're classifying it as a rather low risk. As we look to the consumer, it's an even lower risk. Transmission through poultry products would be pretty rare, and any negligible risk that was there could really be mitigated through normal safe food handling and proper cooking of poultry and eggs.
Well, with this being novel, anything that you're going to be watching and researching as this continues to spread, because the story really has just developed over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, so from our standpoint, we're really looking at the natural history of it in the wild birds and trying to understand and predict, what's going to happen with that virus. What do we see long term? Obviously, we've got a major issue to poultry production right now, but whenever we have a pathogen set up in a natural host, that's a wildlife host, we have to consider, right, we don't really have control of that host species, and so we're going to have to try to understand how the virus is going to behave in that species, which will then influence what we have, the health of our production animals long term.
Any last thoughts on this, Andrew, as you really are the expert?
Yeah, I think this is a really unique virus for us. It's different than what we've seen previously, and so it's really hard to know how we're going to come out of this in the end. But we know we're amplifying those biosecurity procedures, and I think we've got poultry producers taking the right steps to try to protect those flocks.
All right, Andrew Bowman, an assistant professor at OSU. We appreciate you, and we'll talk to you soon.
Great, thanks.
We're going to take one more break here as we are tracking the top stories of the day. And speaking of animals here, this is kind of a sad story because we're getting a little new information in Lyoya, Illinois. This is where a semi-truck has overturned and now cattle have been stranded here. Possibly a few of them, unfortunately, have died in the accident with the semi-truck that was overturned, and possibly a person too. We're still trying to get some of this confirmed here. This is all just very preliminary, but the freeway completely shut off eastbound, I believe, here. We just got these aerial pictures within the past 30 minutes or so as they got word that there was cattle stranded on the road. You never like to see that, kind of a scary situation. So we'll try to get some more info for you. But before the break, let's just take you kind of around the country, across the country. We're just listening in to the press secretary, John Kirby, out of the Pentagon there. We'll listen in back to what his latest updates are when it comes to U.S. assistance to Ukraine, U.S. involvement with Ukraine, possible new sanctions. Also a beautiful shot of New York City here as we are following all of the latest reaction on the mask mandate news, as mask mandates have been lifted for public transportation, although some states and some airports still keeping those mask mandates. So you really just have to stay up to date with all of that here. The best way to do that is stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.
We have seen no reason to change our strategic deterrent posture, and we're comfortable, remain comfortable that we have the ability, if required, to defend the homeland, our allies and our partners with the current strategic deterrent posture that we have in place. But it is not something that we ever take for granted. Even before Mr. Putin decided to invade Ukraine, it's the kind of thing that we're constantly monitoring. I mean, that is it's a.
Would you say that the Secretary's monitoring of the Russia situation has perhaps, I don't know, stepped up, increased since the invasion and Putin's rhetoric?
I think clearly we took note of what Mr. Putin said in the early days of this invasion. I think it's also important to add that there hasn't been a lot more of that rhetoric following that initial salvo in the early days. But yes, look, in light of what's going on in Ukraine, and certainly in light of the early rhetoric, we are actively monitoring every single day. And even today, the Secretary remains comfortable that we have an appropriate strategic deterrent posture in place, and there's no need to make any changes to it.
Up on a different subject, going back to Bob's very first question, I think. You said that you have a training plan for the artillery and that you were beginning to execute it. So can we conclude from that that training has begun?
No, you cannot.
Why not?
Because it hasn't.
Training has not begun?
No.
Okay, thank you.
But I think we'll be making progress here in very short order. Tom.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon. 2 questions, please. On the unmanned coastal defense weapons that are being sent over, without getting into any security details, are there mechanisms to prevent them from, if they're captured by the Russians being able to reverse engineer them? That's my first question.
I don't even know how I could answer that question. I mean, we're going to give these capabilities to the Ukrainians so that they can use them to help defend their coasts. That's our focus. That's our attention right now. I'm not going to talk about a hypothetical capture by the Russians and what that would do or what that would mean.
Okay. Well, it might be something that happens as hypothetical in wartime. You plan.
I know, Tom, but we could hypothesize all day about things that haven't happened and might happen, and I just don't want to. I don't think that's a good use of our time.
Okay. How about this one? My second question: in the inventory that we're sending over, how many systems like the howitzers or artillery are close enough for the Ukrainians to train on, and how many things do we have, like you just mentioned, like the tanks? Our tanks are not even near what they can do. Would you say most of the stuff we send over, the Ukrainians can use without training, or how limited?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, and that's been the case over now more than $3 billion worth of material and assistance. The vast majority has required no additional training by the Ukrainians. I mean, let's just take a look here, right? We did a little bit of training on the Switchblade because that's not a UAV they know how to use. It's also not a very difficult one to use. We're going to get some training for a small number of Ukrainians on the howitzers and the 155 artillery because they don't use that caliber and they don't have in their stocks American howitzers. But as I said the other day, artillery pieces are not all that radically different from one another, and we don't think it's going to take very long for them to go through the training on that. We're looking at to the degree to which we need to familiarize them with these radar systems, these portable radar systems that we're going to flow over. We don't have all that nailed down yet, but we're looking at that. We also don't think that's going to require a whole heck of a lot of time. And we have already done some training with the Ukrainians that were here in the States before, who got the Switchblade training, also got training on these coastal defense systems. So they are ready to receive those. We're doing the best we can to focus on, A, the kinds of capabilities we know they need and that they say they want and are using. B, secondary to that, to try to get them systems that they don't need a lot of startup time for, that they can put in the field almost immediately. And short of that, where we can't meet one or two, to be able to provide some level of familiarization and or training as required. But as I've said many times, we know that the time is not our friend, and the clock is a bit of an enemy here too. So I think we can be forgiven for wanting to make sure that we get stuff to them that they can use quickly and effectively in the field. And if there is a training component, that it can be as short as possible, so that they are not distracted by the fight they're in terms of training and education. Yeah. In the back.
Oh, thank you, John. In Ukraine, everyone's attention, everyone's thoughts are about the situation in Mariupol on Azovstal plant right now, and about Ukrainian military and possibly civilians blocked there. So could you share your understanding of the situation there? And secondly, what's your assessment about the strategy Russia might use there?
You're talking about Mariupol?
Yes, sir.
Look, as you know, I'm careful not to detail battlefield tactics here because we're not on the ground. And so our visibility is, quite frankly, somewhat limited. Our assessment is that Mariupol still remains contested, that the Russians have not taken it, that the Ukrainians are still fighting for it, that there has been a lot of devastation in Mariupol caused by the airstrikes and the artillery strikes that the Russians continue to rain down on the city. The Ukrainians obviously want to keep Mariupol, and for good reason. It's their city, and they're fighting bravely for it. I'm not going to speculate about how much longer it will hold out, and frankly, we're not willing to accept what some critics say is the inevitability of it falling. They didn't take Kyiv either. They didn't take Chernihiv, and the Ukrainians continue to fight over Mariupol. Now, look, why the Russians want it? Again, I'm not inside the strategists' heads there in Moscow. But if you just look at geography, you can see the importance of Mariupol to what the Russians themselves have said is a goal, which is a land bridge to Crimea, from the Donbass down to Crimea, as well as the ability to close off, to pinch off Ukrainian forces in the Donbass. They've already said they're going to focus their efforts on the Donbass specifically. This is an area of the country that they have been fighting over for 8 years, and the Russians have said themselves they're going to prioritize that. If that is your geographic goal, then there is a logic that follows that Mariupol could be important to that because it lies at the southern end of that part of Ukraine. Okay? David?
Just before we came in here, the wires were moving the stories that the president had just told reporters he was going to be sending more artillery. So I want to give you a chance to tell us more about that, but I also want to ask you, why is this being done in slices? If you knew when you did the 18 howitzers that wasn't going to be enough, why wait another week if, as you say, time is working against you?
Because time is working against us, David. I mean, so first of all, a couple of things. One, everything we're sending is a result of iterative conversations that we're having with the Ukrainians, literally in real time, about what they need and what we can provide. And we do the best we can with each package to tailor it to the need at the time. And now the need has changed because now the war has changed because now the Russians have prioritized the Donbass area, and that's a whole different level of fighting, a whole different type of fighting. And last Wednesday was when the president announced $800 million to include 18 howitzers. And we never said at the time, David, and I'm not saying today, and you heard the president himself today, that that's the end-all, be-all, sum total of everything we're going to do. We have said, and we've acknowledged, that fighting in the Donbass is going to require an effort for both sides on long-range fires, which means for both sides artillery. We've noticed that the Russians have moved in artillery support into the Donbass, and it follows that the Ukrainians would want artillery support. I don't have any future packages or shipments to speak to today. You know that I'm not going to get ahead of that. But as I answered to Tara, it is certainly within the realm of the possible that the Ukrainians will want additional artillery systems and additional artillery rounds, and we will have those conversations with them. And we will, if that's the need, we'll do everything we can to meet it.
So last week, the Ukrainians told the United States, we only need 18 howitzers.
No.
Only need 40,000 rounds.
No. They said they needed artillery support, and just like in every other package, we take a look at what capabilities they're asking for, what do we have immediately in the inventory that we can get there quickly, And what we came up with in this package was 18 howitzers and 40,000 rounds, but it doesn't mean it's the sum total. And to your question about why we're slicing this, I find that interesting, because if we were to, let's just say that we followed the alternative logic, and at the very beginning of the invasion, we just said, here's everything in the shoebox, let's just send it over there. Well, what if everything in the shoebox doesn't fit the fight that they're in? So you tailor each package based on the fight that they're in and what's going on at the time. You also have to tailor your packages, David, on what they can absorb on their end. I mean, they understand they have absorption issues too that they have to deal with. So you don't want to flow everything you got, the whole kitchen sink in there, and then have them have nowhere to put them, nowhere to store them temporarily, nowhere to move them to, and nowhere to put them in the fight. So you have to do this smartly, and that means doing it in chunks and phases based on what their needs are in the moment. It would be irresponsible for us not to do it that way. Sylvie.
Hello, John. I have two questions. A European official said this morning that there could be up to 20,000 foreign fighters and Wagner's employees fighting for Russia in Ukraine. Is it a number you find plausible?
I've not seen that number. We know that the Russians have tried to recruit foreign fighters, particularly out of Syria. And the Wagner group, we know, also has been interested in pulling people from elsewhere, like from North Africa. The Russians themselves said they were going to recruit 16,000 Syrians. We don't know whether they actually achieved that goal or how close they got to it, and how many foreign fighters there might be in Ukraine. We just don't have a good count.
And you said earlier that the Ukrainians have now more fighter aircraft than they had 2 weeks ago. Can you give us
more operable fighter aircraft than they had 2 weeks ago?
So can you give us an idea of did they receive more, and an idea of how many dozens?
I would just say, without getting into what other nations are providing, that they have received additional platforms and parts to be able to increase their fleet size, their aircraft fleet size. I think I'd leave it at that. Platforms and parts.
What is a platform?
Platform is an airplane in this case. They have received additional aircraft and aircraft parts to help them, get more aircraft in the air. Yeah.
Thanks, John. I want to follow up on U.S. security aid to Ukraine. I think you said the total is like $3 billion now. And the expectation it would be that Congress is going to replenish those funds. Can you say where that is, like how much has been reimbursed so far, how much you're still looking to get back, and do you have any specific timeline when you would need
I don't,
that?
Unfortunately, not today. I'll try to take the question for you and get back to you on that. Nancy?
Thank you. I just want to follow up on a couple of earlier questions. David had asked you earlier about some comments the President made earlier today about more artillery going to Ukraine, if you could provide some details about that. And then on the additional platform...
I thought I did.
Did you?
I thought my answer was pretty comprehensive, no?
Really?
I thought you did, but
You didn't think I did either?
provide details?
Yeah.
On the next package?
Yeah.
Not,
I told you I'm not going to do that. I specifically said I'm not going to get ahead of future announcements. Look, look, we're constantly looking at what we can do to help the Ukrainians. I don't have any additional announcements to make today on any further drawdown packages, but I certainly would not rule out the possibility of additional drawdown package authorities being granted to DoD to pull from our inventories, and I certainly wouldn't, as I said to Tara, if the Ukrainians desire more artillery support, then we're going to do what we can to flow additional artillery support. But I'm not going to get ahead of decisions that haven't been announced. So I'd leave it at that.
And then could you clarify, when you talked about additional platforms and parts, were any of those provided or transported by the United States?
No. I mean, I would say we certainly have helped with the transshipment of some additional spare parts that have helped with their aircraft needs, but we have not transported whole aircraft. Yeah.
Can you talk to us a little bit about any updates that you have visibility into the use of chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine? There have been some reports just recently, the last 2 days, about the use of sarin in Bilka, perhaps, evidence on the ground of ampules and things like that?
No, we don't have any indications that chemical or biological weapons have been used in Ukraine.
And what's the state of the PPE that was being sent over to them, the personal protective equipment, to help them in case of any sort of attack?
It's
like
part
that?
of it, it's part of this $800 million package that we are still working on, guys. I mean, it only got announced on the 13th. The first shipment went in 2 days later. There are multiple shipments going. I'm not going to get into an inventory list on every given day of every article, but their personal protective equipment will be part of that $800 million. Yeah. Let me get to the phones here. I haven't gotten anybody. Idris?
Thanks, John. Over the past couple of days, Russia and their defense ministry has made a couple of statements about them targeting Western and U.S. weapons. Just wanted to check in. Have you seen any Western or U.S. weapons hit in Ukraine by Russia, or even targeted?
Seen we have no indications that any Western equipment or shipments have been hit or deterred by the Russians. The strikes in Lviv, again, we don't know exactly what the Russian targeting logic is here. We just can't get inside their heads on every airstrike that they're conducting, but it is possible that the strikes they conducted in Lviv were meant to try to affect inventory levels of material and weapons that the Ukrainians may have had, but I've got no confirmation to that. I can't say for sure that was what they were targeting, and we have no indication that any weapons or systems that we were sending in or other countries were sending in were hit or disrupted. Court.
You actually kind of answered at the end there, but so you're saying that it's possible that the strikes in Lviv may have...
It's possible that that's what they were trying to do, but it's an open question whether it was successful. We have no indication that there's been any impact.
Is there any concern? I mean, it's pretty remarkable at this point that they haven't actually been able to stop or deter any of these weapon shipments that we've heard about, especially as they've been accelerating and there's, half dozen or whatever that are going in a day or more. Is there a concern that might be more of a goal for them in the days going forward? And is there anything that's being done to mitigate that?
It has been a concern for us since the moment we started helping flow material into Ukraine. And that is why we don't talk about the routes. We don't talk even about the locations in the theater where the shipments are arriving. And it's why we're being very judicious about how material is getting into Ukraine, because it's been a concern since the very, very beginning. Yeah. Barb, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you so much. I would like to go back to David's question. You seem to lay out, with your reasoning, very much a case that, in fact, security assistance is being done phased, is being done in slices, is being done piecemeal. If I could just finish. You lay out, thank you, I appreciate it. You lay out a very comprehensive case of U.S. strategy for doing it that way in order to make it, in the view of the U.S., the most efficient for the Ukrainians to be able to take advantage of these sequential shipments. But President Zelensky, since the very beginning, I just want to close the loop. President Zelensky, since the very beginning, has basically begged the world for as much in weaponry as fast, and I know you say you're doing it as fast as you can, but as fast as it can be gotten to Ukraine's fighters. So the The Russian strategies, everybody knew they were going to go into Donbass. That was not a secret. I'm just wondering if you're looking at this and from this point forward, perhaps looking at a different way of doing this other than in these slices or phases.
Yeah.
Is there another way to do it?
Let me push back on this verb of slicing it, because I don't think that's an accurate way of putting it. It's not about slicing. It is about packaging this, and it's about doing it in a way that accurately and most effectively meets the needs of the Ukrainians in the moment and on the ground and in the fight that they're in. And that fight has changed. You said it was fairly obvious to everybody that they were going to focus on the Donbass. Well, Barb, maybe you have better intelligence than we do. It wasn't obvious to everybody that that was what they were going to eventually end up going to. If you remember, back on the 27th of February, they were attacking Ukraine along 3 main lines of axis. And one of them, and the one that everybody here was all worried about, as around the world was worried about, was Kyiv. And there was all this discussion about how fast Kyiv was going to fall and when.
So some major pushback from the press secretary, John Kirby, at the Pentagon briefing today, as there's a lot of reporter questions as to what assistance the U.S. is going to give to Ukraine as escalation continues out there, Russian escalation. He said that there's going to be new sanctions, but not really going into further detail on that. We're going to get back into the press conference in just a little bit here. Want to check in on this live look, though, out in Joliet, Illinois, where cattle have been stranded for a little bit here after a semi-truck overturned. We've had up for you in a box that overturned semi-truck, and it did not look good, completely smashed in the front. But now, luckily, a trailer has rolled up, and they are going to try to get some of those cattle in there off to safety. So good news, and we'll keep that up for you in a box here. But we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, a story that is happening nationwide as many people decided to skip out on the doctor's office amid the pandemic. Well, now hospitals seeing a surge of patients, and many of them with pretty escalated situations, health situations. So we'll be speaking with our reporter who was able to talk with some of those doctors in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Doctors across the country are now seeing more and more patients who chose to avoid the hospital during the pandemic. Fox's Joy Addison joining us live now with the situation underway, Joy. And a lot of these doctors say some of those situations that patients are in have vastly escalated because they waited so long. Isn't that right?
Hi, Daytona. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Doctors say that over the past 2 years, some people avoided hospitals for regular checkups or even for minor health care issues. And now some of those people are coming back with very serious health issues. Doctors are reporting a backlog in the hospital system, and it's putting a strain on the hospital system that was already struggling during the pandemic.
It happened, and then I stopped, and then I don't want to deal with it because it's like COVID out, you know.
Nalantha Fetters recently found out she has a hole in her heart. She's supposed to get regular checkups, but she, like many others, avoided hospitals during the pandemic.
I'm scared.
From my patients' experience, a lot of them have foregone their PCP or their primary care physician visits because of the pandemic.
Dr. Carlos Encarnacion says neglecting health care in this case led to him performing an emergency triple bypass surgery on Fetters.
Had she waited longer than what she did, she potentially would have gone into a heart failure.
According to the American Heart Association, during the first year of the pandemic, the overall risk for dying from heart disease rose to just over 4%, and the risk of dying from a stroke also rose over 6%. The research shows this is a direct result of neglecting healthcare checkups during the pandemic.
People are coming in later for screening cancers. Those cancers are more advanced. People are coming in later for control of their blood pressure, and that's creating more advanced heart disease that we're now working to correct.
And Dr. Encarnacion says this game of catch-up is challenging the healthcare system.
The amount of influx of patients back into the system, back into the healthcare, and the strained healthcare workforce together is creating a little bit of a backlog.
A backlog hospitals and medical organizations are working to clear and prevent in the future.
I had to work really hard to help people be assured that hospitals and clinics are safe, that we're there to help them. And we need people to continue to see their doctors.
Both doctors and the American Heart Association say that virtual healthcare visits are helping to clear some of this backlog, and they recommend those for any type of patient who has some type of hesitation about coming into a hospital. Daytona?
Yeah, and there was a lot of people who were like that, and it's obviously not just cardiologists who are dealing with this, even dentists. I remember so many stories about people not being able to go into the dentist and now having to go back, and they're dealing with it too. So you said there's possible backlogs. There are backlogs. How bad are they? How long are some of these patients having to wait to get in for an appointment?
Thankfully, the hospital that I spoke with has control of the amount of patients that they're seeing, but I spoke with the surgeon who typically does emergency surgery, and now he said that he has surgery scheduled out for the next couple of months. It's just not typical.
Wow. All right. Fox's Joy Addison reporting live for us. Thank you so much for this story.
Thank you, Daytona.
And we want to check back in with this breaking news out of Illinois here, as we were showing you. They were trying to urge these cattle to get into a trailer that has since shown up on this Illinois highway, but unfortunately many of them running off, roaming away, and now are scattered. They're trying to get this under control here, get those cattle, lead them off to safety. They're in the bushes, trying to get away, clearly a little spooked, a little scared. Just a sad situation after their semi-truck that they were being held in overturned on the freeway, causing quite the backup for Illinois drivers there. This is outside of Chicago, if you're not familiar with Joliet, Illinois. We're going to keep this live look for you up in a box. We're going to finish out the press conference for you with John Kirby, the press secretary for the Pentagon here, as reporters asking some tough questions about next steps from the United States when it comes to assistance to Ukraine, as communication is still underway between President Zelensky and President Biden.
The world was worried about was Kyiv. And there was all this discussion about how fast Kyiv was going to fall and when were the Russians going to take it and how inevitable it was that Kyiv was going to fall. And it didn't. And you know, one of the reasons it didn't was because we flowed in a lot of javelins. And other countries flowed in other capabilities to help them stop the Russian advance. They failed because they didn't properly plan for logistics and sustainment. They made mistakes of their own. And so the systems that we gave them, we and other nations gave them, helped them in the battle for Kyiv and helped force the Russians to stop their advance. That was the focus for the moment, and it was rightly the focus for the moment. Okay, now it's the middle of April. The Russians have had to recalibrate. They've had to change their strategy. They've said it publicly themselves. You're seeing it on the ground. They're focusing on the Donbass. That is a different terrain. That is a different fight. It requires different capabilities for both sides. And so in our iterative conversations with the Ukrainians, they have said, now that we're focusing on the Donbass, now that we know that's where the fight is coming, we really need fill in the blank, right? And artillery was one of those fills in the blanks, and so that's why we're focusing on this. And that's the right way to do this, because the war does change over time, and it would be foolish for us to just throw the kitchen sink at them and then not have any flexibility as the war changes to make changes in the moment. Now, I understand President Zelensky wants as much as he can, as fast as he can, too. I mean, his country's under siege. It's under attack. I perfectly understand that. But we've got to make sure that we're helping him in the most effective way, and we believe we are. And we'll see what what future packages look like. But I guarantee you, whatever they look like, they're going to be tailored based on the Ukrainians' needs in the moment and what they most require.
And do you feel that Ukraine can continue to wait while the Pentagon and the suppliers that you work with around the world can contemplate these moments as they emerge? I'm just asking if there's a different way that you might be thinking about doing business.
We're always wanting to improve. I mean, nobody's going to stand up here and say we do everything perfectly every single time. And if there's a way to get more stuff there faster, we'll stay open to that. Absolutely. Nobody's boasting here. Nobody's patting ourselves on the back. But let me just stress again, the incredible speed and scale with which material is getting over there. In recent memory, in recent history, truly unprecedented, and that is not an exaggeration. From the time, as I said, the president authorized this latest $800 million on the 13th of April, 48 hours later, on the 15th, the first plane was taken off with stuff in that package. And we're still completing prior packages of things that are still getting in there. So every single day at these transshipment sites in Europe, there's somewhere on the neighborhood of 8 to 10 flights coming in. And they're not all U.S. flights, and they're not all coming from America, but 8 to 10 flights. And every single day, Barb, that material is getting put on pallets and put on ground delivery transportation means and getting into Ukraine via a various amount of routes.
But a week ago, you knew that Donbass was the target. You might not have known.
And a week ago, we were talking to the Ukrainians about what they would need as that fight was following up.
They laid out well, you're going to say that you won't answer this, but
go ahead, try me.
Yeah, I will. But have they laid out to you, even if you don't want to say what it is, have they laid out to you the next phase of what they think they need? And are you hearing that they are satisfied with a phased approach? If not sliced, it is phased.
I would tell you that we are having constant discussions with the Ukrainians. I don't want to leave you or anybody else with the impression that it is, as David described, sliced like a piece of cake, like, okay, this is what you're going to get, and then we don't talk to them again until the next piece of cake is needed. We're talking to them all the time. So even after we arranged for this $800 million security package. In fact, even as that discussion was going on and those decisions were being made and the sourcing was being done, we were having discussions with Ukrainians about future needs and what that might look like. And those discussions have happened since the 13th of April, and we'll see where it goes. I'm not going to get ahead of decisions that haven't been announced yet. But it is a constant conversation that we're having with them. It's not just slice one and be done and wait for the next one. And we hang up the phone and don't talk to each other for a few days until there's another acute need. That's not how this is going. It's a constant conversation. Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
you so much. My question is also about the U.S. security assistance to Ukraine. So as you mentioned, if there is an additional request from Ukraine for additional weapons, so how could U.S. manage and balance between the security need for Ukraine and the risk of escalation in light of Russia's threat to destroy Western weapons?
I don't know if I completely understand the question, but if you're asking me how we're...
Between the risk of escalation and
Risk of
the security
escalation. Yeah, look, I've talked about this before. I mean, our main focus is on helping Ukraine defend itself. And that means talking to them about what their needs are. And if it's a need we can meet, or we know somebody else can meet, we'll do that. The Secretary's literally on the phone every day talking to allies and partners, including this day, and will include tomorrow and Thursday and Friday to talk to allies and partners about these needs. And if it's a need we can't meet, or we can't meet soon enough, then maybe an ally or partner can. And he's having those active discussions literally every single day. And look, of course, as the Secretary of Defense, he has to think about escalation management. That's his job. It would be irresponsible for him not to. When you're talking about a guy like Mr. Putin with his reputation and the fact that he has nuclear capabilities and also has a significant amount of combat capability still available to him in Ukraine, it would be foolhardy. And in fact, it would be, again, I said, irresponsible if we weren't also thinking about escalation management. So that's a balance that the Secretary has to strike every day. But the focus is and will remain on helping Ukraine defend itself. Yeah.
John, on Russian resupply efforts, there was discussion yesterday that Western sanctions were hampering precision-guided munitions. President Zelensky mentioned that was broader than maybe even helicopters and other type of equipment. What is your sense beyond Western sanctions of the Russian military's ability to resupply itself as it gears up for this next phase?
Beyond the sanctions. Mm-hmm. Well,
including sanctions as well. I mean, it's, generally its ability to resupply itself.
Yeah. Mr. Putin still has a lot of his inventory available to him. Some of it's been depleted. Some of it's been destroyed. Some of it's been captured. But he still has a lot of combat capability available to him. And I think it's important for us to just remember that. I couldn't tell you, I don't know specifically what concerns they might have in Russia about supply chain issues and their own defense industrial base and how well it can replenish the inventory that he's gone through. But one would have to assume that they're thinking about that, because even though they have a lot left to them, they've gone through a lot. And it's our belief that some of the sanctions levied against Russia will have a downstream effect on their ability to procure certain items and components to help them with their inventory and their stocks. Precision-guided munitions is a good example of that. But I don't want to overstate that right now. Mr. Putin still has quite a bit of combat capability and inventory available to him.
And a couple of months ago, ahead of the initial invasion, there was an awful lot of talk about the consequences of the weather and freezing. And as this phase in the Donbass begins to ramp up, what's your sense of what Russia's capability could be, given that we're well past the ground freezing there, and the inability, even with the ground frozen, for them to maneuver outside of roadways?
Yeah, I think it's weather's always a factor in war, and the spring weather it has. We know it's been a factor for frankly for both sides, even just this week. The ground as it is makes it harder for them to operate off of paved roads and highways. Doesn't make it impossible, because they do have tracked vehicles, but it does make it more difficult. Again, I think taking 10 steps back and just remembering, I know I say this all the time, but I think it's important to keep foot stomping it. This is an area of Ukraine that they have literally been fighting over now for 8 years. Both sides know the terrain. They know where the roads are. They know where they're not. They know the population centers, and both sides are doing what they can to achieve their own goals in the Donbass. But this is not a part of Ukraine that's alien to them, the way the north part of Ukraine and around Chernihiv and Kyiv was in terms of operational maneuver. This is a part of Ukraine that they understand well.
I don't know Ukraine. What's going on after that?
A non-Ukraine? Let me just get through. I got a couple more on the phone and then come back to you.
Thank you.
Kelly from News Nation.
Hey, John, thanks for taking my question. Some of my other ones were asked already, so I will. I have one on a separate topic that I wanted to ask you about, just in terms of any more specifics on the deaths of the sailors assigned to the USS George Washington. Any connection on those deaths?
I would refer you to the Navy, Kelly. My understanding from speaking to Navy officials this morning is that, I mean, obviously they're still investigating these deaths. I don't believe that they are aware of any indications that they are related, but that's what they would believe right now, and I want to, I think we need to give them time to properly investigate these deaths. And I would just add that all of us here at the Department of Defense, our thoughts and prayers go out to the families for those sailors who are now no longer in the ranks. I mean, these are now going to be families getting worst possible news and dealing with unspeakable grief, and I just think it's important that they know that the Department of Defense, the Secretary, will give them all the support that they deserve. Heather from USNI.
Thank you so much. I was wondering if there's any update on the Mosca in terms of the number of crew that might have survived, or a number of those who might have perished in the sinking.
And I don't think, Heather, that we'll ever know perfectly how many sailors perished aboard the ship and how many survived. I mean, just in general, we do not believe that every member of the crew survived, but how they perished, how many perished, we just don't know. Tom.
Thanks, John. After focusing on the South China Sea, China now is increasing its activity in the East China Sea, and the Japanese have, for the last 3-4 days, have expressed great concern about the Yonaguni Islands, which are very close to Taiwan, where the U.S. used to have a military presence. Is it possible, would that be possible for the U.S. to reconsider? I know it's speculation, but I mean, they were there once before, but given the state of the Japanese Constitution, which limits their military ability, to consider reinforcing the Japanese have asked?
I don't have any decisions like that to speak to, Tom. I mean, obviously, Japan is a treaty ally. We take our responsibilities for their self-defense very, very seriously, but I'm not aware of any discussions or conversations here at the Department of changing the posture with respect to the East China Sea.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, I got to go. I'll take one more. Go ahead.
Just jumping on Tom's bandwagon here, there have been discussions in Europe ongoing now about concerns of China's increasing influence. Where on the spectrum of intensity and time sensitivity do you see that kind of worry?
I think we've long been concerned about China's growing influence around the world, to include Europe. And I would, note that it's not just the United States, but our NATO allies are likewise concerned. At the Defense Ministerial earlier this year, not the last one, but back in the fall, for the first time, NATO defense ministers put concerns about China in the communique at the end of the Defense Ministerial. So it's a concern that many nations have about growing Chinese influence that is inimical to many of their own national security goals and objectives. And it's not just there. It's in Africa. It's in South America. I mean, the Chinese continue to try to bully and intimidate their way into pursuing their own selfish national security interests at the expense of populations all around the world.
As you see them using the focus now on Ukraine, justly so, do you see this as an opportunity? They're taking advantage of an opportunity here to sort of intensify their activities, or?
I don't know that they're necessarily, you can pin this kind of behavior just on what's going on in Ukraine, or that they somehow view that the rest of the world is distracted by Ukraine. I mean, this has been a consistent play by the Chinese for the last several years. Okay, thanks everybody.
So there we have it, the Pentagon press briefing in full there with the press secretary. We want to move along to one of the other big talkers of the day, though, mask mandates, as there's still uncertainty and confusion as to if you can wear your mask or if you're required to wear your mask or you're not when you're on an airplane. We'll get into that after this commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Going into the big talker of the day, there's uncertainty surrounding a federal judge's ruling against the national mask mandate. Some are eager to toss out the mask altogether, while others are hesitant to do so. Now, all eyes are pointed at the White House on whether or not they're going to challenge this decision. Fox's Madeline Rivera with more.
Woohoo! I don't want to wear this anymore. I feel like they probably should still be required because COVID hasn't necessarily left us yet.
Throughout the country, mixed reactions to a Trump-appointed federal judge's decision to strike down the national mask mandate on public transportation. Still, several companies from airlines to Uber and Amtrak are quickly tossing out their mask requirements for the first time in nearly 2 years.
Hopefully masks will be a thing of the past.
But not everyone agrees. O'Hare International Airport in Chicago, for instance, is keeping its masking rules. The patchwork of policies likely raising confusion for many.
I think we're actually unfortunately going to see still some chaos involved in these decisions, just because it's not the same decision across the board.
Last week, the CDC extended the mask mandate until May 3rd to allow for more time to study the BA2 variant, now the dominant strain as coronavirus cases rise in major cities. Still, while the White House has called the federal judge's ruling disappointing, it has not indicated whether it will challenge the decision.
Mr. President, should people continue to wear masks on planes?
That's up to them. I haven't spoken to the CDC yet.
Moderna, meanwhile, sharing some good news, announcing that preliminary data shows its updated booster shot provides increased protection against variants. The White House says the Department of Justice is reviewing the federal judge's decision and will ultimately decide whether to appeal. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And just in from the Department of Justice, they say that the DOJ and the CDC disagree with the district court's decision and will appeal, subject to the CDC's conclusion that the order remains necessary for public health. The department continues to believe that the order requiring masking in the transportation corridor is a valid exercise of the authority of Congress has given to CDC to protect the public health. They say that's an important authority the department will continue to work to preserve. So going on, they say they conclude that if the CDC says a mandatory order remains necessary for the public's health after that assessment, the DOJ will appeal the district court's decision. So this was a statement just released from the DOJ here about the mask mandate, as pretty much everyone is pointing towards the CDC and what they come to a conclusion with on whether or not they should continue this mask mandate or rescind it, as this federal judge has put forth this week. So a lot of confusion still. As of right now, we're hearing that you do not have to wear your mask on flights. There's certain airports that are requiring masks, and so it's just a little bit different from city to city, state to state. Always good to check in with your city's ordinance there. Well, we're going to continue along with some of the other news from President Biden. We know that, of course, Washington is dealing with an inflation problem, and how to fix it, parties are pretty split on. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard brings us the latest from D.C.
President Biden in New Hampshire Tuesday to again tout last year's bipartisan infrastructure bill. He's requiring any construction materials bought with money from the $1.2 trillion bill be American-made.
We now rank number 13 in the quality of our infrastructure. China's ahead of us. So many other countries have moved. Folks, this matters.
It's an effort to ramp up production in the U.S. and help ease supply chain pressure that has sent prices sky high and has economic experts concerned. Goldman Sachs now says there is a 35% chance of a recession in the next 2 years.
What the Fed should do is stop printing so much money and stabilize the dollar and let this thing work itself out.
Inflation is now at a 40-year high and is straining Americans' wallets.
There's no sign that inflation is slowing down. In fact, if anything, it's going stronger and stronger.
Senator Elizabeth Warren penned an op-ed in the New York Times warning fellow Democrats they need to make good on campaign promises to make the economy work better, or else they can expect a red wave in November. Republicans say they can turn the economy around if they take back Congress.
We wouldn't have dumped $2 trillion on the economy, and we wouldn't be suffering from record levels of inflation.
The Made in America material requirement will have some waivers if there's not enough supply available or if the price is too high. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And a live look from Capitol Hill right there. Lauren Blanchard kind of touching on this, but some Democrats growing increasingly more critical of President Biden just ahead of the midterm elections. Fox's Peter Ducey with more from the White House.
I blow the whistle. You guys start to roll the egg.
President Biden's party could get rolled by Republicans in November, according to fellow Democrat Elizabeth Warren, who writes, Democrats cannot bow to the wisdom of out-of-touch consultants who recommend we simply tout our accomplishments. But that is a big part of this president's pitch.
It's the fastest decline in unemployment to start a president's term ever recorded.
Warren continues, instead, Democrats need to deliver more of the president's agenda, or else we will not be in the majority much longer. Biden's approval in a recent Quinnipiac poll, just 33%.
I think the president's richly deserved his approval ratings, which are well below 40 now.
Some Democrats are breaking with the president in three big areas. On the economy, the Putin price hike is criticized by Senator Joe Manchin, who says, when will this end? It is a disservice to the American people to act as if inflation is a new phenomenon. On immigration, supporting COVID regulations on planes but lifting them at the border doesn't sit well with Senator Kyrsten Sinema. She says the administration's extension of public health emergency authorities proves the need to delay lifting Title 42 to protect the health and safety of Arizona communities and migrants. And on foreign policy, the president's promise to never send troops to Ukraine is something Biden ally Senator Chris Coons hopes he revisits.
I think the history of the 21st century turns on how fiercely we defend freedom in Ukraine, and that Putin will only stop when we stop him.
White House officials really didn't want the president talking about today's news, sending a staffer dressed as the Easter Bunny to block a question from a bystander at the Easter egg roll. The staffer there in the bunny suit is the same one you usually hear off camera shouting, "Thank you, thank you, thank you," to the press, trying to get them to leave Biden events. Our next chance to see the president will be tomorrow as he travels to first-in-the-nation primary state, New Hampshire, as questions about whether or not he runs for re-election remain. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
And as you heard from Peter right there, the president in New Hampshire today touting his bipartisan infrastructure legislation, saying he's going to help break up supply chain issues that have really sprung up during the pandemic. The president making this big announcement saying it will surely bring jobs to New Hampshire. Let's listen in.
Years ago said, everybody take a seat. It was in the evening. There were about 2,000 people out in a football field, and it was toward the end of a campaign. I said, have a seat. And they all looked at me like, we're standing, all of it. I couldn't see, but anyway, thank you very, very much. Look, it's great to be here in Portsmouth with your Senator, Maggie Hassan, who's been one of my friends for a long, long time, and to talk about investments we're making to modernize this port and create jobs and bring down the cost for families in the region of everyday life. Maggie was a key player in the infrastructure law, and it's making a difference here in New Hampshire, and I might add around the country. She made the case for high-speed internet everywhere in New Hampshire and, protecting New Hampshire's coastlines from rising sea levels and extreme storms, and for the investments in New Hampshire's roads and bridges, ports, and waterways. And Representative Chris Pappas, thank you for a passport into your district. Chris, where are you? There's Chris over here. Well, thanks for the passport, old buddy, into the district. I appreciate it. And he's a member of the committee that got this bill across the finish line. Getting big ideas in an actual bill is hard work, requiring getting into the real nitty-gritty details and without losing the big picture. I agree. I agree completely. By the way, kids are allowed to do anything they want when I speak, at all, so don't worry about it. And but Chris, thank you for all the work you did, and you did a hell of a lot of work to get this done. And always making the economic case for how clean water, access to the internet, rebuilding a bridge, investing in this port matters to your lives, the lives of your families, and quite frankly, to the entire region. And Representative Annie Custer, an old good friend of mine, it's good to see you as well, Annie. Thank you for everything. Annie and I have talked a lot about what we need to do to support New Hampshire's parents and give them just a little bit of breathing room, because sometimes things get tight. And even though she can't be here, I also wanted to recognize Jeannie Shaheen, who is well represented today by her husband, Billy, and the family. Billy, where are you? If I can only have one guy in the foxhole with me, I pick Billy. Good to see you, Billy. And I want to thank, and she's sitting next to us. She doesn't hold any office, but a really good friend of mine. Her mom used to be a significant political figure up here. It's great to see you, kiddo. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I also want to thank Chris and Maggie and Jean and Annie for all they did to prove that America can do big things when we work together. You know, we can build a better America. We're the only country in the world, I believe, that has come out of every crisis we faced stronger than when we went in. Literally stronger than we went in. That's the history of the journey of this country. And this port is a perfect example. A lot of important things come into these terminals, and particularly this one. From salt to de-ice roads, to 85% of the home heating oil used in this state. And a lot of important things go out of this port as well, like the massive reactor assemblies for nuclear power plants that are manufactured by Westinghouse Electric here in New Hampshire. Recently, this port has been an important link to more construction equipment and materials for a $2.3 billion project that I've authorized in Portsmouth Naval Shipyard. $2.3 billion, but it wouldn't happen without you all and what you've done. Now, I know they say the port's in Maine, but I've always thought it was in New Hampshire. But that's what Billy taught me. And where the Navy's nuclear-powered attack submarines are built as well and are stationed. Look, all in, this port supports over 2,300 jobs. 2,300 jobs, adds $275 million to this region's economy. And that's not even counting the more than 6,000 civilian contractors and jobs here over at the Navy Yard. Jobs in Maine, New Hampshire, and all around the region. But this port has even more potential than that. Until recently, the area in the harbor called the turning basin was only 800 feet long, and often meant that pilots had to turn around a 765-foot ship in 800 feet. I call that tough parallel parking, man. But seriously. And it meant that, you know, to be safe, some of the ships could only come in or sail out on high tide. They could only sail at night, or when they couldn't sail when there was too much wind. They couldn't, and because they get knocked off course. And here's why it matters. When you keep a ship in dock after the cargo has been delivered, it can cost $90,000 a day when that ship is in port. And those costs get passed on to you, consumers, whatever it happens to be. It also has been a problem for decades. But with an $18 million investment from the Army Corps of Engineers and the help of Maggie and Chris, the port and union labor, we widened that turning basin to 1,200 feet. We got it done. Now, it's easier, faster, and cheaper and safer for ships to get in and out. And the port can welcome larger ships, more cargo, like the massive towers and hubs needed for offshore wind farms. Look, we've also announced an additional $1.7 million investment into dredge, another tricky part of a shipping channel where the sands build up. Without that dredging project, the port might need more restrictions on what ships can and can't pass through this harbor. Instead of turning away business, we're sending a message. This port is open for business and will be for a long time. And we're sending the same message with our investments in roads and bridges here in New Hampshire. Back in November, Maggie, Chris, and Annie were with me when I visited PEMI, the PEMI Bridge in Woodstock, a couple of hours just northwest of here. The bridge opened in 1939. Not a big bridge, but it solved big problems. Local businesses depended on it. School buses crossed it every day. Without the bridge, the trucks on the other side of the river would have to take a 10-mile detour to get around to the other side of the river. Folks, when fires and emergencies, every single mile matters and counts how long it takes to get there. Right now, there are nearly 200 bridges deemed deficient in New Hampshire alone. There's about 315 such bridges in Maine. And many of these are less trafficked bridges that are essential to small towns and rural areas for farmers and small businesses. Let me give you an example. I was just in Pittsburgh not long ago, I guess a little over a month ago. And I got there the morning that one of its bridges collapsed. The bridge was built in 1939, if I'm not mistaken, and had been put on a list of being dangerous. It was about a 12-story drop from the middle of that bridge down to a small creek, and it was a ravine that covered about 300 yards. Had it not been a snow day before, there would have been a lot of school buses on that bridge. A lot of kids would have been killed. I'm not joking. You probably saw it on the front page of every paper in America. Well, guess what? It's happening all over the country. Fortunately, it didn't happen there. Fortunately, there was no one on the bridge. There were 4 vehicles. No one got killed. And, you know, when I was doing the Recovery Act in our last administration, Obama-Biden, I was in in Pennsylvania, in western Pennsylvania, a small town. And in the process, I looked at a bridge, and their fire department was on one side of the bridge, and literally from here to that holding tank outside here was the other side. There was a shopping center and a school. Well, guess what? There's fire. You couldn't get across the bridge. You had to go 10 miles to get around, go up over the bridge that could work, and get back down. People dying in that 10 miles of a fire truck getting there in the middle of a fire. This matters. So we're making historic investments in fixing $45 million to fix your bridges here in New Hampshire this year alone. You know, The last fellow had this job, kept talking about infrastructure week for 4 years. Well, we not only took your infrastructure, we have an infrastructure decade. This is going on. It's $1.2 billion. You know, we used to have the finest infrastructure in the world. We now rank number 13 in the quality of our infrastructure. China's ahead of us. So many other countries have moved. Folks, this matters. It matters our safety, our security, our health, and a whole range of other. Not only that, about 700 miles of highway in New Hampshire are in poor condition. It's estimated that the driving on those roads, those 700 miles, roughly 700 miles, that need repairs cost New Hampshire drivers at least an average of $476 a year extra in gas and repairs and longer commute times. That's a $476 hidden tax on New Hampshire drivers. Look, thanks to the infrastructure law, we're making the most significant investment in modernizing our roads and bridges since the interstate highway system was built with Eisenhower. We're also going to start to replace the 100%, all 100% of lead water pipes and service lines going into our homes and our schools. There are 10 million homes and 400,000 schools and preschools and daycare centers that have lead water pipes bringing the water in. Many of that causes mental illness, brain damage. It's really important. We're also going to address what they call PFAS. It's a dangerous forever chemicals that are a threat to drinking water here in New Hampshire and other states, something that Senator Shaheen has championed. Look, every American, every child should be able to turn on a faucet, drink clean water, which will also create thousands of good-paying jobs for plumbers, pipe fitters, and the folks digging those channels. And by the way, thanks to the American Rescue Plan, New Hampshire has already seen $150 million being put into drinking water, wastewater, and storm sewer projects in this state as I speak. Maggie, Chris, and Annie, we share a core belief. High-speed internet is essential to success in the 21st century. But even today, 1 in every 10 people in New Hampshire, 1 in 10 households, don't have high-speed internet. That's a lot of places where there's no broadband or infrastructure at all in New Hampshire. It's not just New Hampshire families, but for New Hampshire businesses as well. This law is going to make high-speed internet affordable and available everywhere in New Hampshire, Maine, and the region, urban, suburban, rural. It's going to create jobs. Thousands of union technicians are going to be laying down these broadband lines. And never again should a parent have to sit in their car in a McDonald's parking lot, literally, so that their child can get access to high-speed internet to do their homework over the internet, literally. Folks, look, the law also builds up our resilience to extreme weather. 15 years ago this week, this state experienced a second 100-year flood in a space of 11 months. Cars submerged, thousands of evacuations, people lost everything they owned twice. Our infrastructure law upgrades stormwater management systems, builds new transmission lines and towers so fewer will be flooded out in their homes or lose power in days and weeks because of these storms. There's so much more in this law. I'm not going to bore you with the rest of it, but it's significant. Look, we've made a lot of progress, and we have an incredible opportunity ahead of us. But we know what families are still struggling with higher prices. I grew up in a family where the price of gasoline went up at the pump was a discussion at the kitchen table because my dad, who was a good man, made a decent living, but it was always on the margins. Everything mattered. So let's be absolutely clear about why we have such high prices now. There are 2 reasons. First was COVID. The way the global economy works, if a factory in Vietnam makes computer chips and shuts down in Vietnam because of a COVID outbreak, it causes a ripple effect to slow down manufacturing in Detroit, where they need those semiconductors to build the automobiles. So because of the pandemic, we had disruptions in our supply of important materials. So prices went up. As I said, just look at automobiles. Last year alone, they accounted for 1/3 of all the inflation in America because the price went up because so fewer are being made. Automobile companies couldn't get the computer chips, and the price of automobiles skyrocketed. So I'm calling on Congress to pass the bipartisan innovation bill to make more of these chips here at home and speed the supply. Intel came to see me, the chairman of the board of Intel. He said, I want to be able to invest $20 billion to build the computer chips factories in just west of Cleveland. If, in fact, we get this other piece of legislation, which is passed one house and not the other, he's going to invest another $100 billion. $100 billion. You know what the average job, there's over 7,000 construction jobs and 3,800 full-time jobs. Average salary of the full-time jobs, and many of them are blue-collar jobs, are $126,000 a year. Things are changing. And the second big reason for inflation is Vladimir Putin. Not a joke. Putin's invasion of Ukraine has driven up gas prices and food prices all over the world. Two major bread baskets of wheat in the world were Ukraine and Russia. The United States is number 3, and Canada number 4. Well, we saw the most recent inflation data. Last month, about 70% of the increase in inflation was a consequence of Putin's price hike because of the impact on gas and energy prices. I'm doing everything I can to bring down the price to address Putin's price hike. That's why I authorized the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And I know the press is always asking me with good reason why I'm always on the phone talking with other world leaders, trying to keep them organized. Well, one of the things I did, went out and got a lot of other countries to agree that they would release petroleum from their SPRO reserves. So we work with the U.S. oil producers to ramp up the production. And we coordinated this release with our partners, allies around the world. And shortly after I made the announcement, another 30 countries agreed to 60 million additional barrels a day on the market. So now we have 240 million barrels a day for the next 6 months. That's the largest collective reserve release in history. Nations coming together to help deny Putin the ability to weaponize energy resources against American families and families in Europe and around the world. But there's more that need to be done. And Americans should already be seeing the savings. Although it's only gone down about 18 cents, the savings are starting. Beyond gas prices, I've called on Congress to move immediately to lower the cost of family utility bills, prescription drug bills, and more, while lowering the deficit and reducing inflation. That would make a big difference for families. We can do a lot of these things without raising a single penny on taxes of anyone making less than $400,000 a year. Nobody making less than $400,000 will see a single penny in their taxes raised. It's the best way Congress can address inflation right now. And folks, look, the fact is that we are in a situation where the war in Ukraine is going to continue to take its toll on the world economy. It's going to take its toll on energy, and it's going to take its toll relative to food. When I was running for office, you heard it 1,000 times from me, that we're going to build an economy around you. I'm so tired of trickle-down economics. I never found that trickled down on top of my head very much. I was listed, had the great pleasure of being listed as the poorest man in Congress for 36 years. I still had making a hell of a lot more money than anybody else because I was getting a senator's salary. No kidding. I didn't think you should make money while you're in office. But at any rate, the point of it is this. An awful lot of people are hurting. It makes a big difference. It makes a big difference. The cost of a dozen eggs, the cost of a gallon of gasoline. It matters. It matters. So I concluded when I ran this last time that we're going to build this economy from the bottom up and the middle out. Because when that happens, everybody does well. The wealthy do very well, and the poor have a ladder up, and the middle class has a little bit of breathing room. I grew up in a household where we lived in a split-level home, 3 bedrooms, 4 kids, Mom and Dad and Grandpapa live with us. And I remember one night, the walls were kind of thin. My dad was restless. Next morning when he went to work, I asked Mom what was the problem. She said, he just noticed his company just said no more, not going to cover health insurance anymore. It matters. These things matter to people. They matter to ordinary people. We can, in fact, provide for anyone who has type 1 diabetes or a child, or 200,000 kids who have it. They need that insulin every single day. Average cost is $647 a month, sometimes as low as $90 and as high as $1,000, depending where you are. You know how much it costs to make one of those vials of insulin? $10 dollars. Not a single change has been made in that insulin since it was first discovered. And so we can set that price at maximum of $35. They still make a significant profit. And what in God's name are we doing? Look, I'm a capitalist. I think people should be able to go out and make millions of dollars, even $1 billion if you can make it. But at least pay your fair share. Pay something. Pay something. By the way, I'm being deadly earnest. It's just, I come from the corporate capital of the world, Delaware. More corporations are incorporated in the state of Delaware than every other state in the nation combined. And I survived winning 7 Senate elections in that state. But here's the deal. The fact is, folks, that, there are 50 of the top 500 corporations in America last year that made a total of $40 billion in profit. They didn't pay one single penny. Not one. The average percent that billionaires pay, of the 790 of them, is about 3.8%. Just pay your fair share. We can do all these things. And by the way, one last thing. The budget I submitted, my first budget, it passed and became law. It cut the federal deficit by $350 billion. We cut the deficit $350 billion. And the budget I propose this year, if it comes to total fruition, will cut the deficit by $1.3 billion. So my Republican friends start talking about big spenders and the reason why there's inflation. Take a look. Take a look. We've cut the deficit drastically. So look, we're making progress. Over the course of my presidency, our recovery so far has created 7.9 million new jobs. More jobs created over the first 14 months than any president ever. Over 420,000 manufacturing jobs. Unemployment rate is at 3.6%, down from 6.4%. In the state of New Hampshire, you're down from, I think it's 4.2% to 3.2%. Folks, in Maine, you've added 28,000 jobs and unemployment has dropped from 4.4 to 3.6. New Hampshire, 26,000 new jobs, dropped from 4.2, I misspoke, to 2.5%. Last year, as I said, we cut the deficit by more than $350 billion. This year, we're on track for 1.3 trillion cuts. And look, that'd be the largest debt reduction in American history. And it's particularly important now we ask ourselves, how are we going to reduce pressure on inflation? Maine, New Hampshire, America have gone on the mend. They're not on the mend any longer. They're on the move. And we're coming at our challenges from a position of strength. But I'm more optimistic about America today than I've ever been in my whole career, because I see the future that's within our grasp. We can't be afraid, though. We're the only nation on earth, as I said, that's always turned every single solitary crisis we've had into an opportunity. That's exactly what we're going to do today if we do it together. It's about being together, the United States of America. When we do that, there's not a single thing we can't do. Well, God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
President Biden wrapping up his remarks there in Portsmouth, New Hampshire from earlier today. This is one of a number of trips he'll be taking this week, getting out there, talking about his plans for the economy, trying to tamp down these high inflation numbers. So also on Thursday, be visiting the Pacific Northwest with a trip to Seattle. But of course, something that is overshadowing this entire trip is the confusion with that judge's ruling down in Florida yesterday having to do with mask mandates on airlines. Right now, many airlines, many airports, and the TSA, they say you do not need to wear a mask. It is optional on airplanes. But then the President Biden, he was asked about that today on the tarmac. A reporter said essentially, would you still encourage Americans to wear masks on airplanes? To which President Biden responded, it should be left up to them. And then, of course, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki on Air Force One today essentially told reporters public health decisions should not be made by the courts. They should be made by public health experts. And then, of course, the news we just got in about an hour ago, we are learning that the Department of Justice, on the recommendation and basis by the CDC, will appeal this decision. We'll be bringing on lawyers talking about this, what this means for that judge's ruling yesterday going forward here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on this Tuesday. Want to throw up this shot out of Las Vegas, the Speedway there. That's where we're going to our next story. After the break, law enforcement cracking down on illegal street racing there in Sin City. More on that after the break. Live now from Fox on this Tuesday afternoon. Well, let's head out to Las Vegas because there, the surge in illegal street racing during the pandemic has not slowed down, but neither has the response from law enforcement, while other groups are encouraging legal forms of racing. I'm being joined at the Las Vegas Speedway by Fox News multimedia reporter Ashley Soriano with the latest. Ashley, good to see you. What have you learned?
Hey, good afternoon, Andrew. Well, I'm out here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. It's very windy out here, not a great day for racing, but if the weather conditions were a bit better, this is where professional and amateur drivers like you and me come to satisfy our need for speed. In fact, I recently raced a Toyota Camry right here. These legal opportunities aren't new, but groups are really pushing to get dangerous drivers off public roads and onto tracks like this one.
I drive literally from 0 to 330 miles an hour in about 3.6 seconds.
Antron Brown knew he wanted to be a professional race car driver since he was a kid, seeing his dad and uncle race and build cars. He saw both the legal and illegal side of racing.
I have some of my friends that got killed street racing street bikes.
Antron competes in drag racing for the National Hot Rod Association. Drag racing involves two cars in a controlled environment. The NHRA offers a street legal program for the public.
These are cars that have license plates, registrations, DOT tires. They can come out to any one of our 115 NHRA member tracks. They can pursue speed. They can do it in a safe manner.
As opposed to illegal street racing, with some drivers rocketing down public streets or taking over intersections to do donuts.
On the most extreme end, it's fatalities. And on the other end, it's the inconvenience, it's the noise, it's the smoke, it's the regular citizens that is trying to get from point A to point B that gets held up at these intersections.
Las Vegas is trying to fix the problem with its new RAID team, Racing Apprehension and Intervention Detail. It's a unit dedicated to stopping dangerous drivers.
It's not just a Las Vegas thing. This is nationwide. We see this everywhere.
Other police departments around the country partner with speedways to get racers off public roads and to introduce safe racing options to people who are not as familiar with the industry. People like me. I raced in a Toyota Camry at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
Illegal street racing is also a problem where you guys are in Phoenix. Last year, the Phoenix Police Department created a street racing special task force, and they say calls and complaints have gone down significantly since then. Now, as for legal racing opportunities, the Wild Horse Pass Motorsports Park in Chandler, Arizona, just about 30 minutes from Phoenix, they allow amateur drivers on the track. Andrew.
Ashley Soriano with a very exhilarating story tonight. We appreciate you bringing it here on Live Now. We'll talk to you again.
Thanks, Andrew.
Okay, and we are going to be moving on to some of these other top headlines from around the country on this Tuesday, mostly in the next 30 minutes, centered in the state of Michigan. Earlier today in court, we saw the parents of Ethan Crumbley. Now, that name might sound familiar. He is the alleged school shooter that killed 4 students at Oxford High School back in November of last year. Well, his parents were in court today. They were trying to reduce their bond. A judge denied the request. Let's hear from that in the courtroom in Oakland County from earlier today.
Mario, on this jail visit you have later today, can you do by video or do you have to go? Video. Oh, God.
All right. I didn't know how to work is now in session. The Honorable Shirley Matthews, good morning.
Good morning, you may be seated.
versus James Crumbley, case number 22-279-989FH. Calling People versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 22-279-990FH.
Good morning, Your Honor. Karen McDonald appearing on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Thank you. Mark Keith on behalf of the people.
Good morning.
And good morning, Your Honor. I'm Shannon Smith. To keep it easier for the court, I'm going to continue to represent Jennifer Crumbley.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marielle Lehman on behalf of James Crumbley.
Well, I hope you're feeling better.
I am, thank you. I'm down a gallbladder, but doing much better.
All right, glad to hear that. Well, you can all be seated. There's an agreed upon joint representation waiver form, correct?
That's correct.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And are your clients prepared to sign this form?
They are, Your Honor.
They are, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'm going to ask each. You can stand if you'd like, or sit. But could you both raise your right hand? Could you raise your right hand, Mr. Conley? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. You can put your hand down.
You know what, Your Honor, we had asked Ms. Burgess if there was a earpiece Mr. Crumbley could use. He's hard of hearing.
Oh.
I know that an order was placed to the county. He has just
I was not aware of this at all.
Okay, I emailed your chambers. Is it possible if we just check and see if it's available?
Yeah, it's a court administration issue. This is the first I've heard of it.
Mr. Crumbley is indicating he can hear you. He's saying it's okay for today.
Okay, I'm glad you made me aware of that. Okay. I think they might be bringing it down. It's at the court administration. But this is the first time I was made aware. Can you let me know if you can't hear me? It's important that you hear everything I say.
Yes, sure. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so you can both put your hand down. Could you tell me your name?
Jennifer Crumbley.
And your name?
James Crumbley.
And how old are you?
44.
45.
Can you read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you hear and understand? Can you hear and understand me?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you hear and understand your attorney?
Yes.
Yes.
And are you satisfied with the advice of your attorney?
Yes.
Yes.
And you understand that you are charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. Do you each understand that?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you understand you have a right to have your own attorney, and conflict-free representation? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that there are various risks related to joint representation and that they can include the following? Joint representation can compel a lawyer to refrain from taking certain courses of action during trial, before trial, and even after trial at sentencing. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Joint representation can affect advice regarding the decision to plea negotiations themselves, and decisions during jury selection. Because a lawyer will have the duty of loyalty to both clients, the lawyer may not be able to suggest or take courses of action that would benefit one client but hurt the other. The duty of loyalty could prevent counsel from pointing out the differences between the client's culpability in potential plea negotiations or at sentencing, and making comparisons between the two clients. It could put one client at a disadvantage. Do you understand that, Mrs. Crumbley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that, Mr.
Yes,
Crumbley?
Your Honor.
The duty of loyalty to both clients can affect counsel's decisions regarding matters of trial strategy. For example, it could limit the presentation of evidence, the examination of witnesses, or even decisions to call certain witnesses in an effort to protect the other client. As such, in the examination of witnesses, counsel may not be able to ask a question that would help one client but hurt the other. The duty of loyalty to both clients could also prevent counsel from pointing out the differences between the evidence against them or from objecting to the admission of certain evidence as to one client. That is, arguing that certain evidence does not apply to one client can highlight its impact as to the other client. Being duty-bound to protect the interests of the other client can prevent counsel from being able to present a defense that implicates the other client. Do you understand that, Ms. Crumbley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that, Mr. Crumbley? There may be situations where counsel cannot effectively assist one client due to the necessity to protect the other. For example, if your co-defendant chooses to testify, your attorney may not be able to cross-examine them on any testimony that may implicate you or challenge your co-defendant's credibility. Do you understand that, Ms. Crumbley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that, Mr. Crumbley?
Yes, Your Honor.
A lawyer has a duty to preserve their client's confidences and secrets, and either that duty may become compromised in the situation of joint representation, or counsel may not be able to share certain facts with one of the clients. Do you understand that, Ms. Crumbley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that, Mr.
Yes,
Crumbley?
Your Honor.
Have you had the opportunity to consult with your retained counsel as it relates to the issue of joint representation, Ms.
Yes, Your
Crumbley?
Honor.
Yes.
Have you been given the opportunity to consult with independent appointed counsel regarding joint representation and the potential for conflicts of interest?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Having been given the opportunity for such consultation and understanding the risks, do you wish to proceed with joint representation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that your attorney will not be able to act as a witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that by entering this waiver, you will not be able to raise these issues in an appeal should you be convicted?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to ask that the defendants sign this form.
May I approach to grab it?
Sure, I have many.
Your Honor, is it possible to uncuff their hands so they can sign?
By the way, I would have done that right at the beginning of the hearing, so could you uncuff so they can participate?
Thank you, Your Honor, very much.
Are you right-handed or left-handed? Right.
Just for the record, this is the same form that was admitted as People's Attached Exhibit G to the original motion, and it was read verbatim.
Yeah, it was supplied to me, and my understanding is that both defense counsels and the prosecutor agreed to this form.
That's correct, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you.
All right. All right, today is the date and time set for a pre-trial. I'm in receipt of the defendant's motion to modify bond and the response by the prosecution. I've thoroughly reviewed both motions. I've reviewed the transcript of the bond hearing at the district court and the transcript of the preliminary examination at the district court. I'm ruling on the motion pursuant to Michigan Court Rule 2.119E3. Pursuant to Michigan Court Rule 6.106H1, this court does not find an abuse of discretion by the district court judge. However, pursuant to Michigan Court Rule 6.106H2B, this court has jurisdiction and may make a de novo determination and modify a prior release decision. We look to Michigan Court Rule 6.106F, which dictates the relevant information that this court is to consider when determining pretrial release. First, defendant's criminal records. Based on the report of pretrial services, Mr. Crumbley has older convictions for traffic offenses, including drunk driving and some old misdemeanor convictions for bad checks. Similarly, Jennifer Crumbley has older convictions for traffic offenses, including drunk driving and a misdemeanor conviction for a bad check. Next, history of substance abuse or addiction. Although both defendants have a drunk driving conviction, those convictions are at least 17 years old. The court is not in receipt of any documented history of substance abuse or addiction. Defendant's mental condition, including character and reputation for dangerousness. Neither defendant has any documented history of violence, dangerousness, or a mental health condition. Seriousness of the offense charged, the presence or absence of threats, and the probability of conviction and likely sentence. These charges are obviously very serious. The sentencing guidelines in these matters indicate a prison term. The defendants argue that there is a low likelihood of conviction on these matters, while the prosecution indicates they expect to convict. I reviewed the testimony of the preliminary examination in this matter, where the district court judge found probable cause. However, this court finds that the probability of conviction in this matter is too difficult to gauge or predict. Defendant's employment status and history and financial history insofar as these factors relate to the ability to post money bail. Both defendants were employed at the time of these events, and their counsel seems to indicate that they would each be prepared to post a $100,000 cash or surety bond, but the court has no additional information beyond that. The court must next consider the availability of responsible members of the community who would vouch for or monitor the defendants. Defense counsel has indicated they would be willing to supply information with regard to this factor in confidence, although at the moment these individuals are unnamed and unknown. Facts indicating the defendant's ties to the community, including family ties and relationships and length of residence. The defendants owned a home in Oakland County and both were employed. However, neither defendant is still employed, and the defense indicates the home was sold and used for attorney's fees. Therefore, although the defendants appear to have strong family ties to Florida, the court is not aware of current ties the defendants have to this community. Last, the court must consider record of appearance or non-appearance at court proceedings or flight to avoid prosecution. Defendants indicate they were devastated when they heard about the alleged actions of their son, felt unsafe in their home, felt hounded by the press, and found it necessary to leave. However, the chronology of events that occurred subsequent to the defendants leaving their home is not consistent with cooperation with law enforcement. Defendants seem to allege some kind of foul play or deceit by law enforcement in their approach to the arrest of the defendants. Upon a warrant being issued, law enforcement is not required to make an appointment with the defendant. It is the job of the police to ensure a swift, safe, and secure arrest, and this court believes that would have happened but for the defendant's actions. The defendant's actions were premeditated to conceal their whereabouts. The defendant's alternative view of the chain of events cannot be reconciled. The series of actions by the defendants and resulting manhunt supports the prosecution's proposition that the defendants were fleeing the jurisdiction. The behaviors supporting flight are insurmountable, as the primary purpose of a bond is to ensure a defendant's appearance. The defendant's own actions leading up to their arrest make the current bond appropriate. Therefore, I'm denying defendants' motion to reduce the bond.
All right, sorry about that there. So we just saw bond denied, the reduction request from James and Jennifer Crumbley via their attorneys. For each of them, it's been set at $500,000. They wanted it diminished to $100,000 each. The judge saying no today there in court in Oakland County, Michigan. Now, both of the parents of Ethan Crumbley are charged each with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. And we did, I believe, from that hearing today, get a trial date set for later this fall for the Crumbley parents, and that is going to be on October the 24th. So just wanted to update everyone on that story, and we'll be giving you updates, especially when it comes to Ethan Crumbley as well, as his case makes its way through the system. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be giving you an update out of yet another story in Michigan, this time out of Grand Rapids, Michigan, and the police shooting death of Patrick Lyoya. Well, earlier today, his attorney, Ben Crump, along with other prominent civil rights leaders, presented the findings of an independent autopsy report. We'll have that in 2 minutes. Live now from Fox on this Tuesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Our next story takes us to Grand Rapids, Michigan, with more updates in the police shooting investigation of Patrick Lyoya, 26 years old, dying at the hands of a Grand Rapids police officer. Well, his attorney, Ben Crump, today presented the findings of an independent autopsy report showing that he died from a gunshot wound to the back of the head. We're going to hear from his attorneys right now.
I'm attorney Ben Crump, and along with my great co-counsel located here in the state of Michigan, as I have said previously, a true champion of justice. We've fought civil rights cases in the state of Michigan before, and I'm just very honored to work with him and his great team of lawyers, as well as attorney Robin McCoy and attorney Greg Smith. We have the pleasure of representing the family of Patrick Lyoya. And obviously, the crux of the matter, while we're here today, is to hear from Dr. Spritz, who Attorney Johnson is going to talk with you in length about just how very capable and renowned that he is. But I first want to start off this press conference with you, and Ayanna Hatchett, our co-counsel, also present here with us. And I want to thank Sarah Lucrecio for helping us put all this together. But we want to start off with updates. We told the Lyoya family that we would be intentional and very intense in investigating every aspect of how this Grand Rapids police officer escalated a simple misdemeanor traffic stop into a deadly execution, with him shooting an unarmed civilian in the back of his head. The autopsy findings from the independent autopsy performed by Dr. Spitz is going to get into very graphic details about just how horrific his killing was in a scientific manner. And we will have scientific evidence of not only the entry and the trajectory, but how the bullet traveled where it ended up, which I think are very important to Attorney Johnson and I as we try to make good on our word to the family that we're going to investigate every aspect of this case and get to the truth. So in doing that, we believe it's important that you take everything in context. When you look at the video that was released by the Grand Rapids Police Department, and you don't have to take Ben Johnson's word for it, you don't have to take Ben Crump's word for it. Look at it with your own eyes. You would notice that the police officer initially is not traveling in the same direction of Patrick. So what we see is him make a U-turn to get behind Patrick. As my investigator Cliff Jones and I were reviewing the video over and over again, we both acknowledge that we have to investigate whether this is a classic DWB case. a driving while black case that he profiled this black motorist and turned his car around, because when he turns the car around, what you see is Patrick's car is about 1.5 blocks away from him. And then all of a sudden, you see the lights on, and you have to ask yourself, how did he know that Patrick tag registration wasn't valid when he's coming from the opposite direction? These are things that Attorney Johnson and I want to investigate intensely, because it goes to the mentality of that police officer, and it goes to the culture that was manifest in that police department, at least as it pertained to this particular officer in these instances.
Civil rights attorney Ben Crump there in Grand Rapids today, talking about the case of 26-year-old Patrick Lyoya, who was shot and killed by a Grand Rapids police officer on April the 4th. We still don't know the identity of that police officer, but they have been placed on paid administrative leave. Ben Crump is calling this another case of DWB, driving while black. And of course, we'll be following every development in that story. Now, on Friday, the funeral of 26-year-old Patrick Lyoya will be held in Grand Rapids, and we'll have live coverage of that on Friday. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We want to move on to some more of these other major headlines on this Tuesday, including a murder case that is just getting started in an Idaho courtroom. Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow appeared today for hearings in the deaths of Vallow's children. Joining me now with an update on this, Fox 10 reporter Justin Lum is joining me. Justin, thanks so much for being with us. There are a lot of moving parts to this story. What was the main headline today in court?
Yeah, Andrew, think about it. For the first time today, Lori Vallow appeared in court and in person since she appeared in March of 2020 when she was extradited from Hawaii to Idaho. And before she could ever be officially arraigned on the murder charges filed against her last year, well, as we know, she was deemed incompetent. So today was a big step towards trial, and Vallow decided to remain silent.
Lori Vallow Daybell walked into an Idaho courtroom wearing a light blue blouse and seafoam green glasses. She appeared stoic and spoke quietly.
Before I go further with your arraignment, do you have any questions regarding what I've just explained for me or anything you want to ask your attorney?
But when Judge Stephen Boyce read the charges against her, ready to ask how she would plead,
Your Honor, she intends to remain silent. I'll ask the court to enter a not guilty pleas for her and set the matter for trial.
the court entered a not guilty plea to charges of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, criminal conspiracy, and grand theft in connection to the deaths of her children, 7-year-old J.J. Vallow, 16-year-old Tylee Ryan, and the first wife of Chad Daybell, Tammy. It's been nearly 2 years since authorities discovered J.J. and Tylee's remains on the Daybell property. Tammy was found dead in their home in October 2019, at the time ruled a natural death, but investigators grew suspicious when Lori and Chad got married just weeks later. Prosecutors say the couple used their religious beliefs, focused on the end of times, to justify the deaths. From June 2021 up until last week, Vallow was deemed incompetent and placed in an Idaho State Hospital for mental health treatment, now fit for trial.
I look at her and think, I loved her and trusted her.
Earlier this morning, Daybell appeared in court for a hearing related to the trial venue and jury. The defense and prosecution made their arguments on whether to have the murder trial in Boise, Idaho, or in Fremont County, where the alleged murders happened. For the grandparents of J.J. Vallow, it doesn't matter where or when.
I know justice will be served.
And it's important to note, Lori Vallow did not waive her right to a speedy trial. There is a status conference scheduled on April 28th when all of these parties could decide on a trial date. The trial venue still has to be decided on as well by a judge. For now, the co-defendants are scheduled to be tried together in January of 2023. Andrew?
Justin, did you get a sense from any of your maybe legal sources who follow this case alongside you about what the strategy is behind pleading not guilty to all of these charges? What do you think her attorneys are up to here?
Well, that's a good question. I do know right now a co-counsel just got added. So not only does she have a public defender, but she also now has another attorney. I was a bit shocked to see her remain silent. I was not shocked at the not guilty plea, but it's going to be interesting to see how this unfolds, as this is a capital case and prosecutors do have 60 days to file intent to seek the death penalty for her if there is a conviction, just like they have filed to seek the death penalty for Chad Daybell. And when could we actually see this trial start? Could it be in January 2023? Could it be in Ada County? Could it be in Fremont County? But definitely a big visual for everyone to see Lori Vallow for the first time in a courtroom in person. She was very quiet, very soft-spoken, but at one point you saw this little, what looked like a smirk when she looked towards the camera. But definitely an important day for everyone to see the trial get closer as this happened today.
All right, Justin Lum, he is the man you want to follow for all these developments in the Vallow Daybell case. Justin, we thank you for your time. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
All right, and we are going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be diving into more of these top stories from around the country. Also, major news from Netflix today. They announced for the first time in a decade that they lost subscribers. We'll have more on that in 2 minutes. From Fox, we just wanted to show you this cool LiveNOW look there in Midtown Manhattan in New York City, right across the street from the Fox News World headquarters. But let's go back out to Grand Rapids. We want to show you more of this press conference from earlier today. Attorney Ben Crump, who's representing the family of 26-year-old Patrick Lyoya. They're presenting the findings of an independent autopsy today showing that Lyoya died from a gunshot wound to the back of the head. We also had been previewing as well for our viewers Lyoya's funeral that will be taking place in Grand Rapids on Friday. We'll have live coverage of that. But let's hear from some more of these attorneys about what they found.
Saddens me that we're here today in the very room where just a few years ago, pre-COVID, my firm and I celebrated with many folks in the legal community in Detroit for our holiday party. And when I think about that night and think about coming in here today and what it is we're having to talk about, it tell you the truth, makes me sick to my stomach.
Thank you. Thank you.
But we appreciate you being here, and I want to explain about the review process that Ben Crump just told you about. We don't have all the video. You know that. We have what you all have. So obviously doing this type of work for Ben and I for over 30-some years each, you review it, we see more and more each time. Mr. Crump, as his co-counsel, has charged me with reviewing and hiring experts. And we're very fortunate because, as many of you in the room know, I've done this type of work for a long time, and I think we have access to and we know some of the foremost experts in a number of different areas. One of the experts, who I'm not going to name yet, but we've retained him, he's a police policies and procedure expert who testifies, who teaches police policies and procedures to the police all across the United States. And he also serves as an expert, sometimes on behalf of plaintiff, sometimes on behalf of defense. And we've already retained him, and he has certainly shared with us his initial opinions. The two that I'm going to mention very briefly before I introduce, again, someone that doesn't need to be introduced to this room, Dr. Werner Spitz, one of the foremost forensic pathologists in the world, is the body cam that many of you keep asking Ben and I about, and I want to respond directly. Folks, we haven't seen the body cam yet, but we're gonna. In a civil case, when we get up and filing, we will ask for the body cam. Mr. Crump and I are in the process of sending a letter, we call it a spoliation letter, to the city of Grand Rapids. They know it's coming. Keep all the evidence. And they will. And the Michigan State Police will as well, because they're going to look at the body cam. People asked us every day, right, Ben? They say, hey, tell us how the body cam could turn off in a struggle. And the answer is, again, knowing straight up, I haven't seen it yet. And part of my job, Mr. Crump's job, will be look at the body cam and actually touch it ourselves, okay? But I'm going to refer you all back, because a number of you were in the room with the chief of police on that Friday. Lauren, I see you, Rob, because I saw you right on film. And he admitted something to you that I hope you all got. In order to turn this body cam off, the button needs to be depressed for 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Tell me how, in a struggle, while he's on top of our client is face down on the ground, that body cam can be depressed right on that one spot for 3 seconds. And we also know later on it gets turned back on. So I know what that suggests to me. You all are smart people. You can figure it out on your own. But again, that's one of the things we'll be looking at. Can I prove it with 100% certainty? The answer is no. But it's certainly important information that we now know since we've reviewed this material over and over again. Next, Mr. Crump has asked me, told me, in this case, in every civil case, ladies and gentlemen, this is called a wrongful death, police misconduct, excessive force, civil rights, call it whatever you want. It goes by all those names and more. But in every single civil case like this, the burden of proof is on these two. And Ms. Hatchett and Maddie Sinkovich is in the back of the room. I want to thank them for being here, and their entire team, Liza Dodson and Maria Reyna, Danielle Asplund, thank you, Chris Desmond. So we have the burden of proof. So folks say, well, then, haven't they done an autopsy? Answer, yes. The Kent County Medical Examiner has done an autopsy. And I'm here to tell you something that I think you know, I hope you know. They knew Patrick died that day the second they saw his body of a gunshot wound to the head. But it's not just the examination that Dr. Spitz will share with you about. They obviously also do a toxicology study where they run studies on the blood because they want to see whether there's alcohol, drugs, etc. in the system. Dr. Spitz did not do a toxicology exam because by the time, obviously, he was given access to Patrick's body, those days were long over, and I won't get more graphic than that. We don't have that report yet. We're in the process of asking for that report. And we'll see whether we get it or whether we get the excuse that they're only going to give it to the Michigan State Police. We'll update you about that later. But so why an independent autopsy? And the answer is we don't know for sure, other than we know Patrick died of a gunshot wound to the head. We know that that's going to be the conclusion of the Kent County medical examiner. But as you all may know, Patrick and his family have a funeral on Friday. So our opportunity to have our expert of our choosing to do an autopsy obviously closes pretty quickly. So when Ben Crump asked me then, I don't want you just to hire one of the best forensic pathologists in the country. I want you hiring two. So I did. Didn't have to look very far. Dr. Werner Spitz is by far, I believe, the most foremost renowned forensic pathologist in our country. And by the way, believe it or not, guys, our world. And you'll hear that from other experts. We also hired Dr. Michael Baden, B as in boy, A-D-E-N. Many of you know Dr. Baden's name as well. Much like Dr. Spitz, Dr. Baden has been all over in the biggest cases that I'll share with you a couple about from Dr. Spitz. Dr. Michael Baden is from New York, and Dr. Baden agreed with me and Ben that when Dr. Spitz said he was available to do the independent autopsy, no reason for Dr. Baden to come to Michigan to do the same thing that Dr. Werner Spitz, who's probably done more autopsies than Dr. Baden, but again, Dr. Baden's done a lot too. So we've had two of those folks already involved in this case because it is our burden of proof to prove to a civil jury what killed Patrick. So a lot of folks don't get that in the background. They wonder why we do this. That's why. Dr. Spitz, as those of you that are from our area know, he has been doing this type of work for longer than actually I've been alive. And I've had the pleasure of using Dr. Spitz as an expert in these types of cases and others. I've had the displeasure of having him be the expert on the other side. So obviously, I want him on my team. Dr. Spitz was, as many of you know, was involved in the investigations of President Kennedy, of Martin Luther King, in jumping forward into the more of the recent past in the O.J. Simpson criminal case, Casey Anthony criminal case, Michael Jackson, I believe, criminal and civil case, I believe, and many, many, many more. Dr. Spitz is board certified in not just forensic pathology, you all know, I hope. Forensic pathology is the study of exactly how someone dies, if you will, but especially by trauma. He's also board certified in other areas that will become more important as part of the civil case.
Okay, the attorneys for Patrick Lyoya's family holding this press conference today, introducing the findings of this independent autopsy report, and they also have the doctor who performed that independent autopsy with them, showing that Lyoya died from a gunshot wound to the back of the head. And like I've been previewing, we will have Patrick Lyoya's funeral on Friday. We'll have live coverage of that as the police investigation goes forward. This is really royal, the community of Grand Rapids, and we have you with every development, every step of the way in that story. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're at the bottom of the hour here, 5:30 on the West Coast, 8:30 on the East Coast. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be talking about Netflix. A lot of news today. Well, Q1, they lost subscribers. Also, will they be adding ads soon to their content? More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Major news out of Netflix today. They reported that they lost subscribers. Also, they're previewing what might be to come in the future about an ad-based content model because of this. Joining me now to discuss all of this, Wall Street Journal reporter Joe Flint. Joe, so good to see you. First, though, let's talk about this. The projections were quite low for these subscriber losses. How are they responding? How is Netflix responding?
Well, first, just to reiterate what you said, they lost 200,000 subscribers this quarter. It's the first time in more than a decade that they've posted a quarterly loss on subscribers. And they issued several statements in their earnings letter, their letter to shareholders, where they talked about how they were planning to address this. One was cracking down on password sharing and basically trying to create more subscriber revenue by eliminating password sharing. And something that wasn't in their letter, but they talked about on their subsequent call with an analyst, a video call they do every quarter, was adding a lower priced advertising supported version of Netflix, which is a real turn for them. Chairman, co-CEO Reed Hastings has always been adamant about keeping the Netflix experience a commercial-free haven of sorts. But in recent weeks, there's been signals from Netflix that they were starting to rethink that. And today, Hastings pretty much said they are looking very strongly at adding a lower price commercial tier. Their line is to give their viewers more choice on what sort of package they'd like to receive, but it's also hard not to look at this as an acknowledgement that the growth is slowing and that by adding a lower price tier, they're hoping they will increase their subscriber base and add a new revenue stream.
Yeah, that is quite a stunning development. Also, just an acknowledgement on the part of Netflix that they do have to adapt. Of course, there were some angry users when they recently just upped the monthly fee, the monthly price. I believe it's $15.99 now. But also password sharing, and so many people talk about it. They think Netflix is cracking down on this. I know I have my Netflix account, but my whole family uses it. What can we expect on that front in the next couple of months, do you think?
Well, they've been rolling out experiments, and they have been doing that in Costa Rica, Peru, and Chile. And in a nutshell, what they're doing is they're offering customers there a discounted rate to have more members of their family or friends on a plan. And while they didn't spell out specifics in the United States, I would think that that would be the model they would look to here. If there's a family and they can obviously detect that there are additional streams being used outside of that home, then they can come back and say, hey, we noticed that you have 3 people in your house using it, which is fine, but there's another 3 that live outside your house, and we'd like to offer you this discount add-on price. Otherwise, we got to cut off the password sharing. Interestingly, Netflix said there hasn't been an increase in password sharing. It's always been fairly rampant, but because the growth is slowing for them, they now feel the need to crack down on it and try to create new revenue here.
Yeah, that was my next question, because these 200,000, users that they lost their subscription. I was kind of curious if that was just an organic kind of loss of subscriptions, or was that a result of them cracking down on the password sharing? What do you think about that?
I think it's more organic. In the US, there was a significant loss. A big chunk of those 200,000 came out of the US and Canada, where they increased prices, as you mentioned earlier. So that was part of it as well. And the economy. And they also acknowledged that certainly the effects of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, not only did they shut down their service in Russia, which had about 700,000 subscribers, they suggested that a pinch they're feeling in Central Europe and Eastern Europe can also be tied to that. So a lot of different factors going into this, but going forward, it will be interesting to see how the consumer base reacts to perhaps having to pay a little more to pass on that password to a friend or family member.
Yeah, not only what the consumer base is saying, what are investors saying? How is the stock price at the end of the day?
Well, the stock took a tumble in aftermarket trading. It dropped about 25%. Not only did Netflix miss their expectations for first quarter, they also said that in the second quarter, they're anticipating losing another 2 million subscribers or so. So that's obviously of concern to Wall Street. And it's a concern not only about Netflix, but since Netflix is the biggest and most successful streamer out there, it has everyone rethink the streaming business overall and how cost intensive it is and how much Netflix has to spend in programming. And, you know, the hits that come out are often few and far between for everyone. It's a very tough business and you have to spend a lot of money. And I think Wall Street is starting to really recognize that and, you know, reassess how they view whether there's a big pot of gold at the end of the streaming rainbow or not.
Yeah, and of course, since we are on really the tail end of the pandemic, that is also a factor at play as well, maybe in your view about a loss of subscribers?
Well, Netflix said the pandemic in a way masked some of the cracks in their foundation because they had a huge growth spurt during the first, few months, first few quarters of the pandemic, really strong, adding, over 1 million subscribers. And then it slowed down and they viewed part of that as just sort of life is resuming to normal. We had this pull forward, as they called it, and now the numbers are getting back to normal. But the continuing declines, from last quarter when they didn't meet projections to actually losing subs this quarter and forecasting another loss has them acknowledging that no, this is not just a reaction to COVID, and that in fact those numbers, that the growth there kind of masks these other issues we're having.
All right, Joe Flint with the Wall Street Journal. We appreciate your time and your reporting on this. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, interesting conversation there. We know so many of you probably have Netflix accounts because that was the news today, that they lost subscribers for the first time in over a decade. We'll have a little bit more on this, also be talking about other technology news a little bit later on in the stream as well. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be talking about what is happening with this lifting of the federal mask mandate due to a judge's ruling. We now know an appeal is in place. But what does that mean for travelers on public transit? Will the masks come back on? More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. That's a Live Now look at the White House at this hour, where the administration has been kind of put in a pickle here about that judge's ruling in Florida yesterday over the federal mask mandate on public transit. Now the DOJ is going to appeal this decision. Let's hear from Fox 13 in Tampa about how travelers are responding. Okay, so we actually thought that was a report by Fox 13 in Tampa. It does not appear to be so. It was just video of travelers at Tampa's airport, some with masks on, some without them. Let's put up the statement, though, that we got in from the Department of Justice today. And I'm going to read it in part here. It says, the Department of Justice and the CDC disagree with the district court's decision and will appeal, subject to CDC's conclusion that the order remains necessary for public health. The department continues to believe that the order requiring masking in the transportation corridor is a valid exercise of the authority Congress has given the CDC to protect the public health. That is an important authority the department will continue to work to preserve. It goes on to say that if the CDC concludes that a mandatory order remains necessary for the public's health after that assessment, the Department of Justice will appeal the district court's decision. We'll be bringing on legal experts in the next few minutes to discuss all of this. Stand by. So we'll be bringing in legal experts to discuss this decision by the Department of Justice in conjunction with the CDC on the appeal process. What does it mean? Now, one of the major criticisms of the judge's ruling yesterday is, what about children under the age of 5? They don't have a vaccine available to them. Does that present a whole host of challenges when they are on airplanes, when they are on public transit as a higher risk category? Well, Fox 13 in Tampa spoke to a doctor about when they think vaccines will be available for children under the age of 5.
States have been dropping, and now so are the mask mandates. But doctors continue to warn another surge is possible. Moderna announced today it's working on a new kind of booster shot that will protect against a range of COVID variants. The company says it combined its original vaccine recipe with a new one specific to the Omicron variant to produce multiple COVID-fighting antibodies. It's hoping to have the booster on the market by fall, and it would only be available for adults. But Moderna is also paving the way to have our littlest kids be protected. They have a vaccine that works in babies, toddlers, and preschoolers. And here to talk about that is Dr. Claudia Espinosa, Espinosa, an associate professor of pediatric medicine at USF Health. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So this Moderna vaccine for kids under 6 still needs FDA approval, but I think a lot of parents want to know, is it safe and how it actually works?
Yes, so the problem with the vaccine has not been safety at all. Actually, that dreaded adverse event that we saw in the younger or the teenagers actually and the younger adults is not seen in little kids. So the problem is not that. The problem really with all the vaccines is that by the time we got to the children, right, the last part had been during the Omicron era, and that strain had been really different than the other ones that we have dealt with. So the vaccine is pretty good for the regular strains, but for the Omicron has been less effective, and that happens just in all the groups, like in adults and teenagers. So that had been the problem.
So, doctor, over and over again, parents are being told vaccines for the little ones coming. I haven't seen them yet. Do we know what the holdup is?
So, we have the Pfizer vaccine. We use that one. It's available for children 5 and older. The dose is different from the 5 and 11 to 12 and 17, and actually adults. With the teenager dose is the same as the adult, and so they have that availability. The little ones are the data. It's encouraging, but needs to be still released. And for the Moderna, which is a different brand, right? We use it for adults, but the problem, as with the Pfizer vaccine, it went first to be available for teenagers, 12 and 17, and because of the fear of the heart inflammation, the myocarditis, which is a rare event anyway, the FDA has halted that availability or the being able to authorize the vaccine. And so now the company, as far as we know, is trying to get also release of the data for the younger kids, 5 to 11 and the younger than 11. But I think that we still have to wait a little bit for that because the data needs to be released, and then FDA needs to just review it, and there are going to be a couple of extra meetings between the ACIP and the CDC just so this can happen. So I don't expect that to happen before the summer or the fall.
Okay, so we have a graphic. If we can show everybody, it explains who is eligible for what vaccine right now. And there aren't many boosters available for young children at the moment. But if a child was vaccinated in the fall, would they have less immunity now? And how soon could they get vaccinated again?
So children that are vaccinated and that the booster has now been approved for the little ones, so 6 to 11, but actually 5 to 11. But for the older ones, so the 12 and older, they can get a booster. And it has been proven that if we get the booster, they are going to have a lot of more antibodies that are going to be able probably to control or to prevent disease from Omicron. In any case, the vaccine definitely is preventing severe disease. And another thing that we are really happy to see is that children who have been vaccinated with either vaccine, either in the trials or in the real world, we have not seen multisystemic inflammatory syndrome, which is definitely a complication of COVID that we don't want to see on any kid. It's rare, but it happens, and that is significantly less when we use the vaccines.
All right. Dr. Claudia Espinosa with USF Health, thank you again for joining us.
Okay, great segment there from Fox 13 in Tampa, of course, talking about when vaccines might be authorized for emergency use for children under the age of 5. Remember, that was really one of the main criticisms about this judge's ruling yesterday that, children's vaccines are not available if they're under the age of 5. Also with immunocompromised people, as so many took their masks off yesterday, today, on airplanes, on forms of public transit. And we have been covering this ever since, and it is still evolving. Joining me now to discuss an appeal attempt for the DOJ on this ruling is legal expert Imran Ansari. Imran, good to see you. It's a very fast-moving story, but my main question is, do you think this emergency stay, and I don't believe there is one, essentially, will people have to put masks on, do you think, in the next couple of days because of this appeal attempt?
So as far as we know now, there is no stay being sought by the DOJ as they ponder this appeal. Of course, they are saying that the appeal would be pending a determination by the CDC that the mask mandate should still be enforced. So although the DOJ has stated that they're going or thinking about an appeal, they have voiced their displeasure with this ruling from Judge Mizell down in Florida. They have also stated that, it would be pending a ruling or decision by the CDC that mandate should still be enforced. Of course, that was only extended to May 3rd, the current mandate, before this federal judge decided that the mandate was unlawful. And we will see now if the appeal goes forward. If the CDC comes to a determination that they feel that the masks are still needed, then we expect the DOJ to take this up on appeal. Why also would the DOJ possibly take this up on appeal is for precedent, less so the health aspects, but for precedent, meaning that the CDC may be hampered in the future by this ruling for issuing mandates or such measures for public health crisis as the CDC determines.
And Imran, that is what's so confusing about this statement. I'm going to put this up on the screen here from the DOJ, because it says the DOJ and the CDC disagree with the district court's decision and will appeal. But then it goes on with this conditional, saying subject to the CDC's conclusion that the order remains necessary for public health. And that's what you were just talking about. But isn't that a foregone conclusion? Shouldn't we expect, just from the first clause of that sentence in the statement, that yes, the CDC does disagree with this? It's the verbiage of it and the syntax of it is very confusing, in my opinion.
Yeah, because I think they're keeping all options open. Now, the extension was to May 3rd. That's really right around the corner. What if the CDC decided, and this is sort of speculation, but a hypothetical, the CDC decided that the mandate did not need to be extended past May 3rd? Well, then this exercise of law and appeal and all the time and expense that would be going into this would be moot. So I think that the DOJ is being cautious. They're voicing their displeasure as to this ruling from this judge, because as we have seen since the pandemic, with mask mandates, with vaccine mandates, this has been politicized in many ways. So the DOJ under this administration is saying, okay, we don't agree with this ruling, but they're leaving the door open, I believe, that if the CDC does not think that it's necessary to really go forward, then they won't be appealing this. But as I stated, they may be doing so simply to make sure that precedent does not go forward, which would hamper possibly the CDC's ability to issue mandates going forward.
Yeah, because that makes more sense, because yesterday there was really no talk or kind of will on the Biden administration's part to, fight this tooth and nail in court. So from what you're saying, just the precedent aspect that this might set, they have to file this appeal. Now, that makes sense because, this would cause a lot of confusion if an emergency stay was granted, essentially saying, no, people have to put their masks back on until the appeal process is over. In your view, though, because we haven't heard from the CDC yet, when do you think we'll hear from them? Shouldn't they weigh in very soon here?
I would expect so, because now you have, as you stated, possible confusion. And I don't think that we want anyone the public here in the United States confused, and the CDC, I believe, have an obligation to make sure that people are clear as to what a public health crisis may or may not be at this time. And because there's a conflict, if you will, between the DOJ under the Biden administration and this ruling from this federal judge down in Florida, Judge Mizell, I think that there will need to be some clarity. But as we know right now, people are unmasking, people are on planes unmasking. Certain cities are still enforcing mask mandates. I'm here in New York City, and I know that the MTA and the subway, you still are required to have a mask. So it's sort of piecemeal, and that is why we will need clarity, because you don't want piecemeal applications of the law, especially when it's coming from a federal court across the country.
You know, I'm just going to go back to the statement, because the last sentence, Imran, in the statement from the DOJ today says, if CDC concludes that a mandatory order remains necessary for the public's health after that assessment, the DOJ will appeal the district court's decision. Yet in the first sentence, they already say they will appeal. It's just so, still, I know I'm harping on this fact, it's confusing for people who are traveling, it's confusing for people who have to administer this about what this means. And we're talking about clarity. Do you think it could be a little clearer?
You know, absolutely. And I think it's being very lawyerly, you know, if I may say so myself, in the sense that they are keeping options open, because the DOJ does not want to go forward with an appeal based on the CDC requiring or saying or suggesting that masks still be used if the CDC, for whatever reason, decides at this time that the masks are not necessary. And we do know that mandate was going to be running its course, at least the one that we have now, on May 3rd, which again is right around the corner. So I think the CDC is making sure, or I should say the DOJ is making sure, that their legal strategy is in line with the CDC, so they have a coherent argument going forward in that appeal court if they do choose to appeal. But again, you know, the DOJ may be doing so just for the sake of politics in many ways, and also making sure that precedent in the manner that the DOJ thinks should be laid out is not hampered by this ruling by Judge Mizell.
You know, this was in the, I believe, the 11th jurisdiction there in Florida. Let's game out some scenarios, because if it is upheld on appeal, do you think it would go any further? Do you think this is going to go to the Supreme Court, much like they weighed in? The Supreme Court had to weigh in, of course, on the extension of the eviction moratorium that was also put in place by the CDC. I'm kind of seeing similarities with this. Do you think it's going to reach that high?
I think so. If they choose to appeal it and fight it, I do believe it would percolate up to the Supreme Court, because there's a lot of questions that are really placed before the court with these mandates that implicate all sorts of questions of law, and particularly constitutional questions of law, and also questions regarding the scope and authority of different branches of the government, and also the executive branch and its agencies. That makes it ripe to percolate up to SCOTUS. So if there is going to be an appellate battle here, I think it will reach the Supreme Court. You know, again, it's also a risk for the DOJ to appeal this ruling, because we have to think about where this ruling comes from. It comes from the district court down in Florida, a federal court, but it's a district level court. Now, if they appeal it up to the circuit, and the circuit upholds Judge Mizell's decision and validates it as law, well, guess what? Now you have circuit court authority with striking down that mandate, and again, setting precedent and weakening potentially the CDC's ability to issue mandates going forward. So you got to pick your battles wisely, and you got to be ready for your consequences if you do choose those battles.
Yeah, and of course, you know, we've been talking about May 3rd. This is all going to go well past May 3rd. So kind of what will you be looking out for in the next couple of days?
Well, rather than seeing what the DOJ may be doing in their playbook, I'm looking for the CDC, because you get that nod in that statement from the DOJ that they're sort of waiting and in deference to what the CDC will be issuing or stating about the mask mandates and whether they find it necessary given the current state of the health crisis, the pandemic in the country. So I'm looking at the CDC first and then seeing what the DOJ is going to do following that CDC determination.
Yeah, and I know just politically speaking, because this is so interesting, and I'll just pick your brain on that, because we are in a midterm election year. Polling for President Biden is in really, really terrible shape. And so essentially they're hinging this whole thing, kind of throwing the CDC under the bus for their kind of final word on all of this. That's kind of my opinion on the matter. Is that an accurate assessment, do you think?
Yeah, and you also have to think about what President Biden stated when this news first came out. I mean, he made a statement in sum and substance that the choice to wear a mask is an individual's choice. Of course, then, Psaki came out later and, gave the official packaged version and that they disagree with the mask mandate. But, Biden himself really made a comment that is indicative that he may believe that mask wearing is an individual's choice. But again, this is so politicized. You sort of get the blurred line between what is a valid health concern or edict or a decision by the CDC and what is a decision that is politicized in this sort of current state election cycle and whatnot. But of course, what we want is Americans to be safe and also their rights to be upheld. So it's that conflict you have there, and it's really going to be up to the courts and also the people and the citizens to figure out where ultimately that balance is.
Yeah, definitely a battle that we have seen played out time and time again over the course of the pandemic. Imran Ansari, we appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you again.
Thanks for having me.
All right, interesting discussion there. We'll be following it every step of the way as it works its way through the appellate process. But as of now, that still stands. The judge's ruling in Florida and the TSA no longer enforcing the mask mandate on airplanes and in certain airports. We've heard from a lot of the airlines already that they have struck down making mask wearing optional. But some airports are still keeping it in place, like O'Hare in Chicago. Also, some transit systems are keeping it in place as well, just like Imran said, in New York, in Los Angeles, and in San Francisco. But in D.C., in the nation's capital, mask wearing now optional on the metro system there. So very interesting as we get into these waning days of the pandemic. We do see a slight uptick in cases, especially in the Northeast because of the BA2 subvariant of Omicron. So the pandemic is lingering, but the restrictions are not. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to go out now to Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. It's been 27 years since the Oklahoma City bombing there that killed 168 people. So many of you who are watching probably remember that day quite vividly. Well, they held a ceremony of remembrance today, speakers recounting where they were, and also people who were responsible for the investigation that followed, that held the bomber, Timothy McVeigh, accountable. Let's hear from some of these voices today in Oklahoma City.
Chaotic situation. We are honored to have a number of first responders who join us today. We thank the Oklahoma Fire Pipes and Drums for leading today's procession. And if you would, please hold your applause for these other special guests with us today. The French Ambassador to the United States, Philippe Etienne, Madame Patricia Etienne, Valérie Berabin, the Consul General of France, Grant Moak, the Honorary Consul, U.S. Senator James Lankford, U.S. Representative Stephanie Bice, U.S. Representative Frank Lucas, Governor Kevin Stitt, Attorney General John O'Connor, State Superintendent of Schools Joy Hoffmeister, and Mayor David Holt, Councilwoman Jo Beth Hammond, Councilwoman Nikki Nice, Councilman Bradley Carter, Councilman James Cooper, District 1 Commissioner Carrie Bloomert, Alice Greenwald, President and CEO of the National September 11th Memorial and Museum, and 9-time Grammy Award nominated artist Natalie Grant, members of our state House and Senate, and members of the Oklahoma City Council and City Manager Craig Freeman, former Governor Frank Keating and First Lady Kathy Keating, Dr. Susan Chambers, the Vice Chair of the Oklahoma City National Memorial, and our Board of Trustees. Thank you for coming this morning. It means so much to so many that you take time to remember. Thank you. Thank you to First Church for so beautifully accommodating us today. They have been a wonderful partner for the past 27 years. Thank you. The Conscience Committee, composed of family members, survivors, and first responders, serves to ensure that the memorial mission is always clearly executed through our policies, programs, and events. We thank the Conscience Committee for their service. The memorial mission statement was the cornerstone document in shaping the meaning and guiding the design and development of this memorial. It represents a remarkable community consensus document which evolved under the most difficult circumstances. I was honored to have been part of the Mission Statement Committee 26 years ago. It shaped me, and I am forever grateful for the time I served with many who are here today. It remains our cornerstone in shaping the important work that continues today. Sharing our mission statement is survivor and former chair of the Oklahoma City National Memorial Foundation, Polly Nichols, who also lost her cousin in the Murrah building bombing.
We come here to remember those who were killed, those who survived, and those changed forever. May all who leave here know the impact of violence. May this memorial offer comfort, strength, peace, hope, and serenity. Please join me in 168 seconds of silence.
Let us pray. Father, we love you and we thank you for allowing us to come into your presence for a time such as this. We thank you for loving us, and we know that you're sovereignly working everything for our good and for your glory. We've gathered here today in honor of those 168 sacred lives lost, including the 19 children whose lives were taken at such a young age. We celebrate each one of their lives today, and also the enduring spirit of the survivors, the families and friends of the victims, and all of who were impacted on that day, this hour, 27 years ago. We ask, Father, that you continue to strengthen and comfort each of us, that you continue to inspire us to love one another and to always strive to live in peace. Bless those who are here today and the families they represent. We also pray your blessings and safety upon all the 2022 Memorial Remembrance activities and events, to include the marathon participants and volunteers. Father, yesterday we remember, today we remember, 902 forever we will remember. This we pray in your majestic name. Amen.
Our clergy played a vital role in the days following the bombing and will forever be a part of our story. Pastor Tony, thank you for providing our invocation, and thank you for helping families in your own church who suffered loss on April 19th. We also appreciate your church family's contributions as a water stop along the race route this weekend for the Memorial Marathon Run to Remember. In March of 2020, literally days before the shutdown of the pandemic, the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Oklahoma City National Memorial Museum joined the New York Knicks and the 9/11 Memorial and Museum in paying tribute to police, fire, and rescue workers from Oklahoma City and New York who responded to the 1995 bombing, and many who rushed into the World Trade Towers and died as a result. We are honored to have Alice Greenwald, President and CEO of the National September 11th Memorial Museum, with us today. We asked her to come as she prepares to retire, so we may thank her for many years of partnership. We have learned from one another in our shared experience. We stand united that our memorials must be places where our sacred ground, we work to find common ground. Alice, thank you for the important work you do and for our friendship. We are grateful for the efforts of our first responders, and we are honored that they are part of the ceremony today. Please stand for the presentation of colors by the combined honor guard from the Oklahoma City Police and Fire Departments and IMSA for the singing of our national anthem by 9-time Grammy nominee and 5-time GMA Dove Awards Female Vocalist of the Year, Natalie Grant.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glared, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please be seated. Natalie, that was beautiful. Thank you. Some may remember that 27 years ago today, artists were arriving in Oklahoma City to set up their booths while members of the Arts Council and Festival of the Arts staff were putting the finishing touches on one of the most highly anticipated events downtown, one of the largest outdoor arts festivals in the country. Just blocks away from that festival, the bomb went off and changed all of us forever. That festival never happened, but the artists in town were dispatched to hospitals, the convention center, and other places to create art that would try to bring some small amount of comfort to those working through the horror. Today, as we look back and think forward, artists are here, the sun is starting to shine, and in just a few hours, the festival is opening on this very important date in our city's history. They do so with a great deal of respect, honoring the journey our city and its people have traveled. We thank so many arts councils around the country that helped Oklahoma City in our darkest hour, and today we celebrate so much healing that has happened through the arts, through the years. We are honored that Peter DeLisi is with us today. He was the assistant director then, and now today is his last year as director. We thank you, Peter, all your staff, and the artists who continue to come to Oklahoma City to make this such a special festival. Our mayor joins us on this journey, both in his support of the memorial and museum and as a member of the Board of Trustees, as well as a participant with his children in our Run to Remember. Representing the city of Oklahoma City, please welcome David Holt.
I do feel it's always important to clarify I run in the kids marathon, just so. For many, this is a day when memories flood back, when pain can feel as fresh as it did on April 19th, 1995. On behalf of the people of Oklahoma City, I extend condolences, love, and support to the families of those who lost loved ones on April 19th, those who survived, and those who were changed forever. And once again, I extend our gratitude to those who came to our aid after the bombing, arriving from around the country and indeed the world. Thank you. Each year on this day, we are reminded of the relentless passage of time. 27 years. To give that some perspective, 27 years before the bombing was 1968, the year of Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination. 27 years before that was the attack on Pearl Harbor. 27 years before that was the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, a catalyst for World War I. My recitation of these historic events illustrates the significance of 27 years, but it is also a sad reminder of the recurring human capacity to respond to disagreement with violence. 27 years or 270 years, we humans will always need reminders of the pain that violence brings. As the bombing continues its long transition from personal experience to historic event, the memorial across the street will continue to serve more purposes than one. On days like today, it is still a very personal place. It is a hug, a chair, a moment of connection to someone we lost or someone we haven't seen since last year's ceremony. But for most other visitors, on most other days, it is a symbol. It is a scar that reminds us of the horrors of dehumanization. What happens when we think of our fellow human beings as mere representations of some political disagreement? When you see your fellow human beings as Republicans or Democrats, not as fathers and mothers, sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, then you have begun the process of dehumanization. You are paving the path to horror. That memorial is a symbol of that path's inevitable conclusion. As the decades pass, that memorial also serves as a symbol of our nation's democratic ideals, a reminder that they were not thwarted on April 19, 1995. Violence did not beget more violence. We mourned, we came together to build a memorial, and the remarkable American experiment continued. Not divided, but united, we come here still to this place. People of every race and religion, Democrats and Republicans, to remember. The very act of sitting in this sanctuary together today is a rejection of the division hoped for by the perpetrators of this bombing. And returning here each year is a continued act of love that stands athwart dehumanization. The founders of this country gave us remarkable mechanisms to democratically solve our disagreements without violence. And that experiment was attacked on April 19th. But in the bombing's wake, we have sustained our faith in democracy. It is vital that we continue to do so. A young man named Alexis de Tocqueville came to the United States from France in 1831 and ended up writing one of the seminal works on American democracy. He observed how much of our success as a nascent republic resulted from our customs and our norms as much as our laws, our political culture. Perhaps our founding documents set the stage, but it was our people and their daily behaviors who carried this experiment forward. And indeed, if American democracy and freedom is to survive another 2 centuries, it will be because of the example we are setting even now, even in this moment. We in this room are Tocqueville's latest example.
Dignitaries there in the state of Oklahoma coming together on the 27th anniversary of the Oklahoma City bombing that killed 168 people. Can't believe it's been that long. For those of you who remember it very, very vividly, the city has come together since then. So much, of course, justice was served. The bomber, Timothy McVeigh, was executed. Of course, we all remember that as well, for carrying out this plot. The human toll so devastating. Bill Clinton was president at the time. And so we just wanted to take stock today and a moment to cover this here on Live Now from Fox. A major, major story in the latter half of the 20th century, no doubt. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be showing you moments from the trial and the court there in Fairfax, Virginia today between Johnny Depp and his ex-wife Amber Heard in this defamation case. We'll be bringing on legal experts like we have in the past several days, talking about the latest headlines from the day in court, one of which, Johnny Depp. He testified today. We're going to hear from the actor himself in just a moment.
at the time, because the news of this, her accusations had sort of permeated the industry and then made its way through media and social media, became quite a global let's say, quote unquote, fact, if you will. And since I knew that there was no truth to it whatsoever, I felt it my responsibility to stand up not only for myself in that instance, but stand up for my children, who at the time were 14 and 16, and so they were in high school, and I thought it was diabolical that my children would have to go to school and have their friends or people in the school approach them with the infamous People magazine cover with Miss Heard with a dark bruise on her face. And then it just kept, it kept multiplying. It just kept getting bigger and bigger. So it was my responsibility, I felt, to not only attempt to clear my name for the sake of, well, for many reasons, but I wanted to clear my children of this horrid thing that they were having to read about their father, which was untrue. And also, after many years of being in this industry, at the time it was probably, I'd probably been in the industry 30 plus years, 35 years. Never had any problems, anything like that. And I had met many people over the years, many of the people, and had the opportunity to talk to those people and to even give advice to these people. And I'm not, my goal is the truth. My goal is the truth because it killed me that people that I had spoken with, that I had met with over the years, who maybe were in a not such a great position and they needed advice, and I gave them the best advice I could. All I could think of was that those people would think that I was a fraud and that I had lied to them. And so I had to wait for my opportunity to address the charges, which were criminal charges. And they just weren't true. So I felt the responsibility of clearing the record as the only way that I could get to the point where I could speak has really taken this full 6 years. And it's been 6 years of trying times. It's very strange when one day you're Cinderella, so to speak, and then in 0.6 seconds you're Quasimodo. And I didn't deserve that, nor did my children, nor did the people who have believed in me for all these years. I didn't want any of those people to believe that I had done them wrong or lied to them or that I was a fraud. I pride myself on honesty. I pride myself on truth. Truth is the only thing I'm interested in. Other lies will get you nowhere, but lies build upon lies and build upon lies. It's too much to cover. I'm obsessed with the truth, and so today is the first opportunity that I've been able to speak about this case in full for the first time.
Mr. Depp, how do you feel about the intimate details of your life being aired in this process?
As a father, raising kids, when they were very, very little, it was important to me, very important to me, to try to shield my children as much as possible from looking at their father or their mom, for that matter, as novelties. I didn't want my children to experience hordes of paparazzis. So I was always a very private person. So for me to come up here and stand before you, or sit before you all, and spill the truth is quite exposing. And it's unfortunate that it's not only exposing for myself, it's exposing for my family, it's exposing for Miss Heard, it's exposing for, it never had to go in this direction. And so I can't say that I'm embarrassed because I know that I'm doing the right thing.
Now, Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn a bit to your upbringing. We heard a bit from your sister Christy last week, but can you please tell the jury in your own words about your childhood upbringing?
I had a very interesting childhood, one that I thought was normal until a certain age. My mother, I was born in Kentucky, and then we moved around quite a lot when I was a kid. So you were always just, my mom had this, her feet were on fire and she had to move, so we moved constantly. So you were always the new kid, and that wasn't ever particularly pleasant. Then we moved to Florida, South Florida, when I was about 7 or 8. And again, moved several times. But my mother was quite unpredictable. She was very unpredictable. She had the ability to be as cruel as anyone can be with all of us. That is to say, my sister Christy and my brother Danny and my sister Debbie, and also my father. So essentially, she could become quite violent. and she was quite violent, and she was quite cruel, and though there was physical abuse, certainly, which could be in the form of an ashtray being flung at you, you know, it hits you in the head, or you'd get beat with a high-heel shoe or a telephone or whatever's handy. So in our house, we were never exposed to any type of safety or security. The only thing that one could do, really, was to try to stay out of the line of fire. I started to be able to observe, and I could start to see when she was about to head into a situation where she was going to get riled up and somebody was going to get it. Generally, it was me.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned that your mother could be cruel. How could she be cruel?
The various categories, I suppose, there's physical violence, of course, there's physical abuse, to which she was, that was a constant. That was just a constant, you know. We were all somewhat shell-shocked, you know, even if she just walked past us, you'd sort of shield yourself because you didn't know what was going to happen. Excuse me. And so there was the physical abuse, which was a constant. There was quite a lot of verbal abuse. There was quite a lot of name calling and bullying. You know, making fun of whatever defect, you know, one might have. You know, if my brother wore glasses, so of course he was four eyes, and his teeth were messed up in the front, so he was buck-toothed as well. My sister Christy, which this is such a hideous psychological play. My father's parents were quite refined. My mother comes from Eastern Kentucky, which is where you grow up in shacks and hollers, you know, and my mother despised my father's parents, and my grandmother's name was Violet, and every now and again you would hear my mother just scream across the house, "Come here, Violet, get in here, Violet." And Christy, my sister, knew very well that that was a deep cut, psychologically, emotionally, but we had to take it. I mean, you just had to take the pain. I was born with a very strange, it was a very rare thing in my eye, as the back of the lens is spherical. Normally is spherical, so in this eye is normal. This eye, I was born with a more conical lens, so my brain never learned to see out of my left eye, and they noticed when I was about 3, 4 that I had a lazy eye a wandering eye, and she would call me cockeye, one eye, anything she could get to demean, humiliate. I even had to wear an eye patch on my good eye to strengthen my bad eye, so that it would cease to wander. It was exercising the muscles of the eye, though the brain had never learned to see. So I still, my vision in my left eye is, I'm legally blind in my left eye. But so yeah, the verbal abuse, the psychological abuse was almost worse than the beatings, because the beatings were just physical pain, and the physical pain you learn to deal with, you learn to accept it, you learn to deal with it. But the psychological and emotional abuse, that's what kind of tore us up, I think.
What about your father? What was he like?
My father was a very kind man. In fact, my father's still alive. He's a very kind man. He's a very quiet man. In fact, he's very shy. Not a confrontational person in any way. And when Betty Sue, my mother, would go off on a tangent toward my father, and of course in front of the kids it was no matter to her. He amazingly remained very, very stoic, and never, as she was rationing him with horrible things, he stood there and just looked at her while she delivered the pain, and he swallowed it. He took it. There was never one moment, never a moment when my father lost control and attacked my mother or hit my mother or even said a bad thing to my mother. The things that I witnessed were, there were a couple of times when it got too far, that I could see his eyes welling up as he was staring at her, saying nothing. And then the most that he would do is he would punch a wall. I once saw him punch a wall and shatter his hand because it wasn't drywall. It was proper concrete and steel wire and rebar and things of that nature. And but still, never touched her, never argued with her. He remained a gentleman. And to me, as a 5-year-old boy, I kept thinking to myself, I kept wondering why does he take it? How does he take this? And why doesn't he leave her? But he didn't, you know. He was able to maintain his calm and his composure. He was able to maintain his relationship with his children. He was a good man. He is a good man.
You mentioned that you saw your father punch a wall. How many times did you witness that?
I mean, out of, I couldn't count the amount of fights that they had, but I know that I've seen my father strike a wall 2 or 3 times tops. Once when he broke his hand. But yeah, 3 times at tops, you know.
Was your father ever abusive to you or any of your siblings?
No, my father was not an abusive man. At the same time, my father was also, to some degree, at the mercy of Betty Sue. Because if he argued with what she wanted done, that would just turn into another barrage of hatred towards him. So I can remember my father coming home from work, and maybe I'd gotten a bad report card, or maybe I'd gotten in trouble at school, or something like that. And my father would arrive home from work, and the first thing she would say was, "John, take him out there. He gets the belt. Give him the belt." And he wanted to know what it was about, so he'd take me out to the garage, and I'll never forget this white, thick leather 1970s era, thick leather white belt that he would take off, and then he would commence to inflict the punishment on me. But interestingly, there was one time when my father, I kept telling him I didn't do this. It was another incident. I kept swearing to him that I did not do what Betty Sue, what my mom had said that I'd done. But he went through with the punishment anyway. And then, not long after, he found out that I had been telling the truth and that I hadn't done what my mom had said that I'd done. And he came to me and apologized to me for having gone through with the whipping, you know, with the belt. And I have to say, my mom never did that. She couldn't. She knew what she knew. She was raised how she was raised. And I had no power to change what was inside of her, you know.
How did your parents' relationship ultimately come to an end, to your understanding?
When my father left, I didn't realize that he had left. He left for, I was 15. I had already left school, and I was a musician. I was playing in clubs and such. And he left for work one morning, just like every day, and was packing his car, and then he left. And then hours later, my mom, Betty Sue, came home from work. It was about 3:30 in the afternoon. And she walked in the door and stopped and just looked around like she felt something. And I said, "What's wrong?" She said, "Your daddy's gone." I said, "Well, yeah, I seen him leave for work this morning." She said, No, he's gone. And she ran into the into their bedroom and into their closet, and I followed her, and she opened the door, and there was his rack of clothing and all his belongings were gone. And she was quite upset. And I took her car and drove to my father's work, and I sat down in front of him at 15, and I said, listen, seems as though somebody stole all your clothes out of the closet. And he said, yeah. He said, I'm done. I can't do it anymore. I can't live it anymore. You're the man. You're the man now. And those words didn't quite sit well with me. I didn't feel like I was ready to hear those words. But that's what I got. Then my mom went into a very, very dark place, a very deep, dark depression, as you can imagine. And one afternoon I woke up, I'd fallen asleep, and I woke up and walked out into the living room, and I saw my mother very feebly, and like almost, it was like a slow motion crawl. If I could stand up, I could show you just what I saw. Do you mind?
You can stand up.
Thank you. I saw my mother, in that mode. So instantly, I knew that something was dreadfully wrong, and there's drool coming out of her mouth. And as I was about to run and call, the front door busted open, and my uncle and 2 paramedics came in and threw her on the gurney and whisked her out of the house to get her to the hospital to pump her stomach. And she had swallowed a multitude of pills to.
Well, you have been listening in to descriptive testimony from actor Johnny Depp describing his mother, the physical and verbal abuse that he says that he underwent throughout his childhood. This is just one portion of the 3-hour testimony from Depp there in the defamation trial between him and his ex-wife, Amber Heard. Here, we want to go to the latest from Fox's William Lajeunesse as he breaks down some of those top moments.
Actor Johnny Depp took the stand in a Virginia courthouse Tuesday in the high-profile libel trial against ex-wife Amber Heard. The Pirates of the Caribbean star went into detail describing tumultuous events during their 2-year marriage.
Never did I myself reach the point of striking Miss Heard in any way, nor have I ever struck any woman in my life.
The actor's libel suit against Heard stems from a 2018 op-ed in the Washington Post. In the piece, Heard describes herself as being a survivor of domestic violence, though she doesn't mention Depp by name in the article. Depp's lawyers say the piece was obviously about him and filed a lawsuit in the months after the article was released. Depp is seeking $50 million, saying Heard's claims of domestic violence have destroyed his career and reputation.
It's not only exposing for myself, it's exposing for my family, it's exposing for Miss Heard.
Earlier in the day, Keenan Wyatt, a sound engineer who worked with Depp for more than 2 decades, testified in court. Wyatt said he interacted with Heard and Depp on several occasions, but claims he never had reason to believe Depp was physically abusive.
I've never seen him be violent towards anybody.
Heard has filed a countersuit seeking $100 million in damages, saying the actor's legal team smeared and branded her a liar. The trial is expected to last several weeks. In Los Angeles, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
And for legal analysis on today's testimony on the stand with Johnny Depp there, I want to bring in Imran Ansari. Imran, thanks for being with us here on the show once again. We appreciate it. Johnny Depp saying today he's, quote, obsessed with the truth. How do you think he did up on the stand?
Yeah, no, Dakota, he is really painting out his life to be one, a childhood, which was tumultuous, which really caused him and scarred him. And what he's trying to project to that jury is a level of sympathy, of course. And the jury's instructed at the end of the trial that they got to put sympathy aside, but jurors are not robots, of course, and they're human beings, and they take in what they hear in court. And Johnny Depp is really painting this picture of a childhood which led to the problems that he experienced as an adult. And this has come out in court: the drug abuse, the need for therapy. And we've heard testimony from doctors who treated Johnny Depp. And what is the purpose of this? Well, he's getting across to that jury that he himself was a vulnerable person. And of course, this is a defamation trial, and the truth is the ultimate defense to a defamation claim. And also the plaintiff here, Johnny Depp, has the burden of proof to show that the statements that were made by Amber Heard were false. And I think that's what we're getting to. But these are the building blocks, and I think he's come across well before this jury today. It's the building blocks to the meat and potatoes testimony that we're going to hear from Johnny Depp tomorrow. And I think that we've heard that it may be an all-day affair tomorrow in terms of Johnny Depp being on the stand all day testifying as to the allegations he's levied against Amber Heard in the defamation context, and also defending against the countersuit that Amber Heard has filed against him for $100 million. So here you have this really relationship, this salacious sort of set of facts unfolding before this jury. And as Johnny Depp stated, really the public is getting an inside view of all the, unfortunately, dirty laundry that that they had in this relationship.
Yeah, and he even said that himself. His lawyers asking, how do you feel about going back and backtracking and telling everyone about your relationship? And he says it's definitely not easy, but he did say that this is the first time he feels like he can actually speak about his case in full, which I thought was interesting considering this isn't the first go-around. There has been litigation in the past in the UK.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is the second time Johnny Depp and Amber Heard find themselves in court in regards to a defamation claim. That, the other case was in the UK, where unfortunately Johnny Depp lost that case. He had filed suit against a publication, The Sun, in the UK. But of course, in the United Kingdom, the defamation laws are very different than that here in the United States. The plaintiff doesn't have the burden of proof in the UK. Is actually the opposite. So it's harder to prove a case or have a defamation case be successful against a defendant, which is a publication in the UK. But here the tables have turned. The burden rests upon Johnny Depp to show the false aspect of Amber Heard's statements. And, it is the second time that the public gets to hear about the relationship between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. And of course, this has really polarized those who are fans of both. You have a lot of Johnny Depp supporters down at that courthouse in Virginia, but you also have a lot of Amber Heard supporters down there in court. And whenever you have Hollywood and the law intersecting, you get a lot of people who are interested in this trial. But of course, it's a serious trial. This deals with allegations of domestic violence. It deals with allegations of alcohol and drug abuse. And it's a very real case for these litigants. And as you stated, Dakota, this is, at least in Johnny Depp's words, his first time where he's speaking out about his experiences here and these allegations. Of course, he can't necessarily do that to the press because he would possibly face a defamation charge. But here he is protected by what's called the litigation privilege, meaning he could testify in his, honestly, truthfully, as he sees fit, and be insulated against, another defamation charge.
Well, and Depp standing by his original story that he did not strike Heard, that he hasn't striked any woman, any girlfriend in the past either, which is far from what Amber Heard is saying. So we're likely to hear that from her testimony, right?
Yeah, we expect Amber Heard to testify in this case. She is a party to this action, so it would be bizarre if she didn't testify. But there's two aspects here. She would be testifying in defense of the defamation claims brought against her by Johnny Depp, but she would be also testifying in support of the countersuit that she filed against Johnny Depp. So there's two aspects of that testimony that we expect to hear from both these litigants. Johnny Depp testifying in support of his claims against Amber Heard, but also in defense of the claims Amber Heard has made against him, and vice versa. Amber Heard testifying in defense of the claims brought against her by Johnny Depp, but also in support of her own claims. So I expect that Amber Heard is going to testify. I don't think she will testify on the plaintiff's case. Of course, Johnny Depp's attorneys could call her as a witness, but I expect that her own defense team will call her on the defendant's case. And then, of course, Johnny Depp's attorneys will have an opportunity to cross-examine her. So really, these former spouses, this former husband and wife, are putting everything out there in this courtroom for both the jurors to hear and see, but also for the public.
Okay, so we potentially could be hearing from Heard as early as this week, but definitely within the trial. Pulling her into his testimony today, I want to talk about how he apologized to her about vulgar texts that he had sent her. He also kind of recounted his first encounters with her, saying that she seemed like she was too good to be true, and talked about how they first fell in love in their relationship in the beginning. What is the strategy behind all of this, kind of saying nice words about her? Do you think that she's going to do the same thing with him? What are they trying to do and convey to the jury with this kind of speech?
Yeah, Dakota, that's all trial strategy, because you want the jury to look at your client, whether you be Amber Heard or Johnny Depp's attorneys. You want the jury to sympathize with your client, to look at them and feel that they are the injured party here. They are the damaged party, because ultimately at the end of this trial, both parties are seeking damages from this jury for the alleged defamation. So as an attorney, you want to confront all the negative aspects and evidence that may come in at trial. So these text messages that you just mentioned, where Johnny Depp is not saying nice things about Amber Heard whatsoever, you would expect as an attorney that the other side would be bringing these text messages in as evidence. So you want to get ahead of the curve there. You want to take the sting out of that evidence if it's brought by the other side. So they want to get that out on direct examination of their own witness. You want to have those text messages out there and have Johnny Depp explain to the jury why he sent those text messages. And you also want him to explain to the jury about the early stages of the relationship, when things were good and how things soured. That way the jury gets context as to what happened in their relationship, what brought them to this point in litigation in court. And also, again, you want to confront all those ugly pieces of evidence before your adversary can do so. That way the jury doesn't think you're trying to hide anything for your client.
If you were the legal team for Amber Heard right now, what would be your next steps in hearing the testimony today?
Yeah, I would be jotting down copious notes and getting ready to cross-examine Johnny Depp and bring out all those facts that may be in favor for Amber Heard. Bring out the facts about the drug abuse, the drinking, and paint this picture to the jury that this was an abusive relationship, but the abuse was not suffered by Johnny Depp. It was doled out by Johnny Depp against Amber Heard. Therefore, her public statements, her statements to the Washington Post that she was in this domestic violence situation was true. And truth is the absolute defense to a claim of defamation. And if Amber Heard's attorneys are able to establish that, well, then they have ultimately defeated Johnny Depp's case.
Right, even though Johnny Depp saying on the stand he is obsessed with the truth. Last question for you, Imran, because we're going to hear some pretty interesting testimony from other celebrities that are likely to be taking the stand here. James Franco and Elon Musk as well. James Franco, his name being brought up in the courtroom today because of the alleged relationship between Amber Heard and James Franco and Depp's, quote, jealousy of that. What role do you think that he is going to play for Amber Heard's case as well as Musk?
Yeah, well, you would expect that he would corroborate her claims, corroborate the claims of abuse that she has alleged against Johnny Depp. And if that's the case, then you have an independent witness. Of course, he would be cross-examined about any bias or friendship or relationship that he may have had with Amber Heard that would cause him to come in to testify in her favor. But then on Amber Heard's side, you would have independent corroborative evidence from a non-party, if you will, that would corroborate her claims. But again, this ultimately comes down in many ways to a he said, she said situation. And in the context of a defamation case, it's the he said, she said. One of them is telling the truth, one is not. And that's ultimately going to be for that jury to decide. But really, you're going to get all these sort of salacious facts coming out in court, and the jury's going to have to sort of keep focused. You have all this celebrity around this case. You have all this hoopla, public attention, and people surrounding that courthouse supporting one or the other of the parties. But ultimately, the jury's going to have to focus on the evidence, the law of defamation as it is in this country, and make a decision either for or against both parties.
Right, and not to mention, they're both actors. So it's he said, she said, or who's the best actor? Who do you believe the most?
Absolutely. And you know what? The courtroom is a theater in many ways, right? The courtroom, you have attorneys acting for the jury. And I mean that not in the sense that there's any sort of disingenuous sort of arguments being put forth. I'm getting a little tongue-tied there. I got to learn my lines. But meaning that, you know, there's a lot of theater in the courtroom. And now you have real professional actors taking the stand before this jury. And they're going to have to really parse out what is maybe playing up for the jury and using those acting skills, or if it's real, truthful testimony, which, of course, once they take that oath, they're on the obligation to do so in court. So that jury is going to have a lot of theater to go through. I'm sure these attorneys, when they sum up before that jury, will be bringing their A game. And of course, you know, you have a lot of attention on this trial whenever celebrities are involved, but it's a serious case, Dakota, and the jury will have a serious job at the end of this case when they reach their verdict.
Yep, that's right. And we saw it in the testimony, Depp even standing up, acting out some of the motions of his mother. So it will be something to watch moving forward, and we'll have it all live for all of our viewers here on Live Now from Fox. Imran Ansari, thanks so much for being with us here on the show. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Well, we're going to take a quick break, but don't go away because we have an update on that really interesting story coming out of New York and in Queens. A mother found dead inside of a duffel bag. The investigation underway. We have details in 2 minutes.
One of the big ones out in New York is this murder investigation of a Queens mom who is found stuffed in a duffel bag. We're going to get the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox. Go out to Fox 5's Antoine Lewis here that has been covering this story and joins us with the very latest.
Well, police, as you can see, are behind me still. The presence is smaller, but they are nonetheless keeping this house under guard. It's still taped off. This is where the victim's body was found. And before we go into the story, we can tell you that about 9 blocks from where we are standing is where the duffel bag that you were referencing was. Police are trying to investigate and determine that the murder happened here, that the bag containing the victim was taken again those blocks away, discovered underneath a very busy parkway, not too far from where we are. The estimated distance is about 9 to 10 blocks or so, but nonetheless, here's the very latest. Take a listen to what we had to say, what we found out when we talked to people who were here in the neighborhood. The makeshift memorial in front of Orsolia Gall's home continues to grow.
As a woman, I just think the violent death that she endured is a scary thing for a woman in the city.
When did you know something had happened? Did you see the...
I didn't.
When did you find out?
I found out when I was watching TV. And my wife says, "What happened here?"
The NYPD says Gall's body was discovered just after 8 Saturday morning in a duffel bag on Metropolitan Avenue underneath the Jackie Robinson Parkway. A trail of blood led authorities back to the victim's home on Juno Street. Police believe that she was killed by sharp force injuries to the neck. Neighbors say she lives with her husband and 2 sons, and that her husband and older son were out of town at the time of her death. Right now, detectives are retracing Gall's steps in the hours before her body was found. And a surveillance camera caught an image of someone dragging what appears to be a large bag on a Forest Hill sidewalk not far from where the body was found. The NYPD tells Fox 5, though, that they are still looking for suspects. Police have also placed $3,500 reward for information posters throughout Gall's Queens neighborhood, where many of the residents remain in shock.
It's scary when, you don't feel safe where you live.
And Mike, that pretty much is the sentiment of those that we spoke with out here. The motive, if you will, in this case, police have not released that. Again, they're still looking for a suspect in the case. As far as that picture that's going around, the one that we showed you in the story that was in black and white, again, police are still trying to figure out if there is any connection to this story or not, but it was supposedly captured by one of the Nest cams, in front of someone's home. So again, all of that, as well as retracing the steps of where Ms. Gall was on Friday night. There are reports they're looking into that said that she was at Lincoln Center, which is on the Upper West Side, if you're familiar with the New York Manhattan landscape, and that possibly may have gone out to a bar. But again, these are just all things that are being investigated in and certainly not corroborated at this particular time.
Antoine, what do we know of the reports there that the husband may have received some threatening messages on his phone just right after this murder?
Well, there are other outlets reporting that. We ourselves did not get that confirmed, but just to explain a little bit what you're saying, one of the outlets is reporting that her husband, who was, from what we're hearing, was out of town on a college scouting trip with his son, the older son, that he supposedly told the authorities that he had received a threatening text message at some point. And again, a couple of other outlets had gathered that information somehow. When we tried to get it confirmed on our end, we could not do so, which is why we didn't report it. So I don't have a positive answer to corroborate that, but that is one of the theories, one of the many questions surrounding the mystery that's going on with this house behind me.
Yeah, very, very disturbing story there, and we'll be waiting for more updates there, and we know that you guys will be tracking it all down. We appreciate it right here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, stay safe.
And once again, that's the latest from down on the ground as we follow that story. This is a live look in New York City. No police updates yet about that, but we'll be tracking it alongside our Fox 5 New York team. Heading to the West Coast, though, now we want to go out to Fox 11 in Los Angeles as a new Fox Nation documentary is exposing the district attorney out in Los Angeles County, George Gascon. He has been met with a lot of criticism in the past for what some say is a soft on crime policy here. And new audio shows the fact that one of the criminals who is behind bars says that he wants to get Gascon's name tattooed on his face because he lowered his sentence. Here's more from Fox 11.
Now to another big story tonight. A blistering new documentary about LA County District Attorney George Gascon began streaming today on Fox Nation. It features new reporting from our colleague Bill Maluzhin. The documentary is called The Suicide of Los Angeles. It's hosted by Tucker Carlson, who we know always has a point of view. The Fox News primetime opinion host is pretty clear he is not a fan of Gascon's policies. Today, our Phil Schumann spoke with Gascon for a response. He's live in downtown LA. Phil.
Well, this new documentary definitely has a point of view, Alex, and the point of view is that everything that's wrong with Southern California is George Gascon's fault, which is a thesis that he most certainly rejects.
What just happened? Possible 187 suspect. Open it, clear.
Critics, some in his own office, say in essence the liberal DA favors criminals over victims, a charge Gascon's consistently denied. In the new doc, a prison phone call is used as an example of how some behind bars view Gascon. A convicted murderer in a robbery gone bad says he's so happy at his reduced charges, he's going to get the name Gascon tattooed on his forehead.
They're going to drop a gang of, like my gun enhancement, my gang enhancement. My gang enhancement, 10 years, full for being a gang member. And then the gun and the commission of a crime.
Well, look, first of all, this is a recycled story. This has been out for a while.
Gascon says that sentence was harsh, appropriate, even though technically the killer will eventually be eligible for parole.
But to somehow say that 35 years to life sentencing is not enough, it flies in the face of common sense.
Coincidentally, this also the day DA Gascon introduced a new head of an expanded Bureau of Victims Services, saying this has been a long national search and is certainly not a response to the ongoing recall campaign.
Since we started this process over a year ago, before there was the second recall process, I think it's hard to draw the connection for most people that look at the history of this. But I understand that when I get up in the morning, depending on which way I put my pants, I'm probably doing it because of the recall. So what can I tell you?
Gascon is a man who stands by his convictions. Remember, he started as a police officer in L.A., was the DA in San Francisco before coming to Los Angeles, close ally of Governor Newsom. And he was elected on a campaign of criminal justice reform, and that's what he believes in. For example, 35 to life to him is a harsh sentence, perhaps not for the murder victims' families who wanted to see life in prison without parole. But Alex, Gascon, as we've talked about before here, believes that longer sentences, the death penalty, these things aren't deterrents to crime, that our system isn't working, and that needs a much more progressive approach, focusing on rehabilitation, for example, and giving people second chances, no matter how, in most cases, how heinous the crimes.
I mean, chances are the people that are subscribed to Fox Nation and checking out Tucker Carlson Originals probably not big fans of George Gascon to begin with. But let's talk about where the recall is right now. As of 2 weeks ago, the recall had collected 250,000 signatures. They need 566,000 by July 6th to qualify for the ballot. The deadline there is July 6th. They need to then verify the signatures because sometimes the signatures that are collected are thrown out. How real a threat is this? I mean, obviously Gascon was joking about putting his pants on, but do you get the sense that they see this as a real threat?
I don't. They understand that it is a legitimate, well-funded effort, better than the first one, which fizzled out after a period of months. But we haven't seen much momentum beyond that core group of anti-Gascon folks that have signed the petition so far. And that deadline is approaching pretty fast. It takes money to hire signature gatherers. It takes money to verify the signature gathering. So right now they've got, as you mentioned, a couple 100,000, more than a third, but there's still a long way to go. And Gascon strikes me, and every time I've talked with him, as someone who's supremely confident in his policies and procedures, even though, as we've had here on Special Report, many in his own office strongly disagree with him. This is the biggest prosecutor's office in the nation. He has a lot of support from other DAs in other states, and it's really going to be a referendum on his sort of philosophy to see how this all plays out.
We know that, something like 90% of the people in his own office don't support this recall as well, at least according to their voting. And we know that his approval ratings is pretty low here in LA County as well, but it's a tall order to get all those signatures. Phil, we have been very clear to him that we would love to hear from him. He had said when he got elected he was going to come on all the time, and you extended that offer again today.
Right. In fact, he said that he would come on with us here at 7 o'clock after the holidays back in December, when the last time we extended that invitation to him. He clearly feels that while facing the recall election campaign, you'd think he would want to get his message out in a clear, concise way in his own words. He's chosen not to do that. His top aides have offered to come on in his place, which is an offer we might take them up on, because they want to make sure that what Gascon is all about is clearly understood with people. And we've explained to him that we don't think he's really achieving that by not agreeing to talk at length, but that's his strategy at this point.
And the invitation remains open. Phil Schuman, thank you for your reporting on that against that documentary on Fox Nation.
Well, we also had an announcement from Gascon today, a man getting life in prison for the killing of Jacqueline Avant. Here again is Fox 11's Phil Schuman.
The admitted killer, Ariel Maynor, listening as the judge described how he shot a, quote, highly vulnerable 81-year-old woman in the back and laughed about it in a recorded jailhouse call.
Given the sentence today, Mr. Maynor will be ineligible for early parole and will spend the rest of his life in prison.
District Attorney George Gascon called a rare press conference to talk about Maynor's sentence, saying it was always a 3 strikes case and the de facto life sentence avoided the pain of a trial. 150 years to life for the murder with a 3-strike enhancement, plus 40 years for other crimes, including attempted murder of a security guard, possession of a firearm, 2 counts of burglary. The killer apparently hoping to burglarize the house when he shot Jacqueline Avant. She was married to longtime music producer Clarence. Their adult daughter, Nicole, read an emotional letter in court today saying in part, "The only word to describe the state of our family is shattered." Maynor, seen here after his capture in the Hollywood Hills hours after the Beverly Hills murder, is a career criminal first arrested at the age of 12. DA Gascon says he represents the failure of our criminal justice system, which Gascon's trying to reform.
Right now, people go to prison, and in essence, they get a degree in crime. It's no surprise that the outcomes make us less safe. We need to ensure that we provide the resources necessary for treatment, support, both inside and outside the prison systems, and that we facilitate re-entry in a way that would make us all safer.
That was Fox 11's Phil Schuman reporting. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going out to the southern border, reporting from Fox's Bill Malugin, as he says there's been more than 1 million encounters between Border Patrol personnel and immigrants attempting to enter the U.S. illegally since last October. This, as Title 42 is set to expire right around the corner here. So that's coming up in 2 minutes.
Newly released CBP numbers revealed there were over 14,000 unaccompanied children encountered at the southern border in March alone, many of them abandoned, like this 3-year-old girl found by border agents in the El Paso sector this week. She was left alone by a smuggler. No parents, no guardians.
It's continuing to happen because, again, there is no consequences for individuals coming across our borders. In America, where you can't even leave a dog inside a car with the windows rolled up, yet individuals are allowed to turn over their children to drug smugglers, human smugglers, sex traffickers, and at the end are facing zero consequences for it.
In Piedras Negras, Mexico today, Fox News cameras witnessed multiple groups of migrants running down to the riverbank, some of them seemingly afraid of Mexican authorities. Within moments, they are in the water and crossing illegally into Eagle Pass, Texas, where they appear to have no fear of American authorities. Some of these migrants bringing young children with them as they risk the currents. CBP also now confirming Fox News is reporting that more than 221,000 migrants were encountered at the border in March. That's the highest number since at least the year 2000. CBP reports there were over 109,000 Title 42 expulsions in March. And with Title 42 set to expire next month, the union representing Border Patrol agents says expect a bad situation to get significantly worse.
I'm outraged, and all of our agents are outraged right now. We're just beside ourselves that this administration is doing nothing. I've been doing this job for nearly 25 years. I have never seen the morale lower than what it is right now.
And you can expect there to be some fireworks in Washington, D.C. next week. That is when DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is set to testify about the border in front of the House Judiciary Committee. And Republicans say they got a lot of questions for him. Reporting in Eagle Pass, Texas, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
And continuing off of that, a live look from Capitol Hill. Despite the huge volume of illegal immigrants trying to enter the country, the Biden administration remains unmoved, at least publicly. But a growing number of the president's fellow Democrats are going on the record concerned the immigration issue could cause serious damage to the party in the midterm elections. Fox News correspondent Peter Ducey with this story.
The president traveled today to the politically important city of Portsmouth, New Hampshire.
We're the only nation on earth, as I said, that's always turned every single solitary crisis we've had into an opportunity.
The crisis border state leaders see next month's end to Title 42.
Lifting Title 42 is a mistake. DHS's own numbers say that would be 18,000 people a day additional streaming over the border. That's 6.5 million in a year.
Aboard Air Force One, Jen Psaki blamed Republicans who tried to tie border security to a failed COVID funding bill.
If we want to address immigration, let's have a conversation about that. But let's not hold COVID funding hostage, because we're going to have to end a range of programs that are going to hurt the American people.
But it's not just Republicans. At least 11 Democratic senators now say the White House needs to fill them in about what happens next, including a Democrat up for re-election who appeared with the president today.
Your Senator Maggie Hassan, who's been one of my friends for a long, long time.
Hassan recently visited the southern border and now says about the Biden White House it does not yet have a comprehensive plan to handle a steep increase in attempted border crossings that will occur once Title 42 is repealed. A majority of governors have decided they don't want to wait. 26 Republicans are forming a new border strike force, quote, to disrupt and dismantle transnational criminal organizations by increasing collaboration, improving intelligence, investing in analysis, combating human smuggling, and stopping drug flow in our states.
The number one leading cause of death for youths in southern Arizona is fentanyl. That is on the Biden administration, and they need to act. Governors are stepping up to do what they refuse to do.
As those Republicans warn of potential electoral consequences because of problems at the border, it's notable the president's infrastructure and transportation event in New England today was missing his transportation secretary, just a day after a writer at the Washington Post listed Secretary Pete Buttigieg as the number 2 Democrat most likely to win the nomination in 2024, right behind Joe Biden. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
Well, one thing that leaders on both sides of the aisle can agree on is that inflation, it's still a problem, even though there's a lot of issues going on. Well, Fox's Lauren Blanchard brings us that part of the story as President Biden is touting his plans on how to bring the economy back.
President Biden in New Hampshire Tuesday to again tout last year's bipartisan infrastructure bill. He's requiring any construction materials bought with money from the $1.2 trillion bill be American-made.
We now rank number 13 in the quality of our infrastructure. China's ahead of us. So many other countries have moved. Folks, this matters.
It's an effort to ramp up production in the U.S. and help ease supply chain pressure that has sent prices sky high and has economic experts concerned. Goldman Sachs now says there is a 35% chance of a recession in the next 2 years.
What the Fed should do is stop printing so much money and stabilize the dollar and let this thing work itself out.
Inflation is now at a 40-year high and is straining Americans' wallets.
There's no sign that inflation is slowing down. In fact, if anything, it's going stronger and stronger.
Senator Elizabeth Warren penned an op-ed in the New York Times warning fellow Democrats they need to make good on campaign promises to make the economy work better, or else they can expect a red wave in November. Republicans say they can turn the economy around if they take back Congress.
We wouldn't have dumped $2 trillion on the economy, and we wouldn't be suffering from record levels of inflation.
The Made in America material requirement will have some waivers if there's not enough supply available or if the price is too high. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Well, high gas prices still remain an issue for American consumers as well, but it is causing many to go hybrid. Here's that.
With gas prices soaring, it's no surprise that hybrid vehicles are gaining popularity. And while the upfront costs are often more than their conventional gasoline counterparts, Consumer Reports says most hybrids will save you money over the long term. Using a gas price of $4 per gallon and driving 12,000 miles a year, the Toyota RAV4 Hybrid will pay off its higher cost in 4 years, the Honda Accord Hybrid in 3, and the Hyundai Santa Fe Hybrid in only 2. And if gas prices go up to $5 per gallon, the payback period for the Santa Fe Hybrid could drop to just 1 year.
So with that, is it smarter to buy or lease your car? Fox 11 in Los Angeles with that side of the story.
Since the early days of the pandemic, new and used car prices have been steadily rising, and it seems like there's no sign of those prices coming down anytime soon. Car company leaders at the New York International Auto Show say low inventories because of continuing supply chain and computer chip problems, and that will keep new car prices high through the end of the year, maybe even into 2023. Well, that sounds like bad news. Well, this morning we want to help you navigate the car lot. If you happen to find yourself needing a new vehicle or a different vehicle, our pal Brian Moody is an automotive editor. Good to have you here from Auto Trader. You know, it's interesting. We spent an inordinate amount of time in the meeting yesterday talking about the whole car issue. And it's not just us. You're hearing it all around you as well.
Right. There's lots of people that are having the same issue, and they're looking for a way to get the car they want, but also a way that they can get a great deal. And I think there's a few things you can do to make sure that you get at least one of those two things.
Okay, I like that. But can we actually start with the fact that with everything so expensive right now, some folks are actually just trying to figure out if they can hang on to the car they have, but it's got a little age on her. And they're trying to decide, is it time to sell it? Do I keep it and invest a little bit in it? Or do I just trade it in and get something newer? How are you counseling people?
Well, so here's the best way to think of that. If you have a car that you are relatively happy with normally, then try to keep it. If it's a problem like it always breaks down, then that's when you start to think about, you know, should I get a different car? Or if your family needs change, say you have an additional child or something like that. But here's the thing, most people don't realize is that like a car payment comes every month. An occasional repair let's say of $1,000. Well, that's a lot of money, but that might just be one time in the year. And those car payments, $300, $400, $500, $600, that comes every single month.
Oh, fair point. Fair point. Okay, so now the question becomes, do you go new? Do you go used? We know that used cars were almost impossible to find during the pandemic, but also there's not a lot of supply of new cars with this chip problem. So what are you saying to folks here?
Right. So what I would do is I would look for a lightly used car first. I would set my sights on a, say, 1 to 5 year old used car.
That's not a dramatic pause. That's our signal. Oh, is he back? He's back.
Dramatic pause. Because remember that when you get a certified pre-owned vehicle, it comes with a warranty and a checklist backed by the manufacturer.
Right.
So that's important to have, even though it is technically still a used car. And remember, the shortage of new cars is what put the pressure on used cars. Right. Used cars are starting to come back up in terms of supply. So I would go looking for a lightly used car first and see if you can't find something you like there.
Okay, so then from there, do you lease or do you buy? I mean, there are people that are absolute lease people, and then there are people who say, I will never lease, I only will buy.
Right. So here's what leasing gets you. Leasing gets you a low cost in the short term. It gets you a low payment for an arguably nicer car. So say you're going to be living someplace for 3 years and you know you're going to move back. Leasing a car is going to be okay. But long term, leasing doesn't save you money because you never have equity in the car. When you buy the car, you pay for a long time, and at some point you own that car, and then you can sell it and get the money back. Leasing doesn't work that way. It just gets you something nicer for the short term.
And I suppose it depends on your lifestyle and the kind of work you do.
Sure.
And, you know, that can factor in. Okay, so let's talk about something that is so frustrating, the negotiation. This always gets me, and I'm not good at it. I'm going to be honest. I bring in some heavy hitters to help me with it because I can't do it. Any tips on the negotiating of the price, especially now when prices are high and there are so few, there's so little inventory?
Well, I love that you said that you don't think you're good at it, because a surefire sign that you might not be good at it is if you think you are super good at it. That's the kind of thing there. Maybe just get a professional.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So, but here's the thing. This is what's happened because of the pandemic. Most people are paying MSRP, the manufacturer's suggested sticker price. They're paying that or above.
Okay.
And what's that led dealerships to is they're like, hey, maybe we need to have more of a one price model. You go to Target, you go to some store and buy a TV, it's the price that it is.
Right.
And maybe cars should work that way too. And at Auto Trader, what we found is that people like that better because they don't like negotiating. Even if they paid a little bit more, they just want to know what the price is, sign the papers, and then move on.
Yeah. Okay, that's good to know. Now, financing, at a time like this, it matters. I think it always matters. This is a big expenditure in your budget. Any tips on the financing aspect, considering how the economy is right now?
Well, the dealership may be able to make you the best deal. But what I would do is get pre-qualified from your credit union or bank first. And then you have that set rate in your back pocket. Go to the dealership, give them the option. Give them the option to make you a great deal because they probably can. But if not, then you have a backup. You don't have to go work that out later under pressure.
I feel like I don't even need to because I'm good with my car. And let's hope she hangs on for a while. But I just love how much information, so many tools you gave us, and also a little bit of confidence, right? Part of this is it's confidence. You got to go in there feeling confident about what you want to do in the car you want. Brian Moody, you're a treasure. I don't care what everybody else says. I'm kidding. That's just me because I've known you a long time and I like to give you a hard time.
They do say that. Thank you.
Nice to see you, my friend. We'll go test driving some cars in the spring. How about that?
Yes.
Okay, sounds fun.
All right, a great segment there on Fox 11 in Los Angeles, and they're talking about good deals. How about this deal? $500 for a wedding in Los Angeles County. That's how much a couple paid, including a $47 wedding dress. You never find that. That does not exist. Well, it did exist for this couple. Coco McAvoy with this story.
Today, you are witnessing a miracle.
A breathtaking wedding with mountain views was the setting for Joel and Kiera Broken Brow's big day on February 12th.
It was just so refreshing just being at that wedding day, just seeing her.
A dream come true on a budget. The couple spent just $500 for their wedding, including the venue and reception. Their wedding is now viral on social media.
We didn't set a budget, but we knew that we wanted to be as frugal as possible. So however we could cut costs, like that was the goal.
The original plan was a courthouse wedding.
she's a brat.
But Kiera wanted something different.
I was like, well, we should do like an elopement type thing with family. And then I thought of that place and I was like, oh, well, let me see if it can happen. I did my research and it could.
That place was off the Angeles Crest Highway, which ended up costing nothing because the couple only invited 30 to 40 people, well under the number needed to buy a public permit. Their loved ones also chipped in for items like the cake and flowers. And for their outfits, Kiera spent just $47 on her wedding dress, and Joel's suit was $100.
And I actually still wear the pants. You know, if I want to go out, I can still wear the pants. I can still wear the vest if need be, the bow tie if need be.
The reception was held at Misty's Lounge in the Inland Empire. There was no reservation, but the couple arrived when the venue opened and guests paid for food and drinks themselves. The Broken Brows say their guests were very supportive.
The people who paid to fly out here came to a wedding and then, you know, they knew that they would, you know, if they wanted food and drinks, that's available for purchase. So they knew that. And they came, I didn't hear anyone complain.
The couple wanted an intimate wedding to honor their love story. And they say that was accomplished, no matter the budget.
If you feel like you need to get married, let our wedding be assigned to you, that it doesn't take all that and that it can definitely happen.
The beautiful couple honeymooned in Mexico following their wedding day, and that was separate from the $500 wedding budget, but they documented their entire journey on social media. We have all of the information on our website, foxla.com. I'm Coco McAvoy, Fox 11 News.
What a story right there. Everyone can take some notes on that. We're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we are talking about Netflix. Unfortunately, stock's not looking so good. Details after the break.
News out of Netflix today. They reported that they lost subscribers. Also, they're previewing what might be to come in the future about an ad-based content model because of this. Joining me now to discuss all of this, Wall Street Journal reporter Joe Flint. Joe, so good to see you. First, though, let's talk about this. The projections were quite low for these subscriber losses. How are they responding? How is Netflix responding?
Well, first, just to reiterate what you said, they lost 200,000 subscribers this quarter. It's the first time in more than a decade that they've posted a quarterly loss on subscribers. And they issued several statements in their earnings letter, their letter to shareholders, where they talked about how they were planning to address this. One was cracking down on password sharing and basically trying to create more subscriber revenue by eliminating password sharing. And something that wasn't in their letter, but they talked about on their subsequent call with an analyst, a video call they do every quarter, was adding a lower priced advertising supported version of Netflix, which is a real turn for them. Chairman, co-CEO Reed Hastings has always been adamant about keeping the Netflix experience a commercial-free haven of sorts. But in recent weeks, there's been signals from Netflix that they were starting to rethink that. And today, Hastings pretty much said they are looking very strongly at adding a lower price commercial tier. Their line is to give their viewers more choice on what sort of package they'd like to receive, but it's also hard not to look at this as an acknowledgement that the growth is slowing and that by adding a lower price tier, they're hoping they will increase their subscriber base and add a new revenue stream.
Yeah, that is quite a stunning development. Also, just an acknowledgement on the part of Netflix that they do have to adapt. Of course, there were some angry users when they recently just upped the monthly fee, the monthly price. I believe it's $15.99 now. But also password sharing, and so many people talk about it. They think Netflix is cracking down on this. I know I have my Netflix account, but my whole family uses it. What can we expect on that front in the next couple of months, do you think?
Well, they've been rolling out experiments, and they have been doing that in Costa Rica, Peru, and Chile. And in a nutshell, what they're doing is they're offering customers there a discounted rate to have more members of their family or friends on a plan. And while they didn't spell out specifics in the United States, I would think that that would be the model they would look to here. If there's a family and they can obviously detect that there are additional streams being used outside of that home, then they can come back and say, hey, we noticed that you have 3 people in your house using it, which is fine, but there's another 3 that live outside your house, and we'd like to offer you this discount add-on price. Otherwise, we got to cut off the password sharing. Interestingly, Netflix said there hasn't been an increase in password sharing. It's always been fairly rampant, but because the growth is slowing for them, they now feel the need to crack down on it and try to create new revenue here.
Yeah, that was my next question, because these 200,000, users that they lost their subscription. I was kind of curious if that was just an organic kind of loss of subscriptions, or was that a result of them cracking down on the password sharing? What do you think about that?
I think it's more organic. In the U.S., there was a significant loss. A big chunk of those 200,000 came out of the U.S. and Canada, where they increased prices, as you mentioned earlier. So that was part of it as well. And the economy. And they also acknowledged that certainly the effects of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, not only did they shut down their service in Russia, which had about 700,000 subscribers, they suggested that a pinch they're feeling in Central Europe and Eastern Europe can also be tied to that. So a lot of different factors going into this, but going forward, it will be interesting to see how the consumer base reacts to perhaps having to pay a little more to pass on that password to a friend or family member.
Yeah, not only what the consumer base is saying, what are investors saying? How was the stock price at the end of the day?
Well, the stock took a tumble in aftermarket trading. It dropped about 25%. Not only did Netflix miss their expectations for first quarter, they also said that in the second quarter, they're anticipating losing another 2 million subscribers or so. So that's obviously of concern to Wall Street. And it's a concern not only about Netflix, but since Netflix is the biggest and most successful streamer out there, it has everyone rethink the streaming business overall and how cost intensive it is and how much Netflix has to spend in programming. And, the hits that come out are often few and far between for everyone. It's a very tough business and you have to spend a lot of money. And I think Wall Street is starting to really recognize that and, reassess how they view whether there's a big pot of gold at the end of the streaming rainbow or not.
Yeah, and of course, since we are on really the tail end of the pandemic, that is also a factor at play as well. Maybe, in your view, about a loss of subscribers?
Well, Netflix said the pandemic, in a way, masked some of the cracks in their foundation because they had a huge growth spurt during the first, few months, first few quarters of the pandemic. Really strong, adding over 1 million subscribers, and then it slowed down, and they viewed part of that as just sort of life is resuming to normal. We had this pull forward, as they called it, and now the numbers are getting back to normal. But the continuing declines, from last quarter when they didn't meet projections to actually losing subs this quarter and forecasting another loss, has them acknowledging that no, this is not just a reaction to COVID, and that in fact those numbers, that the growth there kind of masks these other issues we're having.
All right, Joe Flint with the Wall Street Journal, we appreciate your time and your reporting on this. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you very much for having me.
Hope you enjoyed that conversation there. It's always interesting doing some of these tech-related stories. That one there about Netflix. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we're going to take a quick commercial break. Top of the hour here, 8 o'clock on the West Coast, 11 o'clock on the East Coast. When we come back, though, we'll be giving you the latest updates in Russia's war in Ukraine, bringing on national security expert Hal Kempfer to talk about the latest. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to hear now from Fox 13 in Tampa. They give a great summary of what you need to know about what happened in the war in Ukraine today. Their political director, Craig Patrick, has the latest.
Russia's launched what could be the defining battle in its war on Ukraine. It launched the battle for Donbass with hundreds of airstrikes and ground assaults stretching hundreds of miles through eastern Ukraine. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick has more.
Russian troops have now taken over most of Mariupol. At this point, there's only one pocket of resistance. Those Ukrainian troops are still holed up in the steel factory and they refuse to surrender. And while one steel factory may not sound like much, keep in mind this factory is a sprawling complex that covers 4 square miles. And it has a labyrinth of underground tunnels. And the Ukrainian troops say they'll fight to the end here because they're protecting 1,000 to 2,000 civilians who are holed up with them. And the longer they keep fighting around the factory, the longer they can hold up the invaders from joining the battle for the rest of Donbass. And the longer they can hamper Russian supply lines along the coast. And that's how Ukraine's last stand in this one factory can make a difference. And it's why they say they'll fight to the end.
No matter how many Russian troops are driven there, we will fight.
North of Mariupol, up to 75,000 invaders are now making their move on Luhansk and Donetsk, which make up the Donbass region. The Pentagon says tens of thousands of additional Russian invaders are resupplying and will likely join the battle in progress. The battlefront here is nearly 300 miles, about the drive from Tampa to Miami. So far, Ukraine says it's repelled 7 advances by Russia on this first full day of the battle. But with those advances, Russia appears to be testing Ukraine's front line, sort of poking and prodding to see where they might be able to find soft spots for an onslaught yet to come. They call it shaping the battlefield, which basically means they're engaging in what will be seen as small skirmishes compared to the raging attacks in the works.
They're trying to set the conditions for more aggressive, more overt, and larger ground maneuvers in the Donbass.
We've seen video of civilians, particularly seniors, women, and children, fleeing or trying to flee. But at this point, Ukraine says Russia has sealed off escape corridors and trapped hundreds of thousands of civilians in Donbass with no way out. Keep in mind, we don't know exactly how many may be trapped. Hundreds of thousands is a very loose estimate. We're talking about an area, a region that had a pre-war population of 6 million people. Of course, many of them an unknown figure exactly have already escaped. And with that, we know, for example, that Russian forces have already surrounded and overtaken the town of Kreminna. That's a town of around 20,000 people, and that puts it on course to take the capital, Kramatorsk, which would be a much larger population, which there is growing concern at this point, and it certainly bears watching over the next couple of days in terms of how much progress Russia makes in the opening stages of this battle. For context, the Pentagon says it just added 2 tactical battalion groups. That brings it to around 75% of the entire invasion force that started some 55 days ago, now bearing down in the battle for Donbass, and most of the other 25% at this point are rearming and reloading with plans to join the battle very soon.
Vladimir Putin just honored his troops that carried out those massacres of civilians in Bucha. What can we read into that, and what does it tell us about the battle for Donbass?
Well, a couple of things. First off, it indicates that Vladimir Putin is trying to deny the mass murders and civilian massacres that were committed by that brigade, number one. Number two, Ukraine fears he may be sending a message to the other invaders, as well as the butchers of Bucha, that their behavior in killing, summary executions, the rapes, the torture, etc., is all encouraged by Vladimir Putin, and that is how you get ahead in Putin's Russia, which, if true, certainly would not bode well for those hundreds of thousands of civilians who right now are trapped in the Donbass region.
No, it would not. All right, Craig Patrick, thank you.
The parents of a high school shooting suspect in...
Okay, and we thank Fox 13 in Tampa there for the latest what's happening on the ground in Ukraine. To discuss this even further, friend of the program being joined with now, Hal Kempfer. Thank you so much, Hal. Good to see you, as always. And we heard that, I thought, stunning report Craig Patrick mentioned that Vladimir Putin is awarding those Russian soldiers and presumably, and we are led to believe, the same Russian soldiers that carried out the atrocities in Bucha and the surrounding areas in Kyiv. But that dovetails with some of these intercepted phone calls and transmissions from the Ukrainian security service that is showing how some cracks in the propaganda wall. I want to read the transcript of one of them. This was from a son to his mother in Russia. She says, "Son, don't lose morale. If only you saw what they are doing there. You are doing an honorable thing. We will remember that." The son replies, "What are we doing? Killing civilians and children." The mother says, "No, you are not killing civilians and children." And the mother goes on to say, "You are killing fascists. Damn it." And then the son goes on to say, "Believe me." This is so indicative of some of the breakdown in the propaganda machine in Putin's Russia. Should we take much stock of it? Does it mean anything?
Andrew, what it means is it's going to take a while. There is the official line, and keep in mind there's also some very strict laws in Russia which compel people to maintain the party line. You know, if they start calling it an invasion and start saying other things, you know, they could quickly be arrested and put in jail, you know, prison. So there's a lot of reasons why within Russia, they just don't want to talk about it. They don't want to say anything publicly. But what's coming back is this constant feedback to the families. It's coming from the troops. It's coming through a variety of other means, which is telling the truth of what's happening over there. The other thing that they really can't get away from, it's not just the intercepts. The intercepts are huge. By the way, there's it's still unconfirmed, but there's an intercept today, which it could have been a Russian officer is what it sounded like. And basically he was saying that the Russians were firing on a Russian village right on the border of Ukraine and Russia as part of one of those fake Ukrainian attacks that Putin keeps putting out. He basically was saying we are part of that propaganda effort, and we're actually killing Russians in order to make up these stories for Putin about Ukrainian atrocities.
Yeah, he said that to his wife, right?
He's saying it to his wife, and then he went on and I don't know how long this guy would have had been in service for a while, but he went on to say that this is just like Moscow, in '99 with blowing up the apartment building and blaming it on terrorists. Now, that's been widely reported that Putin actually orchestrated that, blamed it on the Chechens, and then used that as a reason to go in for the second Chechen invasion. That he actually killed a lot of Russians in that apartment building in downtown Moscow. It was interesting to hear him say that, but it's also, even if he didn't know about it personally, it's interesting just to hear him say that in such an authoritative way. Here he is in the Russian army, and apparently it must be widely known that this is what Putin did, and of course he's associating that with what he's been ordered to do in Ukraine. I just found that a fascinating revelation, and it tells me how widespread the knowledge is, at least amongst the Russian forces, about what they're doing. Yeah. And they seem to understand it.
And the facade is either slipping or it was never there to begin with, and they were just operating under the orders that they were given. Also, this dovetails as well, more fallout from the sinking of the Russian missile cruiser, the Moskva. We're also seeing reports of the parents of presumably those sailors on board, some of whom are still missing, and they're not getting answers. They're demanding answers in Putin's Russia about what happened to their sons on the Moskva. What do you make of that?
Well, this is another part of the Mothers of Russia thing, and what's interesting is this is one where Putin is really kind of caught, and he really doesn't have too many outs. First off, they blame it on a fire on board, and say unfortunately cooked off ammunition. But there's actual pictures, and I'm sure those are being circulated around Russia through various different means, that where you can clearly see there's two holes in the side of the ship hull, two holes made by missiles. All right, so that's obviously probably circulating around in Russia. The other thing though is they said they evacuated the entire crew, and then they had that staged event on the port where they're they were all lined up. There weren't 500 on the port. It was dozens that were on the port, but making it look as if there they are and they're all safe in the port. Well, there's parents that just simply can't get hold of their sons who are sailors on that ship. They know they're sailors on that ship, and now they're having a tough time trying to prove that their son was a sailor in the Navy and assigned to that ship. The Russians are pulling out all these stops to try and try to prevent this from getting out. But the fact is that there's a number of Russian sailors, and there's estimates. One of the things that was out there on intercept said that there's probably about 40 plus sailors that were killed in those strikes. It could be more. That would be very consistent. I can't imagine that ship would get hit with Neptune missiles and there wouldn't be loss of life on board, but they can't get hold of them. So it's kind of throwing that little, it's not a, when you're talking about 21,000 killed, it's not a huge thing. But when you're talking about this story that they so emphatically put forward, and then it unravels like that, and it's going to unravel in a more public way over time, that could be really more significant than the numbers would suggest.
Hal, let's talk about what's going on, though, on the ground, especially in the east. Apparently, this is the second full day of the ramping up of the assault on the eastern region known as the Donbas. From your assessments and from what you have seen, maybe some of the maps that you have seen, what's it looking like? Are Russians making advances, and are Ukrainians holding on?
Well, it looks like they've made some minor advances. I think there was one village they took, one small town they took. They're using a tremendous amount of firepower. It really is kind of tough right now because
with the diminished fighting force.
Well, they're basically trying to it's how war is fought. You use firepower to reduce the Ukrainian forces, but they're using firepower also to overcome the fact that they don't have intact units. A lot of these units they're just not very combat effective units. There's some reserve units that were brought up that don't look like they have a lot of tactical acumen, if you will. A lot of operational procedures probably have not been completely worked out. With Russians in general, they don't do combined arms stuff. They do artillery, they do airstrikes, they do ground assault, but it's not very well coordinated. Now, I can tell you, I spent a lot of years coordinating all that stuff. It's a lot of work. It's really hard. They can't do it very well, and of course, their communications problems have exacerbated this. I will tell you that all of that is a very communications intensive exercise or operation, and they just don't have the comms. So you have these disjointed things. So to overcome that, it appears that they're using a tremendous amount of firepower with artillery and rockets, with the idea that, okay, it's not going to be very well coordinated with whatever ground assault takes place, but we'll just destroy what's ever out there, is probably their thinking, and that's what it looks like. They're going to gain some ground. There's no doubt. There's one area where they clearly have gained some ground. Whether they can hold that ground is another issue. Whether they can sustain those forces as they move forward, that's a big question in my mind as well. But what I'm watching for is battle damage assessment from the Ukrainians. We got about 800 tanks have been destroyed, about a little over 2,000 armored personnel carriers. And what I'm looking for is when we start seeing 1,000 tanks destroyed total, or 1,200 tanks destroyed, 2,500 armored personnel carriers, or 3,000 armored personnel carriers. That's going to tell me what's happening in that Donbas region. That's going to tell me what I expect with all those Javelin and NLAW missiles, is that the Ukrainians are putting them to very good effect, that they're using that open terrain, which is great for tank battles. Well, it's also great for anti-tank battles. And they're using that the way I would expect. And at some point, the losses will speak for themselves. This has truly become a war of attrition. And the losses will speak for themselves. And if the Russians lose enough armor, whether it's personnel carriers or tanks out there, they're really going to lose their edge. That's their long pole in the tent, if you will. That's their center of gravity, is that armored thrust. And if they lose that, then they just don't have it. One thing I would mention is we're sending in a lot of counter battery stuff, which is taking out their artillery and rockets. I don't know how fast that's going to get to them, but some of the radars that we are sending over, the 155 millimeter howitzers, I am very intimately familiar with these types of weapons. I'm familiar with those. I know exactly what they're going to use them for. Not a lot, but I am waiting to see when those can get up front. If the Ukrainians have the ability to use them well, I think they can make a huge dent in what in all that firepower they're seeing. I think if used for counter battery, which is taking out their artillery and rockets, I think it can make a big difference.
Hal, let's talk about what something was said today, U.S. senior defense official saying that it's not inevitable that Russia will win a victory in the Donbas, giving props and legitimacy to the Ukrainian fighting force, especially when it comes to Mariupol, and which is frankly on the verge of falling. There are disputed reports that Russia is making more and more advances in taking the city, but this is all centering around this focal steel plant in the city where Ukrainian fighters are trying to fend off Russian forces, and they're trying to establish some type of humanitarian corridor. What do we know on that front? Is that going to be successful? And is the fight for Mariupol lost at this point?
I hate to say it's lost. They're putting up such a brave defense. I mean, it is phenomenal. And if someday they'll make some movie about what was done in Mariupol, because it is just stunning. The losses of that brigade, that there's a Ukrainian Marine brigade there, and it appears to be led by a major. Now, when you have a brigade led by a major, that tells me that they've lost some senior officers in the chain of command. All right. And he's talking, they have 500 seriously wounded. There was mention of rot, which tells me that they just don't have the medical ability to treat them all. So they have rotting flesh in there. It sounds actually horrific. They got a lot of civilians in there. They're holding out the steel plant. There's been a Ukrainian intercept that the Russian plan is to simply bring in heavy bombers and just drop bombs and level the entire steel plant. That would not surprise me if that's exactly what the Russians tried to do. There was the Russians have put out something today where they said, "Oh, we've opened up a humanitarian corridor to get the civilians out of that steel plant area." The reality is the Ukrainians came back and said, "No, there was no such thing. That's pure propaganda. There was no humanitarian corridor." There have been multiple requests. The commander of that brigade that's there has requested that maybe a third country could come in and evacuate them. But I am fearful that the Russians simply, at this point, even though urban terrain favors the defender, there are so many Russians surrounding that enclave that I just don't know how much longer they can hold out.
Yeah. Hal, this also goes along with some of the reporting that has suggested maybe there will be some type of humanitarian pause for Orthodox Easter on Sunday. Do you think that is a possibility?
I won't rule it out.
Okay.
But I wouldn't put money on it.
Okay.
I haven't seen the Russians really, really care. I haven't seen anything where they really think that, they don't see any value in it. And and so I would be pleasantly surprised if it happens, but I doubt it.
Okay. Lastly, I want to talk about the aid and the assistance, not only from the United States, but also from European nations, that is seeming to be ever flowing faster and faster, and precisely the weapons they need now to fight in the eastern region, in the Donbass. Also, we got this report about an hour ago from Reuters saying that President Biden is expected to announce yet another military aid package worth about $800 million, the size of the previous one announced last week. And so we'll be on the lookout for any type of announcement like that in the next couple of days. That is $1.6 billion that the United States has committed just in the last 2 weeks alone. I think that would almost bring the total up to 5.6 billion since the war began. That's a heavy, heavy investment. Is it making a difference?
It is making all the difference. I will tell you that is money well spent. What we're doing is, it doesn't sound nice when you say it, but the Ukrainians are fighting a battle now that we would probably have to fight at some point in the future. And so this is actually, for us, from a national security standpoint, supporting them with everything they have is not just the right thing to do on humanitarian grounds, on the grounds of Western civilization and some other reasons I would give you, but in pure pragmatic terms, helping them now helps us in the long run. So this is a very good investment for us. Interestingly, with all the debate over the MiG-29s that were in Poland, the biggest thing today was, I thought, was when I heard John Kirby kind of slipped it in there, and nobody took a lot of, and I'd heard this language before. We talked about it on the air, but they slipped it in there and said, "Oh yeah, the fixed wing aircraft are moving in from other countries," and he didn't say from where, but he put that in there so smoothly. And we had talked about the fact that when they decide that they're going to move, and he said they were fighter aircraft. When they decide to move them, they may not do it with a lot of fanfare. In fact, they may do it rather covertly because they don't want to alert the Russians that they're moving this aircraft in. So he said they're moving the aircraft, they're moving the all-important spare parts piece, all that's, the sustainment stuff they need to have in order to keep the planes flying, that is moving into Ukraine and being transferred to the Ukrainians. That's huge. Also across all the NATO countries. You've got, obviously the big ones, Britain, Germany, France, they're moving a lot of stuff in. Slovakia is moving stuff in. Denmark was on a call today, along with other countries, where they're talking about moving more aid in. General Milley was talking to his counterparts across NATO today about the importance of keeping this flowing, the importance of getting into the border. From everything I've seen, once it gets to the border, the Ukrainians are pretty good at moving it across the country and getting it to where it needs to go. That seems to be something they have worked out. Of course, if you want to go back, I'm not surprised, because we've been working with them and NATO have been working with them a long time. So I would imagine they had a playbook already in place to make sure this sort of stuff would happen. But it's phenomenal.
And
the amount of resources.
Yeah, and how we haven't seen it, be targeted or hit by, Russian shelling or the like. At least there have been no reports of that. Not that I have been following. No reports of Western supply routes once they get to the border and Ukraine takes them over. I haven't seen any.
I'm gonna, the Russians are big on propaganda, and probably the biggest victims of the propaganda are the Russians. The British have a great saying, too clever by half. All right. And the Russians will do stuff where they make up this thing. We saw this in the Cold War a lot. The Soviet soldier was 10 feet tall and all this stuff. And it's like, no, they're not, and they're saying, oh, we got Spetsnaz and stuff. And, I've seen Spetsnaz for years, and there's a lot of things they do. It's just pure show. It sounds impressive. I mean, they're better than the rest of the Russian troops, and they do a lot of stuff that's kind of macho bravado stuff. But there's certain things that our special forces, our special operators do that their special operators apparently don't do very well. And one of those is doing deep insertion operations deep in the country to do the sorts of things where they could interdict it on the ground. Well, I will tell you, this is a capability issue. When they do these strikes in Lviv that get all the attention, they hit a building that's been there for 40 years. All right. I would hope by this time they have targeting data on that building, because it was there before the Soviet Union collapsed. All right. So they're not going after moving targets, even though they put out propaganda saying, oh, we're trying to interdict the flow of arms coming in from the West. And no, they're not. They're hitting a building. They're just doing something to say they're doing something. This gets into their ability with aircraft. It's not as permissive airspace as they would like, but it also is their ability to leverage that aircraft in such a way that they can go out there and hit these convoys. Of course, they would have to know what to hit. That's the other thing. I don't know if they have enough intelligence on the ground to know what it is. So the Russians have, that is to me a signal of their ability to carry out these strikes. And frankly, at the beginning of the war, I would have thought they'd have been better at this. I thought they would have been more agile, that they would have had better intelligence, that their special operators would have been more capable of doing stuff like this, that their aircraft could hit things like this. We just haven't seen it. And at some point, with everything else we've seen, it's like, that's probably part of that Potemkin army as well. They just can't seem to pull it together, which, from a Ukrainian perspective, from a NATO perspective, that's great.
Right.
It's terrific,
right.
And we'll keep it going all day. But it is rather surprising.
Yeah, I mean, to your point back about the comment by John Kirby, and we're going to play the full Pentagon press briefing after we speak to you. But the Pentagon did say Ukraine had received additional aircraft and aircraft parts, but the U.S. has helped facilitate some parts, but not actual aircraft. So I thought that was an interesting clarification. Hal Kempfer, as always, final thoughts tonight.
Final thoughts is we're in the middle of a big battle. The worst, as far as what happens on the ground in Donbass, is yet to come. We're going to watch the numbers. That's going to be probably the clearest indicator of what's happening there, is when we start seeing those numbers creep up with Russian tanks, armored personnel carriers, everything else on the battlefield, and of course, killed in action. When those start to creep up, then we're going to see it. The other thing I think we need to brace ourselves is something is going to happen in Mariupol probably in the next several days, which is going to be absolutely horrific. And I just don't see any way that they're going to be able to go get those the troops and the civilians trapped in that facility out of there. And I just don't think the Russians are inclined to become, beneficial humanitarians once they go in there. I think they're going to go in there with overwhelming force, indiscriminate, and do what they've done every other place they've been in Ukraine. But I think the cost on this is going to be just horrendous.
Hal Kempfer, we appreciate your insight into this and your candor. We'll talk to you again.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, we want to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, like I said, we want to show you the Pentagon press briefing but John Kirby taking questions from reporters talking about so much of what Hal and I just spoke about. So we'll have that in 2 minutes.
To NATO's eastern flank and Spanish security assistance that's been provided to Ukraine. He also noted that Allied support is making a difference in terms of the battlefield progress for the Ukrainians and who continue to fight courageously to defend their country. And of course, the leaders agreed to stay in touch, and we'll have a fuller readout later. I also want to note, scheduling-wise, the Secretary will be welcoming his Polish counterpart here at the building tomorrow for a bilateral meeting, of course, focused on Ukraine, and then again on Thursday with his Czech counterpart here in the building for another bilat discussion, again, focused very much so not only on our relationships with these individual countries, but of course what's going on in Ukraine, and obviously we'll provide you readout information of those. Okay, with that, we'll go to questions. Bob.
Thank you, John. I just wonder if you could give any update on the status of the plans for training in Europe for Ukrainians on the howitzers and radars and some of the other items from this latest package. And also, I know you're just getting started on that latest package, but is there room, in Secretary's Austin mind, is there room to expand even further the kinds of assistance that can be given to Ukraine that would be suitable for this new offensive that the Russians are conducting in the Donbass?
So a couple of thoughts there. I don't have any updates for you on the training, on the howitzer training. There is a plan in place, and we're beginning to execute that plan to get that training done. Again, it will be for a fairly limited amount of Ukrainian trainers that will then go in and train their colleagues. It'll be outside the country, but right now we're just not in a position where we can sort of detail a lot of this. But the plan's in place, and we expect to be able to get that training accomplished very, very soon, in a matter of days. And again, I think we'll be able to have more to talk about a little bit later in the week on that. And as for what's in the drawdown package, I think you saw we detailed all the items that are going into that, and we're focused right now on sourcing those items. On the howitzers specifically, I think that you'll see them move very, very soon. I don't have any shipments to speak to today, but I think you'll see them move very, very soon, as well as the ammunition that goes with them. And as I think I said yesterday, we've definitely sourced the 18. We know where they're coming from. It's really just a matter now of getting them packaged up and getting them on the way. They'll be coming from the United States, and again, I think it's really very, very soon, matter of days here. Same for the ammunition. We believe we'll be able to pull virtually all of that out of pre-positioned stocks that are already in Europe. So it won't take very long to get the artillery rounds where they need to go. And as for the other systems, I don't have any specific training scenarios to speak to with respect to the two portable radar systems that we are providing Ukraine. Again, we don't believe that in those cases that there's going to be anywhere near an onerous training process for that. These are counter-artillery radar and a portable air defense radar system, the Sentinel, which you tow behind a vehicle. It's not equipment that the Ukrainians intrinsically know how to use, but we don't believe it's going to take very long to get them the proper familiarization. I just don't have any plans on that to talk about.
My other question was about whether you're considering a wider array of weaponry or other kinds of support beyond this.
For this package that we're working on now, we're working on the systems we already announced that are part of that. And to answer your question, they are exactly the kinds of systems the Ukrainians have been asking for, and they are tailored and designed, the things that we're giving them, tailored and designed for the fight that we know they're in now in the Donbass and will be in coming days and weeks. So, I mean, artillery, the radar systems, the coastal defense unmanned systems that we're talking about, as well as, again, continued deliveries of small arms and ammunition, which I know doesn't get the attention of everybody, but it is still a vital contribution in terms of the security assistance packages we've been providing. Since the invasion, we have helped deliver, not just from our stocks, but from stocks of other nations, more than 50 million rounds of small arms ammunition of various calibers. 50 million. And that's the kind of stuff that the Ukrainians are literally using every single day since this invasion began. So all of that will also be factored into this package going forward.
One last thing. So what I was trying to get at was the Ukrainians are also asking for other things beyond that. I mean, they're talking about tanks, aircraft, and I know you've talked about this before, but are you reconsidering any of those sort of things? It's
not about reconsidering, Bob. I mean, they have received tanks from other nations. I mean, the kinds of tanks that they know how to use are not the tanks that we have in our inventory, but other nations have provided some tanks. Some nations have provided spare parts so that they can get their inoperable tanks operable again. And I would say the same on aircraft. I mean, they have received support on to get some of their fixed-wing aircraft, more operable again. And look, the proof's in the pudding there. I mean, they right now have available to them more fixed-wing fighter aircraft than they did 2 weeks ago. And that's not by accident. That's because other nations who have experience with those kinds of aircraft have been able to help them get more aircraft up and running. So the short answer to, I guess, the question that I 3 times failed to answer, but the short answer is yes, we're working with the Ukrainians every day on helping them with those other systems. And if it's a system that we can procure for them or get to them, we're doing that. And certainly if it's one that we can pull down from our own stocks, that's largely what Drawdown Authority is all about. But in the case where it's not that, we are working with allies and partners who do have access to whether it's spare parts or whole systems to be able to get that into Ukraine for their use.
Thank you.
Yeah, Carla.
Thank you. First of all, if the U.S. were to designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism, how would that affect the Pentagon's communications with the Russian military? Like, would there still be a line of communication available? Can you go into that? I know that the U.S. has not yet designated it, but if
so
they
I'm wondering
did,
why the question? Because there's not an active discussion about doing that.
there isn't. I thought that the U.S. was taking a look at it.
I know of nothing out of the DoD that says we're talking about doing that.
Like the State Department had said.
Well, I can't speak for the State Department, but I'm not. I don't know of any effort here at DoD to do that, or what that effect that might have. I'm not going to speculate.
Okay, and then if you would, can you give us an update on the Pentagon's assistance on collecting evidence for war crime accusations? How's that going?
We are part of a larger interagency effort that is helping to provide documentation and evidence to support what we have long believed are credible claims of war crimes by Russian forces. But it's not just the DoD, the whole administration, at least the agencies that have the wherewithal to provide evidence, whether that's imagery or other data that can help support war crimes investigations. We're contributing to that. Yeah.
Hi, John. On the howitzers, is there a sense that the Ukrainians will quickly need additional artillery rounds? I know the U.S. is going to send 40,000, but if they have a sustained fight, you could go through those 40,000 pretty quickly. How open is the door to quickly getting more artillery rounds to Ukraine?
We've said many times it's about supporting Ukraine as much as we can, as fast as we can, and while I don't have any future shipments to speak to today, I think you can assume that should there be additional need in the future for more 155 artillery rounds, the United States will be right at the front of the line doing what we can to help get them there.
And then on the visits recently, Spain today, Poland.
Spain was a phone call.
Or phone call, and then Poland tomorrow, and Czechoslovakia. How much of the conversation now is about the future and maybe having an increased U.S. troop presence in Europe because of the threat, or is it very much still presently focused on Ukraine?
Yeah, I think these discussions that the Secretary's having, and we've read them all out to you, you can see how much and how deeply he's engaged with bilateral conversations with a whole range of allies and partners, is focused on Ukraine and what's going on right now and what we can all do as allies and partners to help support Ukraine's critical defense needs. That's the focus right now. They're not having deep discussions about long-term European footprint and what that would look like. We are having initial discussions here in the building about long-term posture. It would be foolish for us not to, given that we know the security environment in Europe has changed. But in terms of detailed negotiations with other countries about where that footprint might be rotational versus permanent, or what the size might be, we're just not there yet.
Are they bringing up any requests? Are they broaching the topic at all with the Secretary?
I won't get into more detail in these conversations and what we're putting out in the readouts, but I don't want to leave you with the notion that deep negotiations and discussions about footprint is a predominant part of these discussions. Does it come up coincidentally sometimes when he's talking? Depends on the nation and their willingness to host U.S. forces. Sure, it does, but it's not. They're not diving deep into that and looking at the map and deciding where we're going to put troops and how long they're going to stay. That's just not part of the conversation right now.
Some of the original units that were deployed in February, March to respond to Ukraine have been extended. Is the conversation now about extending those further, or maybe rotating in a new group of troops, and would that be more from active duty, or are you thinking about calling up reservists, National Guardsmen to fill that?
I don't know of plans to call up reservists or National Guard for these sorts of commitments. I don't have any additional decisions to talk to today in terms of extensions or redeployments. It is something that the Secretary routinely revisits with General Walters. There's been some, obviously, a decision to not terminate deployments in the case of the 82nd, in the case of the Harry S. Truman. But if and when we have overt decision-making to speak to, we'll certainly do that. But there's been no change in that rotational footprint right now. Yeah, Barb.
A senior defense official earlier this morning talked about the notion that the department did not see anything imminent. I think that was the official's words. in terms of concerns about Russia's nuclear weapons. Could you clarify a little bit more what this official was talking about? In other words, do you still have any concerns about Putin's threats about nuclear weapons, or is it off the table? And in your mind, in the department's mind, is the secretary continuing to get briefed on the status of Russia's nuclear weapons? How much of a focus is this for him as he continues to get briefings overall on the situation?
The secretary's routinely kept abreast of threats in the nuclear realm. And that includes a regular interchange with the U.S. Strategic Command Commander, Admiral Richard. It is something that we monitor virtually every day, particularly in light of the escalatory rhetoric that Mr. Putin voiced at the early days of this war. I would just tell you, without getting into too much classified information, that, again, we monitor this every day. We have seen no reason to change our strategic deterrent posture, and we're comfortable, remain comfortable that we have the ability, if required, to defend the homeland, our allies and our partners, with the current strategic deterrent posture that we have in place. But it is not something that we ever take for granted. Even before Mr. Putin decided to invade Ukraine, it's the kind of thing that we're constantly monitoring. I mean, that is it's a.
Would you say that the Secretary's monitoring of the Russia situation has perhaps, I don't know, stepped up, increased since the invasion and Putin's rhetoric?
I think clearly we took note of what Mr. Putin said in the early days of this invasion. I think it's also important to add that there hasn't been a lot more of that rhetoric following that initial salvo in the early days. But yes, look, in light of what's going on in Ukraine, and certainly in light of the early rhetoric, we are actively monitoring every single day. And even today, the Secretary remains comfortable that we have an appropriate strategic deterrent posture in place, and there's no need to make any changes to it.
Up on a different subject, going back to Bob's very first question, I think. You said that you have a training plan for the artillery and that you were beginning to execute it. So can we conclude from that that training has begun?
No, you cannot.
Why not?
Because it hasn't.
Training has not begun?
No.
Okay, thank you.
But I think we'll be making progress here in very short order. Tom.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon. 2 questions, please. On the unmanned coastal defense weapons that are being sent over, without getting into any security details, are there mechanisms to prevent them from, if they're captured by the Russians being able to reverse engineer them? That's my first question.
I don't even know how I could answer that question. I mean, we're going to give these capabilities to the Ukrainians so that they can use them to help defend their coasts. That's our focus. That's our attention right now. I'm not going to talk about a hypothetical capture by the Russians and what that would do or what that would mean.
Okay. Well, it might be something that happens as hypothetical in wartime. You plan. But
I know, Tom, but we could hypothesize all day about things that haven't happened and might happen, and I just don't want to. I don't think that's a good use of our time.
Okay. How about this one? My second question: in the inventory that we're sending over, how many systems like the howitzers or artillery are close enough for the Ukrainians to train on, and how many things do we have, like you just mentioned, like the tanks? Our tanks are not even near what they could do. Would you say most of the stuff we send over, the Ukrainians can use without training, or how limited? Yes. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, and that's been the case over now more than $3 billion worth of material and assistance. The vast majority has required no additional training by the Ukrainians. I mean, let's just take a look here, right? We did a little bit of training on the Switchblade because that's not a UAV they know how to use. It's also not a very difficult one to use. We're going to get some training for a small number of Ukrainians on the howitzers and the 155 artillery because they don't use that caliber and they don't They don't have in their stocks American howitzers. But as I said the other day, artillery pieces are not all that radically different from one another, and we don't think it's going to take very long for them to go through the training on that. We're looking at to the degree to which we need to familiarize them with these radar systems, these portable radar systems that we're going to flow over. We don't have all that nailed down yet, but we're looking at that. We also don't think that's going to require a whole heck of a lot of time. And we have already done some training with the Ukrainians that were here in the States before, who got the Switchblade training, also got training on these coastal defense systems. So they are ready to receive those. We're doing the best we can to focus on, A, the kinds of capabilities we know they need and that they say they want and are using. B, secondary to that, to try to get them systems that they don't need a lot of startup time for, that they can put in the field almost immediately. And short of that, where we can't meet one or two, to be able to provide some level of familiarization and or training as required. But as I've said many times, we know that the time is not our friend, and the clock is a bit of an enemy here too. So I think we can be forgiven for wanting to make sure that we get stuff to them that they can use quickly and effectively in the field. And if there is a training component, that it can be as short as possible, so that they are not distracted by the fight they're in terms of training and education. Yeah. In the back.
Oh, thank you, John. In Ukraine, everyone's attention, everyone's thoughts are about the situation in Mariupol on Azovstal plant right now, and about Ukrainian military and possibly civilians blocked there. So could you share your understanding of the situation there? And secondly, what's your assessment about the strategy Russia might use there?
You're talking about Mariupol?
Yes, sir.
Look, as you know, I'm careful not to detail battlefield tactics here because we're not on the ground. And so our visibility is, quite frankly, somewhat limited. Our assessment is that Mariupol still remains contested, that the Russians have not taken it, that the Ukrainians are still fighting for it, that there has been a lot of devastation in Mariupol caused by the airstrikes and the artillery strikes that the Russians continue to rain down on the city. The Ukrainians obviously want to keep Mariupol, and for good reason. It's their city, and they're fighting bravely for it. I'm not going to speculate about how much longer it will hold out, and frankly, we're not willing to accept what some critics say is the inevitability of it falling. They didn't take Kyiv either. They didn't take Chernihiv, and the Ukrainians continue to fight over Mariupol. Now, look, why the Russians want it? Again, I'm not inside the strategists' heads there in Moscow. But if you just look at geography, you can see the importance of Mariupol to what the Russians themselves have said is a goal, which is a land bridge to Crimea, from the Donbass down to Crimea, as well as the ability to close off, to pinch off Ukrainian forces in the Donbass. They've already said they're going to focus their efforts on the Donbass specifically. This is an area of the country that they have been fighting over for 8 years, and the Russians have said themselves they're going to prioritize that. If that is your geographic goal, then there is a logic that follows that Mariupol could be important to that because it lies at the southern end of that part of Ukraine. Okay? David?
Just before we came in here, the wires were moving the stories that the president had just told reporters he was going to be sending more artillery. So I want to give you a chance to tell us more about that, but I also want to ask you, why is this being done in slices? If you knew when you did the 18 howitzers that wasn't going to be enough, why wait another week if, as you say, time is working against you?
Because time is working against us, David. I mean, so first of all, a couple of things. One, everything we're sending is a result of iterative conversations that we're having with the Ukrainians, literally in real time, about what they need and what we can provide. And we do the best we can with each package to tailor it to the need at the time. And now the need has changed because now the war has changed because now the Russians have prioritized the Donbass area, and that's a whole different level of fighting, a whole different type of fighting. And last Wednesday was when the president announced $800 million to include 18 howitzers. And we never said at the time, David, and I'm not saying today, and you heard the president himself today, that that's the end-all, be-all, sum total of everything we're going to do. We have said, and we've acknowledged, that fighting in the Donbass is going to require an effort for both sides on long-range fires, which means for both sides artillery. We've noticed that the Russians have moved in artillery support into the Donbass, and it follows that the Ukrainians would want artillery support. I don't have any future packages or shipments to speak to today. You know that I'm not going to get ahead of that. But as I answered to Tara, it is certainly within the realm of the possible that the Ukrainians will want additional artillery systems and additional artillery rounds, and we will have those conversations with them. And we will, if that's the need, we'll do everything we can to meet it.
So last week, the Ukrainians told the United States, we only need 18 howitzers.
No.
Only need 40,000 rounds.
No. They said they needed artillery support, and just like in every other package, we take a look at what capabilities they're asking for, what do we have immediately in the inventory that we can get there quickly, and what we came up with in this package was 18 howitzers and 40,000 rounds, but it doesn't mean it's the sum total. And to your question about why we're slicing this, I find that interesting because if we were to, let's just say that we followed the alternative logic, and at the very beginning of the invasion, we just said, here's everything in the shoebox, let's just send it over there. Well, what if everything in the shoebox doesn't fit the fight that they're in? So you tailor each package based on the fight that they're in and what's going on at the time. You also have to tailor your packages, David, on what they can absorb on their end. I mean, they understand they have absorption issues too that they have to deal with. So you don't want to flow everything you got, the whole kitchen sink in there, and then have them have nowhere to put them, nowhere to store them temporarily, nowhere to move them to, and nowhere to put them in the fight. So you have to do this smartly, and that means doing it in chunks and phases based on what their needs are in the moment. It would be irresponsible for us not to do it that way. Sylvie.
Hello, John. I have two questions. A European official said this morning that there could be up to 20,000 foreign fighters and Wagner's employees fighting for Russia in Ukraine. Is it a number you find plausible?
I have not seen that number. We know that the Russians have tried to recruit foreign fighters, particularly out of Syria. And the Wagner group, we know, also has been interested in pulling people from elsewhere, like from North Africa. The Russians themselves said they were going to recruit 16,000 Syrians. We don't know whether they actually achieved that goal or how close they got to it and how many foreign fighters there might be in Ukraine. We just don't have a good count.
And you said earlier that the Ukrainians have now more fighter aircraft than they had 2 weeks ago. Can you give us
more operable fighter aircraft than they had 2 weeks ago?
So can you give us an idea of did they receive more and an idea of how many dozens?
I would just say, without getting into what other nations are providing, that they have received additional platforms and parts to be able to increase their fleet size, their aircraft fleet size. I think I'd leave it at that. Platforms and parts.
What is a platform?
Platform is an airplane in this case. They have received additional aircraft and aircraft parts to help them, get more aircraft in the air. Yeah.
Thanks, John. Okay, we're going to move away from this right now, but that was the part Hal and I were just talking about aircraft and aircraft parts getting to the Ukrainian fighting force. Of course, the U.S. is assisting with that effort, being quite mum, though, on the details. That's going to do it for more of our Russia-Ukraine updates. You can follow us here at LiveNOW from Fox for all of the latest. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be hearing from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Well, earlier today, he is making waves, especially when it comes to Walt Disney World in the state. In a surprise move today, DeSantis has expanded a special session of the legislature this week to target the state's premier attraction, Disney World. We're going to hear from one of our reporters in Tampa, Florida, about this effort and what exactly does it mean. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here live now from Fox on this Tuesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Major news by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis today, speaking out, talking about what he wants to do with Disney World there in his state. So lawmakers are going to consider a bill that would end all, quote, independent special districts in the state formed before 1968. Now, in 1967, Disney got the support of Florida's then Republican Governor Claude Kirk and the legislature to establish what is known as the Reedy Creek Improvement District. It gives Disney near total control of nearly 40 square miles as it built and then operated its theme park. So it exempts the park and its surrounding area from nearly all state regulations. Governor DeSantis wants to end this. So we're going to hear from our Tampa reporter about this effort in Tallahassee.
We are expanding the call of what they are going to be considering this week.
Governor Ron DeSantis announcing this week's special session will also include considering eliminating special districts established before 1968.
And that includes the Reedy Creek Improvement District.
The district created in 1967 allows Disney to act as its own government. It covers 25,000 acres and across 2 counties in Central Florida.
The last thing people thought would be this kind of proposal to change the governance and structure of Disney World.
So what exactly does this mean?
If the legislature decides to remove this special district, they must put in its place an alternative to provide those services which are now provided by the Reedy Creek Improvement District.
Things like fire and emergency services, something likely to impact taxpayers. This is just the latest move in the dispute between DeSantis and Disney after the company spoke against the parental rights and education law. Critics call it the Don't Say Gay law. It prevents schools from teaching young children about sexual orientation or gender identity. Lawmakers divided on the governor's most recent action aimed at Disney.
Their behavior has been atrocious, frankly, as a guest in the state of Florida. And so when you kick the hornet's nest, sometimes issues pop up, and this is one.
Because they dared to speak up against the Don't Say Gay bill, this is retribution. The governor is a bully, and this is what this is all about.
Experts say big corporations are important to Florida's economy, and Disney is at the top of that list. So the impacts of this could be far-reaching.
Tourism is our #1 industry, and of course, Disney does draw a lot of visitors to our state. So economics is one side of the equation.
So it looks like this issue will be brewing and festering for some time there in the state of Florida. Like the reporter said, Disney is one of the largest employers in the Sunshine State. Well, let's hear from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis earlier today. Briefly talk about this, talk about what the aims are for this special session of the legislature.
Finally, we have judicial relief for that unscientific mask mandate on airplanes. They've treated these flight attendants horribly for so long, the passengers horribly. It's caused huge problems with just behavior because it really messes with people. And when they announced on those flights yesterday that the judge had ruled, I mean, you saw some of these flight attendants were crying. They were so happy. People were so relieved. And so, we filed a suit against this right before it was supposed to expire. And I think because Florida filed the suit, Biden extended it just because he doesn't want to give us a win. But by him extending it, it did allow this judge in Middle Florida to be able to rule. And so our view is very simple, 0 mandates of any kind, okay? That's just what we have to have. I'd also like to make another announcement before we get into the subject of today's program. I think as many of you know, the Florida legislature is meeting this week to consider the congressional reapportionment plan for Florida for the next 10 years, and that is what they've been called upon to do. But I am announcing today that we are expanding the call of what they are going to be considering this week. And so, yes, they will be considering the congressional map, but they also will be considering termination of all special districts that were enacted in Florida prior to 1968, and that includes the Reedy Creek Improvement District. And I want to thank Speaker Sprowls and Senator Simpson for not only working, obviously, for the reapportionment, but for stepping up and making sure that we make the sunset or the termination on those special districts happen, which I think is very important. And I do want to recognize everyone that's joining us here today. We do have Speaker Sprowls and Senator Simpson. We have the bill sponsors of our higher ed reform bill, Senator Manny Diaz from Miami and Representative Amber Mariano from Pasco County. Commissioner of Education Richard Corcoran is here. We have Dr. Michael Palyakoff, the president of the American Council of Trustees and Alumni. Dr. Angela Falconetti is the president of Polk State College, and she is the chair of the Florida College System Council of Presidents. We have trustees from Polk State, Ashley Bell Barnett and Cindy Ross. We have Dr. Timothy Beard, president of Pasco Hernando State College. Congressman Daniel Webster, university students and college students, and a number of local elected officials. So I want to thank all of you for being here today, and this is going to be a really significant bill signing. Our view, first of all, we're proud of what we've been able to accomplish in Florida with respect to higher education. One of the things we do is we do not let them raise tuition. So if you go, you actually can afford to go to school in state without having to go $100,000 in debt. And I think that's very, very important. It's very important because you have some of these kids have been told, like, you have to get this magic piece of paper, otherwise you can't possibly succeed in life. And so what that has led is for students to go very deep into debt. And look, if you get an engineering degree from MIT, you're probably going to be okay dealing with that debt. But if you end up at some fourth-tier college and do zombie studies and end up with 5 years, 6 years, and $100,000, $150,000 in debt, that's a big millstone around your neck, and you're not able to, I think, realize your dreams the way you should. But people were told that you needed to do whatever you can to get that. So we believe it needs to be affordable. We also believe that there are a lot of non-university pathways that are very effective. And so we've done a lot to support career education, skills-based education. You look, Walmart's paying $110,000 for new truck drivers. You look at what they're doing with HVAC and electrical. And so in Florida high schools, we've expanded apprenticeships. We've worked with our state colleges to provide students with the opportunity to get skills and things that are really, really going to matter. And so a 4-year brick and ivy is one way you can achieve success. It's not the only way, and for many people, not the best way. So we've, I think, done it better than anybody by being very clear on all that. At the same time, the fact that we have affordable options for higher education is something that we're proud of. And oh, by the way, we also this year are doing grandparents in-state tuition for kids. And so in Florida, if you have a grandchild that's out of state, if they have test scores that I think are 90th percentile or better, either SAT, ACT, or I think there may even be another one, and they get admitted to a university in Florida, if they have those high test scores and you as a grandparent are Florida residents, they can qualify for in-state tuition in the state of Florida. So take advantage of that. And if any of your out-of-state grandkids do decide to do that, I can promise our state university system's ranked #1 in the nation 5 years in a row by U.S. News and World Report. We have, University of Florida is ranked #5 amongst public universities in the entire country, and many of our other universities have improved dramatically. So we're proud of that, and so I can promise we're going to keep that going. I can't promise that we're going to have winning football seasons yet. We used to have that. It wasn't even a question. I think we have some good prospects going forward across the state, and we're looking forward to doing that. But it used to be that, you came to one of these schools, Florida State, Florida, you'd be able to watch some good stuff. But I think they're doing better on that, so we're proud of that. So take advantage of that. Now, what we're doing today is really making sure that, yes, higher education is important, but it needs to be accountable. We need to have good curriculum. We need to make sure the faculty are held accountable and that they don't just have tenure forever without having any type of ways to hold them accountable or evaluate what they're doing. So this is what I think the bill does. I think it's done a lot of really important things, and it's all about trying to make these institutions more in line with what the state's priorities are, and quite frankly, the priorities of parents throughout the state of Florida. So what the bill today is going to do is it's going to end this accreditation monopoly. The role that these accreditation agencies play, I don't even know where they come from. I mean, they basically are just effectively self-anointed. They have an inordinate amount of power to shape what is going on at these universities. And so what the bill does here is it requires diversity with the accreditations. You can't just keep going to the same accreditor. I think that's something that's going to be very, very significant. The other thing it does is it reforms tenure. So now with tenure, you have a 5-year review. Every 5 years, you go in front of the Board of Trustees. You go in front of the Board of Trustees, and they have the ability to part ways with you. And I think the thing is tenure was there to protect people so that they could do ideas that maybe would cause them to lose their job or whatever, and academic freedom. I don't know that that's really the role that it plays, quite frankly, anymore. I mean, I think what tenure does is it, if anything, it's created more of an intellectual orthodoxy where people that have dissenting views, it's harder for them to even become tenured in the first place. And then once you're tenured, your productivity really declines, particularly in certain disciplines. And so now you're going to be in a situation where, okay, if the productivity is not there, if you're not adding anything, then you can go your separate ways. And so this is probably the most significant tenure reform anywhere in the country this year. So we're proud of that. The third thing it does is it ensures transparency in how the curriculum is developed. If you look at some of these courses, you go to some universities, if you want to take a survey course on like the Founding Fathers, it's hard to find that. But they have all these other esoteric subjects that are really just very politicized courses, politicized majors that certainly aren't really doing very much to prepare people to be in the real world. And so this is going to provide curriculum into the course catalogs, how all these courses are developed and proposed, and then the Board of Governors in Florida, the Board of Trustees at each individual university, they're going to be able to make sure that, you know, to fulfill core requirements, it has to actually be courses with academic integrity. It's not going to be some of these courses that they're basically just using to smuggle in ideology and politics. And so the more that we focus on academic rigor, and we trim the fat on a lot of this other stuff that has kind of seeped into the universities over the years, the better we're going to be, and the better, quite frankly, our students are going to be. And although this doesn't apply to this bill, it's the same goes for K through 12. You know, we just had a review, and Commissioner Corcoran can talk about it, with the math textbooks for K through 12. And there's a movement to say, you know, math should be not about getting the right answer, but more about social and emotional response and all that. And I'll tell you this, it is absolutely gaining a foothold across this country. We said we're not doing that in Florida. We said when you do math, you're going to be taught to get the right answer, and that's the role. And we're going to keep it that way. We're not going to do this other stuff. But here, so as you see, other jurisdictions will probably move to a more sociological or politicized version of even things like math. Florida is going to be sticking with the basics. We're going to be sticking with what works. And I guarantee you 5-10 years down the road, you know, you're going to see Florida students do much better on things like the SAT math and all these other things, because, you know, at the end of the day, you know, it doesn't matter how you feel about a math problem. It matters about whether you can solve the math problem. And that's what we have to do. And then finally, this bill provides protections for students against increased fees. And we talked about holding the line on tuition, which we're proud about, but there's ways that they can get you with all these fees. And they impose fees on almost everything. And so now there's going to be protection against that. They're going to have to basically surmount a pretty high hurdle to be able to do that. And so when you're trying to budget for what the tuition is and the room and board, you kind of look at that, and then if there's all these other fees, well, that could be pretty significant if it's not kept in check. So we're doing that today, and we're holding it in check. So I think if you look at what anyone in the country is doing, we've done more for higher ed reform with this bill than just about anybody. And so we're proud of doing that. I think it's going to continue. When you have good things that we've been able to accomplish with higher ed, we're happy about that. But we also know, you know, you can't rest on that, and you got to always make sure that you're getting out in front and dealing with things that need to be dealt with. And I think that that's what the legislature did when they passed this bill, and I will sign it in 1 minute. But before I do that, we are going to hear from other people. So I would like to bring up the leaders in both the House and Senate. So we'll start with Speaker Chris Sprowls, and then we'll bring up Senate President Wilton Simpson.
Thank you, Governor. It's great to be with you today, and to all of our legislators, particularly the young men and women who are behind us, the students, because this is all about them. You know, before we talked about the bill, just briefly, I want to say, you know, there are some governors, there are some political leaders who talk about being a fighter. And then there's Ron DeSantis, who actually is a fighter for Florida. And this is just another example. Last week, we got the opportunity, myself, President Simpson, the governor, to tour the state with the governor and talk about fighting for families, whether that's, being pro-life or tackling fatherlessness or looking out for adopted kids and foster kids, fighting for Florida's families. Today, we continue that with the signing of this bill. The governor is making sure that we continue to fight for students in this state. These young men and young women behind us are going to be entering our university system, or they're going into, other fields and micro-credentialing, and to have a career path. But what's waiting for them? That's what this bill is about. Are they going to walk into a university system that's more about indoctrination than it is about getting a job someday and learning the skills necessary and the subject matter necessary to get a job? Or is it about some sort of radical political agenda that a particular professor who's been told they get a lifetime job is going to tell them they have to believe to get an A in their class? But luckily, we have a governor and a legislature that doesn't believe that, which is why after the signing of this bill, they're going to walk into a university that not only says it's a priority, that you don't have to leverage your future, your financial future, to go to school here in the state of Florida, because we want you to be prosperous. We want you to graduate. We don't want you to have a mortgage payment called a student loan hanging over your head the second you take a job. We want you to be able to start ahead. And the governor is going to sign this bill. It's going to help do that by keeping tuition and fees low. We want to make sure that when they walk into that classroom and there's that professor who didn't really come to teach, and I want to say there's lots of professors who come to teach. There's lots of teachers who come to teach. But there are some who come to indoctrinate. And they shouldn't have a lifetime job. They shouldn't get a lifetime job here in the state of Florida. So this post-tenure review, every 5 years, they're going to have to stand in front of their colleagues and justify what it is they're teaching. And what's more, us as parents or grandparents or students, they're going to get to look online. I mean, how many of us went to a, whether it's a high school class or a college class, and you get the syllabus like 2 weeks into the semester, right? Where they start to tell you, well, we thought this was a class about, Western democracy, but really it's, it's a class on socialism and communism, right? Once we get the actual syllabus, we're going to know that in advance because there's going to be radical transparency. That's right. So we can pass on those kinds of classes and take classes where we're actually learning about what it means to be an American. But we also believe that if you're a student, and the governor talked about this, and this isn't in the bill, but I think it's part of what we're talking about today. If you're a student in another state and you're a high-performing student, we want you to come, but we especially want you to come and be affordable if you have a grandparent that is a Floridian. This bill is about students. It's about making sure that our universities are places to prepare people to learn and to thrive and be prosperous. Governor, I'm grateful for your leadership. President Simpson, thank you for being such a great partner this session and working on this bill and so many others. Thank you.
Yes, and I'd like to thank the governor also and the speaker for the work we've done this year on this bill. I think both of them have hit very well the highlights of the bill. 10 years ago when I first ran for office, I ran for the Senate. I told my constituents the only way we're going to break generational poverty in this state is through an excellent education system. And that's what we've tried to deliver over the last 10 years. Last year, we passed the largest school choice bill in the country's history, putting parents in charge of their children's education. Florida is a destination for education-minded families. We have families moving here because of the system that we put in place. Our universities and colleges have been ranked #1 for the last 5 years in a row, as the governor said, by World News Report, and our K-12 system is ranked in the top 3 by many accounts. I believe we're going to continue to improve upon our K-12 system because of historic funding that we've put in that system, not only this year, but in previous years. This year, we put $800 million specifically for teachers' raises to make sure we hire the best and brightest out of college and to be able to reward our veteran teachers. I think that's very important continuation. And speaking of affordability, we fully fund Bright Futures each year. We've done that my 10 years in the legislature, and needs-based scholarships. So we're keeping our university system and college system very affordable. All of this, what happens in Florida? 10, 15 years from now, because we have the #1 university system in the country, we have the best K-12, and I believe our K-12 system will be ranked number one in the next 3 to 5 years because of the competition we're driving into that system. And because of that, Florida's future is bright. We've got the brightest students. We've got the families moving here, about 1,500 a day, because we're the free and open state of Florida. And they're looking forward to starting a business here. They're looking forward to raising their families here. And they're looking forward to having parents in charge of their children's education. So thank you, Governor, for all your leadership. All right.
Okay, Dr. Michael Palyakov.
The nation owes Florida a vote of thanks. What happens on campus does not stay on campus. The level to which we prepare our college graduates for career, for community, and citizenship will be a major driver of our success as a nation. What we just witnessed, or will witness in Governor DeSantis' signing of Senate Bill 7044, is guardianship of our future. For 26 years, the organization I lead, the American Council of Trustees and Alumni, or ACTA for short, has labored to ensure that college students receive an academically rich and thorough education at an affordable price. We promote the 3 A's: academic excellence, academic freedom, and accountability. And Florida leads in all 3 of these. In 2019, the State University System of Florida adopted the Chicago Principles of Freedom of Expression, the gold standard for freedom of thought and opinion. It is only one of only 84 institutions to make this demonstration of intellectual integrity. Since 2021, Florida colleges and universities have had one of the strongest requirements for civic literacy all around the nation. Today marks another great chapter. There is no doubt that tenure without accountability is an invitation to abuse. And authorizing regular post-tenure review is a best practice, and it is properly in Senate Bill 7044. ACTA has exposed in recent years a veritable rogues gallery of frivolous college courses around the nation. Zombies, vampires, Miley Cyrus, Lady Gaga, I am not joking, and even Peanuts comics. Bravo for the transparency to make syllabi and textbooks available for the inspection of students, parents, and taxpayers. And core general education courses should be reliably robust and transferable across institutions. This is a bulwark against the wasting of opportunity costs and students' and taxpayers' money. Regional accreditors have been delegated enormous authority to grant or withhold student aid, which is life or death for most institutions. And they have too often been a law unto themselves. The system has devolved to overregulation and intrusion into matters properly left to governing boards and to the state. ACTA has had to fight over the years to preserve institutions' religious liberty and their curricular decisions. Senate Bill 7044 is a bold innovation that moves accreditation from being a regional monopoly into the 21st century, bringing ultimately choice for schools and a wholesome competition among the accreditors. It was once common to hear America's higher education called the envy of the world. Today, we see an example of how Florida intends to make sure that that is a reality. Thank you, Senator, President, and Governor, for doing this.
Okay, Brian Holloway. Thank you, Governor.
Okay, we just wanted to show you some of this event from Florida Governor DeSantis, but it remains to be seen on what's going to happen during this special legislative session, particularly about what lawmakers are going to do with Disney World's special status and we'll be bringing on some Florida politics experts probably tomorrow to discuss that development. Well, I'm Andrew Kraft. It's been a very busy day here on this Tuesday on Live Now from Fox. Remember, if you want to give us a follow on Twitter, our handle is @LiveNowFox. You can also give me a follow on Twitter. My handle is @Andrew Kraft. And don't forget, you can visit our website too with all the latest, LiveNowFox.com. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be showing you some of the events we've already shown you live today by going into these overnight hours in case you might have missed them. We're going to start off with the Depp Heard defamation trial that so many people are watching. Well, the actor Johnny Depp took the stand today in his own defense. We'll have that and more after the break.